steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works number 266, the first of 3 volumes by Rudolf Steiner. Esoteric School, Esoteric Lessons 1904 to 1909, translated by James H. Hines. I am beginning here in this section. These are not really in chapters. Some of the lessons are very short, some are longer. I'm trying to do them by years and splitting a year into so many sections. This is either going to be 3 or 4 sections for the year 1908. Beginning now with Esoteric Lesson given in Berlin on January 7th, 1908. Record A is from Anonymous, from a notebook by Günther Schubert. Record B is a manuscript from Camilla Wandry, notes from Günther Wagner. Record A. If we want to observe profitably an esoteric figure, the hexagram, such as we saw in the last hour, it is not enough for us to stare at it constantly. We must rather paint it before the soul again and again in quiet hours and meditate on the meaning of the individual colors. Only in this way will we achieve the benefit and usefulness that esoteric signs of that sort can have if we observe them in the proper way. For all the wisdom of the world is given to us in just a few esoteric figures of that type. And by immersing ourselves in them gradually, the spiritual connections in the higher worlds will become clear to us. Let us take 2 colors that stand opposite in the hexagram, red and green. These 2 colors stand across from one another with full intention. What might the red color signify, or the green color? We find the green color outside in the plant world that covers the earth with its blanket. And what is the human being's relationship to the plant? We know that the human beings on Saturn lived an existence that corresponds in a certain way to present-day minerals. Not that humans have ever been minerals. Our present-day mineral kingdom is actually the youngest kingdom of nature. We know further that human beings led a plant-like existence on the sun. Today, a greenish fluid flows in plants. A similar fluid flowed through the human beings of that time. If one could magically press astral components into a plant today, it would turn red. Through the fact that humans on the moon received an astral body, the inner fluid was dyed red. It turned into red blood. Consider this. Plants are chaste. They have no desire, passions, anger, fear, anxiety. Through the fact that humans became worse than plants in a certain sense, they received something that raised them above the plants, wakeful day consciousness. Let me read that sentence again. Through the fact that humans became worse than plants in a certain sense, they received something that raised them above the plants, wakeful day consciousness. The plant world of today is sleeping. A plant is an inverted human being. With its roots, a plant points to the center of the earth, where its I is to be found, capital. Exactly the same force that works downward in a plant works in the opposite direction in a human, upward. The fact that human beings received blood expresses the arrival of the I. The expression of the I is red blood. If you observe the inner surface of a green leaf with spiritual eyes, it will appear to you as red. This red power is, so to speak, spiritual. If one sees a red spot against a white background, looks at it sharply, and then looks at the white surface, then a green spot will appear, and vice versa. These colors are called complementary colors. Thus, also in such a physical phenomenon, the inner spiritual relationship is expressed. Or let us take two other colors, blue and orange, which are opposite each other. Orange has two aspects, orange and gold. Where do we find blue in nature? When we look up to the limitless distances of the vaulted heavens. And where is gold? We see gold backgrounds on paintings by the old masters. These old masters still painted according to a tradition that possessed some knowledge of the appearances and beings of higher worlds. When we look out into the heavens with spiritual eyes, it appears in golden depths. For this reason, we see angel heads on the old paintings against a golden background, because if you look out into the heavens spiritually, it appears to you in golden color. Thus we must seek to gather together what lies in spirit scattered in the entire cosmos for the composition of our soul. Just think of how all the foods that serve to build up our bodies lie scattered over the earth. Picture that very clearly. It is exactly the same in terms of the spirit. Out of chaos, the soul also must gather together what is suitable for its composition. When the soul begins to meditate this way, an organ in the physical body begins to develop, the mucus gland. The mucus gland is, in a normal average person, an organ behind the pineal gland, hardly as large as a cherry pit. However, it contains disproportionately powerful forces. It regulates, namely, the proper composition of the body with respect to size. The so-called giants that are put on display have a disease of the mucus gland. The forces set in motion by it must express themselves in some way. When a meditant begins to work on him or herself, forces in the mucus gland are awakened. The organic formation of the astral body, out of the chaos of feelings and sensations, takes place from out of the mucus gland. When the mucus gland causes golden threads to flow around the pineal gland, then the time has come when the transformation of the astral body into spirit self, into manas, has progressed far enough for the etheric body to be transformed into buddhi. Those who meditate in this way on esoteric signs of this sort will be purposefully working on the formation of their higher bodies. Sometimes the soul secretly grows incredibly fast in a very short time. One could say that inner development does not need time at all, but rather only deep inner serenity. End of Record A. Record B. Meditate on the hexagram. Point upwards is red, downwards is green. Opposites, complementary colors. Green is the color of plants, red is the color of human blood. Humans could achieve progress only by also putting up with desires and passions. That portion of the Earth's astral body which belongs to the plant world is red, thus physically green, spiritually red. The plant. With plants, the red astral forces point downward to the center of the Earth, while the same forces in humans have turned around and point upward. Green and red, opposites. So also blue and orange. That is, in one of the two aspects, gold color, bracket, addition in a different hand, violet and gold color, close bracket. These too are complementary colors. In the physical realm, the heavens are blue. In Devakan, gold, as was still painted on old paintings from early Middle Ages. Thus, the other opposites. By observing such symbols given to us by the masters, we order and shape our astral body, especially the aura, into manas. all possible, unimportant, external experiences, can draw our attention to these aspects of color, and thus our spiritual body is formed, shaped, and developed by making use of all possible scattered experiences, just as our physical body assimilates all possible physical forms of nourishment gained from the entire ground of the earth. And as our astral body is ordered and organized, it has a special effect on the mucous gland, or brain hypophysis, a small organ hardly the size of a cherry pit, which is, to begin with, associated with the growth of the body. Through such organization of the astral body, the mucous gland begins to shine brighter and brighter. It sends forth rays, and gradually with its rays, it encompasses the pineal gland lying in front of it and stimulates it. As a result, the effects spread to the astral body and begin to impress and reorganize it. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Munich, January 16th, 1908. Manuscript from Anna Weissmann. Our last esoteric lesson was concerned with the great lawful regularities of the spiritual life as they are revealed in the course of human evolution, with the great spiritual powers that guide what happens on the earthly plane and take over from one another in their guidance. Today we want to speak in a somewhat more intimate way about the laws of the spiritual life as they unfold within the human being. Esoteric lesson given in Munich on January 16th, 1908, manuscript from Anna Weissmann. Our last esoteric lesson was concerned with the great lawful regularities of the spiritual life as they are revealed in the course of human evolution, with the great spiritual powers that guide what happens on the earthly plane and take over from one another in their guidance. Today we want to speak in a somewhat more intimate way about the laws of the spiritual life as they unfold within the human being. Those who are engaged in an esoteric training are, in a certain sense, waiting, are seekers. They are waiting for the day when a new world will open to them, a world other than the one they usually perceive. They are waiting for the day when they can say, quote, "I see a new world. Between all the things that I could perceive in space around me, I see a profusion of spiritual beings that were hidden from me before." Close quote. In order to become very clear about this, you need once again to call up before your soul the 7 conditions of consciousness that human beings, in the course of evolution, must pass through. The first state of consciousness that the human being had to pass through was a dull, dim degree of consciousness, in which the human beings felt themselves to be one with the cosmos. This state or condition is called Saturn existence. In the Sun existence, the compass of consciousness decreased, but it became all the brighter. When human beings then lived through Moon existence, their consciousness was similar to what we experience as a last remnant in our dreams. It was a dim consciousness of picture. Here, on the earth, we have bright day consciousness, which will remain when human beings on Jupiter raise themselves to picture consciousness again, so that we will have a bright consciousness of pictures. Human beings will then raise themselves to 2 additional, higher states, the inspired and the intuitive. Thus, our bright day consciousness stands between the dim picture consciousness of the moon and the bright picture consciousness of Jupiter. And what the esotericist awaits, which will one day be revealed to him or her, is Jupiter consciousness. It will one day come upon each of you, one person earlier, another person later, depending upon ability, upon the degree of inner maturity. However, Jupiter consciousness is already present in its initial seed form in every human being. This future consciousness is already indicated in a very delicate way, but humans don't know how to interpret it. The esoteric life consists to a large extent in pupils learning to interpret subtle processes in themselves and in their surroundings. The old moon consciousness has not yet entirely disappeared either, but is still present in its last remainder. The two conditions in present-day humans, in which in one case the old moon consciousness is still present, and in the other case the new Jupiter consciousness is already present, are the feeling of shame and the feeling of fear. In the feeling of shame, where the blood is forced toward the periphery of the body, a final remnant of moon consciousness still lives. And in the feeling of fear, where the blood streams toward the heart in order to find there a firm center, the Jupiter consciousness is announced. Thus, normal day consciousness swings in two directions. When we feel ashamed about something and our face turns red, we are experiencing something that recalls the moon existence. Picture humans on old moon. They could not yet say I, capital, to themselves, but rather lived in a dull, dim picture consciousness, entirely embedded in astral forces and beings, with which they felt themselves to be in harmony. Imagine, my sisters and brothers, if one day the feeling were suddenly to dawn on such a moon human, quote, I am an I. I am different from others. I am an independent being, and all the other surrounding beings are looking at me. Close quote. From top to bottom, the entire moon human would have been glowing with an incredible feeling of shame. Such a being would have sought to disappear, to be annihilated for shame, if it had been able to feel such a premature I feeling. Thus we too, my sisters and brothers, when a feeling of shame overtakes us, would prefer to disappear, to shrink under the ground, to dissolve our I-ness. Imagine how the old moon beings were embedded in harmony with the forces and beings in their surroundings. If they were approached by a hostile being, they did not think about it, but knew instinctively how to avoid it. They acted there with a feeling that if they had been conscious, they could have expressed somewhat in the following way. I know that the order of the world is not arranged so that this wild animal will now tear me apart, but rather the harmony of the world is such that there must be means that will protect me from my enemy. Thus old moon humans felt themselves to be in complete, unmeditated harmony with the forces in the universe. And if an I feeling had awakened in them, it would have immediately destroyed this harmony. And as a matter of fact, the I feeling, when it began to permeate human beings on Earth, did increasingly create disharmony with their environment. A clairaudient hears the universe sounding in a mighty harmony, and when he or she compares it with the sounds that come from individual human beings, then today there is a disharmony, with one person more, with another less, but there is a disharmony. And your task in your evolution is increasingly to dissolve this disharmony into harmony. This disharmony arose through I-ness, but it was instituted with wisdom by the spiritual powers who rule and guide the universe. Had human beings remained in harmony, they would never have come to independence. Disharmony was instituted so that they could once again achieve harmony in freedom, out of their own power. This self-aware feeling for being an I had to evolve at first at the expense of inner harmony. When the time comes for Jupiter consciousness to light up and human beings again arrive at an harmonious relationship with the forces of the cosmos, Then they will preserve this self-aware I feeling into the new state of consciousness, so that they will be independent and yet also in harmony with the universe. We have seen that the new Jupiter consciousness is announced in the feeling of fear. However, it is always the case that when a future condition begins to appear before its time, then it is premature and not in the right place. This will become clear to you with an example. If one takes a flower whose species should bloom in August and brings it to blossom in a hothouse in May, then in August, when it actually should blossom, it will no longer be able to unfold a blossom. Its forces will be exhausted, and it will no longer fit into the conditions for which it was intended. And also in May, it will have to fall into ruin as soon as it is taken out of the hothouse, because it does not belong in the conditions of nature of this time of year. It is exactly the same with the feeling of fear. It is not appropriate today, and even far less in the future. What happens in the feeling of fear? The blood is pressed toward the center of the human being, into the heart, to form there a firm center in order to make the person strong against the external world. The innermost power of the I brings this about. This power of the I that works in the blood must increasingly become more conscious and powerful. On Jupiter, humans will guide their blood very consciously toward the center and be able to make themselves strong. However, what is unnatural and destructive about this today is the feeling of fear that is connected to this flow of blood. In the future, that must no longer be allowed to be the case. Only the power of the I, without fear, must be at work there. In the course of human evolution, the external world around us will become increasingly hostile. Increasingly, you must learn to set your inner power against the world pressing in on you. But in so doing, fear must disappear. And especially for those who are undergoing an esoteric training, it is necessary, unavoidably necessary, that they free themselves from all anxiety and feelings of fear. Fear has a certain justification only when it makes us aware that we should make ourselves strong. But all of the unnatural feelings of fear that torture people must disappear completely. What would happen if human beings still had feelings of anxiety and fear and Jupiter consciousness arrived? Then the external world would be set opposite the human being in a much more hostile and terrible way. A human being who does not cease to fear here will fall into one frightening horror after another there. Already now this condition is being prepared in the external world, and this will be shown to humans even more clearly in that terrifying age that will descend under the regency of Oriphiel, concerning whom I spoke to you the last time. By then humans must have learned to stand solidly. Our present-day culture is itself creating the terrible monster that will threaten people on Jupiter. Just look at the gigantic machines that human technology constructs today with all its cunning. Human beings are creating in those machines the demons that will rage against them in the future. Everything that human beings create today, in terms of technical apparatus and machines, will, in the future, come to life and oppose them in a terrible and hostile way. All that is created out of a purely utilitarian principle, out of individual or collective egotism, is the enemy of humanity in the future. Today we ask much too much about the utility of what we do. If we really want to foster evolution, then we must not ask about utility, but rather we must inquire whether something is beautiful and noble. everything that people do today in order to satisfy their artistic needs out of pure love of beauty, this too will come to life in the future, but it will contribute to the higher development of the human being. But today it is terrible to see how many thousands of people are kept from knowing any other activity than those done for the sake of material utility. They are cut off from all that is beautiful and artistic all their lives. The most wonderful works of art should hang in the poorest elementary schools. That would bring boundless blessings to human evolution. Human beings are themselves building their own future. We can get an idea of what it will be like on Jupiter if we clearly understand that today there's nothing absolutely good and nothing absolutely evil. Today, good and evil are mixed in every human being. A good person must always say that he or she has only a little bit more good than evil within, but is not at all wholly good. On Jupiter, however, good and evil will no longer be mixed, but rather human beings will divide themselves into the entirely good and the entirely evil. And all that we cultivate today in terms of the good and the beautiful serves to strengthen the good on Jupiter. And all that happens only from the point of view of egotism and utility strengthens the evil. So that human beings in the future are a match for the evil powers, they must gain mastery of the most inner power of their I. They must be able consciously to regulate their blood so that it makes them strong in the face of evil, but without any fear. The force that drives the blood inward they must have in hand. But also that other ability, to allow the blood to flow from the heart to the periphery, must not be lost to them. For the Jupiter condition will, in a certain way, also signify the return to old moon consciousness. Human beings will again come into harmony with the great laws of the universe and feel themselves to be one with them. They will once again acquire the ability to flow together with the spiritual powers of the world, but not as they did on the moon, unconsciously and dimly. Rather, on Jupiter, they will always retain their clear day consciousness and self-conscious feeling for self, and yet live in harmony with the powers and the laws of the world. Disharmony will then be dissolved in harmony. And to be able to let themselves flow into the harmony of the universe, they must consciously learn to let the inner power of their I radiate out from the heart. Thus, they must be able to centralize the inner power of their blood when an enemy approaches them. And they must also be able to radiate them forth consciously. Only then will they be equal to future conditions. Those, then, who strive for inner development must begin already today to get these forces gradually more and more under their control. They do this by learning consciously to inhale and exhale. When humans inhale, then the forces of the I become active, the forces that connect them with the powers of the universe, the forces that radiate outward from the heart. And when human beings exhale, and when they hold their breath, then those forces of the I become active, which push toward the middle point, toward the heart, and create for them there a solid center. Thus, pupils are learning already today, when they consciously carry out their breathing exercises in this sense, gradually to become master of the forces of their I. However, no one should believe that he or she is allowed independently to undertake such exercises, if he or she has not yet received any instructions for them. Everyone will receive them at the proper time. However, even for those who are not yet doing any exercises, it is never too early to familiarize oneself with the meaning of these exercises and to acquire an understanding for them. Later, these exercises will be all the more fruitful. Thus, my sisters and brothers, you should always get more understanding, even for the subtle processes within yourselves and in the entire universe, and gradually grow into future periods of human evolution. The end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on January 26, 1908. Record A is from Anonymous, from a notebook of Günther Schubert. Record B are notes from Günther Wagner. Record A. What we are striving for in the esoteric life is the achievement of another state of consciousness higher than the one in which we presently find ourselves. We are seeking to achieve a state that would only arrive on Jupiter in the ordinary course of events. Admittedly, this state arrives in a different way in esoteric pupils who go through this evolution beforehand. The human being on Jupiter will have an entirely different physical body than the one we possess today. In the everyday consciousness of all humans, there are conditions that recall the moon condition, and others into which the Jupiter condition extends. When our faces become red with shame, then we are repeating part of the moon condition. In what way? On the moon, we did not yet have blood. We know, however, that blood is the expression of our I. Now, on Old Moon, all the forces that work today in our blood were located outside of us. There was not yet any feeling for our I within us. When we turn red with shame, we would really like to say, quote, "Oh, if only I didn't exist, if I could sink into the earth," close quote. With this, we force our blood outward, as it were, pushing ourselves away. Another condition, which points to Jupiter, is the one that enters when we feel dread or fear as we pale. What is happening here? We force blood toward the heart in order to strengthen our I. We do this instinctively to make us strong, to turn a danger away from us. On Jupiter, the heart will become a voluntary muscle. We will be able to strengthen our heart as much as we want. For as a matter of fact, on Jupiter, incidents and beings will come to meet us for which we will definitely need to strengthen our I. However, we must seek to reach a state in which we protect our I in exactly the same way as with a feeling of fear, but without having a feeling of fear. When we inhale deeply and hold our breath, we are recapitulating a part of the moon condition. On the other hand, when we leave our breath outside, we have in that action a part of the Jupiter condition. This is connected with the question of whether the esoteric pupils receive exercises in which they must hold their breath, because they must go through the moon condition in a certain way, or whether they receive exercises in which they must leave their breath outside, because in that way they can achieve the Jupiter condition. Everyone is treated here individually. We know that already now the stream of humankind is splitting into two parts, one that leads to the good, the moral, and the other that leads to what is horrible and evil. Such conditions are already creating a path for themselves. The seeds are already present. Thus, all that is present in the world today in terms of machines and instruments, and is set in motion, will evolve into terrible, horrifying demons. All that merely serves the principle of utility will one day strengthen into such terrible powers. This can be stopped if we transform the utilitarian apparatus into something that also proclaims beauty and the divine above all, in addition to its utility. It is very good for us to know this. Otherwise, powers of that sort will one day tear the earth apart. We see also how incredibly important it is that we surround children with artistic impressions during their education. Art makes one free. Even locomotives must one day be transformed into machines that are beautiful. Our feelings of fear and anxiety are nourishment for other evil beings. We must not allow thoughts of that kind to arise in us. For on Jupiter, demons of that sort will surround us in much greater numbers. But there is nothing to fear in this regard for those who, like a clever person, keep their spiritual sheaths pure, so that no flies can gather around the filth. The astral plane is actually a region of wisdom, also the world of the physical. Disorder only entered through the descent of individual eyes with their egotism. Now a certain part of the cosmos came down to the physical plane at this point in time, so to speak, as a premature birth. This part is the comets. We still find in them the laws of wisdom in action. Hence the wonderful paths along which they span celestial space. And for this reason, only a materialistic astronomer could assume a collision with the Earth was their cause. Esoteric pupils must know all these things, for without knowledge they could not progress further. One day they must understand this. On Jupiter, the human being will receive moon consciousness in addition to Earth consciousness. Humankind is progressing towards spiritualization. That's the end of Record A. Record B. There are 3 states of consciousness dimmer than our clear waking day consciousness, and 3 higher states of consciousness, which normally would be reached on Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. Initiates reach these states on Earth. The 3 dimmer are from Saturn, Sun, and Old Moon. The Old Moon consciousness appears in the individual experiences of humans atavistically, in the feeling of shame. And looking to the future, the Jupiter consciousness appears in terror and fear. On Old Moon, the blood forces, the forces of the I feeling, capital, were still outside the human being. Only through the fact that the blood, with its forces, entered into humans, is the I feeling entirely in humans. The feeling of shame is the wish to hide oneself from other people, the desire to sink out of sight, the desire to disappear. In so doing, one drives the blood, so to speak, out of oneself. That is, as much as one can, to the surface of the body, hence blushing with shame. On Jupiter, the I feeling is much more powerfully developed than here on the Earth. The opposites, good and evil, a good I and an evil I, are much stronger there, a state for which the Earth in the future will show preparatory evolution. There, we will be confronted by demons, much more evil than today, and we will need the entire power of the I to withstand them and to work for the good in battle with them. A similar process of marshaling one's forces occurs already today when danger appears. Only now, fear and terror are usually associated with it. The blood retreats to the heart, hence we become pale. This collection of blood, this concentration of the I at the I center, is a Jupiter phenomenon, which will be merely a gathering together without a feeling of fear. We must learn this gathering together, in danger without a feeling of fear. In our evolution, we ascend from the Earth again to the heights of the earlier Moon state of consciousness and the Jupiter state of consciousness, now connected to the clear Earth state of consciousness. For this reason, on the path of evolution, an attempt is made to prepare the way for this Jupiter state now through breath exercises. By holding one's breath with one's lungs full, the blood is driven outward to some extent. It is the Moon state, which together with the Earth state produces the Jupiter condition. By holding one's breath with one's lungs empty, the blood is, so to speak, driven back. This condition is connected with a feeling of fear when one cannot get enough air. Only this process must be practiced without any feeling of fear. This exercise goes directly toward the Jupiter condition. Which of the two exercises must be undertaken depends upon the individuality of the pupil. Wisdom rules on the astral plane, also on the physical plane. When there were still no individual eyes present, wisdom and order ruled. Disorder and confusion appeared only when human beings, with their individual eyes, began to work independently on the earth. Now, there are beings or figures in the astral world who were condensed out of the spiritual, the astral world, actually sooner than corresponds to the normal plan, into physical existence. They are, however, still entirely guided by astral wisdom. Such beings or figures are the comets. The direction of their path in space is apparently threatening, for example, for the Earth, but they are diverted into directions that apparently contradict physical laws, and the danger passes. They follow wise astral laws. Through the creation and formation of ideas that lead to a higher level, from forms of beauty, like cathedrals, musical compositions, and so forth, good demons are formed on Jupiter, and the foundational ideas will take on form in the physical nature that then unfolds. But those efforts and forms that serve only utility will create evil, wicked demons there and lead to ugly forms. If the principle of pure utility were to gain the upper hand here on earth, then destruction would come over the earth, and it would not attain its goal. Useful things are necessary. One can work against this doom only if one adds the principle of beauty to the principle of utility when forming tools, machines, bridges, etc., or if high noble thoughts of some kind, perhaps in symbols, comes to expression in their formation. Aside, there's additional notes in another hand. Altogether attempt to spiritualize every kind of work. What does contemplation bring about? To develop oneself into Jupiter consciousness through devotion. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on February 12th, 1908. There are a bunch of drawings in this one. Drawing and verse from Rudolf Steiner's notebook, archive number 381 and number 536. Record A, notes from Anonymous, from a notebook of Günther Schubert. Record B, manuscript from Matilda Scholl and Lilla Harris. Record C, manuscript from Camilla Wandry, notes from Günther Wagner. Editorial notes. The symbols discussed in this lesson and the verse were apparently written at the beginning on a chalkboard and then explained. For this reason, they are placed at the beginning here, first in the form in which they are found in Rudolf Steiner's notebook, archive number 381. Then follows a somewhat different version of the schematic from notes record B. This is followed by a summary undertaken by the editor of the symbol names that are found in the individual notes, as seen from various aspects. And facsimile of drawings from Rudolf Steiner's notebook are shown now. The following verse is a free rendering of an old Rosicrucian verse that is found in the book titled Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians from the 16th and 17th centuries, Altona, 1795, reprint, Berlin, 1919. In the original, it reads, quote, "Who rightly understands this table can see how one originates from the other. First, all lie hidden in the fourth numeral. The elements everywhere. Out of these originate the three beginnings. Producing the two sexes, male and female, from sun and moon. The imperial sun grows out of this, unequaled in this world, surpassing all kingdoms." Close quote. Rudolf Steiner's first rendering. Who well understands this table can see how one originates from the other. First, all lie in the fourth numeral, the elements everywhere. Out of these originate the three beginnings, producing the two sexes, male and female out of sun and moon. The inner sun, S-O-N, grows out of this, unequaled in this world, surpassing all earthly kingdoms. Close quote. The version used in the lesson is found in Archive Notebook number 381. In Archive Notebook number 536, the verse is once again written. Only in line 8, instead of son of man, there is son of earth. Quote, who understands the working of the numerals, sees how his world is built. At first cipher, seek the four, the elements everywhere. From it, see the three begin to stir, spirit, soul, body, given to you. The two arise from sun and moon. From this grows the Son of Man, unequaled in this world, who surpasses all earthly kingdoms. Okay, readers aside, then there's a few pages of notes and then a page of pictures, which I'm not going to describe. Now we begin with record A of this esoteric lesson. When a certain something was to be given to Rosicrucian pupils during a lesson, something with which they could pull themselves upright, with which they could raise themselves. Then from the wealth of esoteric symbols, the following figures were put before their souls, and the following verse was said. These symbols signify nothing at all abstract, but they must be permeated with feeling and with the intellect if they are to be understood. If this happens in the right way, then those concerned experience truths that are of the greatest importance for their progress and development. The point signifies the point of life, from which all evolution originates. All life proceeds from a unity and leads into multiplicity. From unity originates the multitude. All that is otherwise present on the earth came forth from the human being. Nature is the human being, spread out, unfolded. In the human being is found mineral, plant, and animal. All the characteristics of the human being are found scattered again in the individual kingdoms of nature. The human being is the crown of creation. All that is present originates in the human being. In the second row, we see how evolution proceeds into multiplicity. But multiplicity must bring it about that unity again arises in its womb. This occurred in the middle of the Atlantean race, when human beings received their eye. At that time, human beings were still relatively simple. At present, they are already much more complicated. When we observe the third row, we see the symbols for the four elements. These elements are entirely different from those known to chemistry. The first symbol signifies earth, the second water, the third air, the fourth fire. The first element is best contained today in coal or in diamonds. It is therefore carbon. Humans exhale carbon, which is then absorbed by plants and is found again solidified in coal and in diamonds. One must consider the following. Entirely different circumstances prevail on the earth today than back then, when the first human being appeared. The human being could emerge only from the conditions of that time. The second element, water, is not even present today on the earth in its original state. It is reserved for technology to produce once again the original element. Indeed, it is what we characterize as oxygen. In earlier times, people drank oxygen as we drink water today. If we had only carbon and oxygen on the earth, we would age incredibly quickly. Oxygen has the ability to cause everything to live super fast, to renew constantly. For this reason, the third element, air, had to be added. It is present-day nitrogen. Nitrogen works to deaden, to dampen life. Without the influence of nitrogen, there would be no consciousness. The astral realm could not manifest. The fourth element is fire. Fire plays a large role in esotericism. It is the element of warmth. All four elements interpenetrate one another. With the help of fire, we are beings with our own warmth. Without that warmth, self-consciousness would not be possible. Through warmth, we have blood, the physical expression of our I. A burning process occurs. In this way, the human being has become a being with consciousness of self, as can be seen from the first symbol of the fourth row, the sulfur process. The second symbol is composed of the moon symbol and the sun symbol, with the I attached. The third symbol signifies the separation of the physical and etheric bodies. At the start of our evolution, the etheric and physical bodies were equal. Then the physical body was condensed, and the etheric body, as the finer body, remained outside, surrounding it. A similar process occurs with dissolved salt, which presents at first a milky-looking fluid from which the salt then precipitates, leaving the finer water above. Hence, this process is called a salt process. The fifth row represents the double nature of the human being, which is intertwined. End of Record A, readers aside, my apologies for there not being a diagram for you to reference. I hope you perhaps get this book, and then you can do that if need be. Okay, Record B. The last two lines of the verse confirm that the human being surpasses all of the kingdoms. Each of these kingdoms has specific characteristic properties, such as, for example, hardness or flexibility, movement, odor, taste, etc. However, every development of any particular kingdom or species, be it of a mineral or plant or animal, is one-sided or specialized for that one kingdom or one species. However, in the human being, all of these various characteristics have been united in a harmonious whole, so that every possible characteristic of any other being is also present in the human being. It is not a valid objection against this assertion to say that some senses are sharper in other beings, for example, the sight of an eagle or the sense of smell in a dog. The organ for smell in a dog and the retina of the eye of an eagle are one-sided, special developments. However, since all the senses are combined in the human being, some of them, which have evolved further in other kinds of beings, had to be dampened so they would fit into an harmonious whole, which is what the human being represents. Whatever may be found in any kingdom outside of us, and whatever stage of development anything around us may be found at, we have passed through similar phases of evolution, and have in such a way achieved the perfect organism that now belongs to us. We began as a unitary point of life, and originating from this point, we began to build up tools that have become increasingly complicated through many incarnations. The Saturn, Sun, and Moon periods have gone before our Earth, upon which we now live, and we are building increasingly perfected tools, as is indicated by the two lines in Figure 2 that are increasingly diverging. We created for ourselves a physical body, a life body, and a body of desires. And, finally, in the middle of the Atlantean race, these tools had become so perfect that the I could live in them and begin to work through the different bodies. This is indicated in our esoteric script through the point, Figure 3, that stands between the two lines going out from Figure 2, in order to show that the I entered when the bodies had reached a certain point in their evolution. The I begins to be developed from this point, Figure 3, and it does this by transforming the bodies in the soul. This line of evolution is represented by the gradually increasing space between the lines that go out from Figure 3. The bodies that were developed first were gradually consumed, and only the essence of the soul remains behind. You will notice that the monad begins as a mathematical point. At the beginning of evolution, all possibilities are latent within it. Yet during the advance of evolution, if the static, and there's a question mark there, force is transformed into kinetic energy, into dynamic force, which is indicated by the space between the lines that go out from figure 3. If the point of the esoteric script has achieved sufficient extension, then the weak and helpless monad will have become an independent divine creator. In order for the appropriate conditions to be brought about for the monad to evolve to be human, to be a god, the elements are necessary. Yet the elements, as such, belong to our Earth system, which encompasses the various conditions, called Saturn, Sun, Moon, etc. And in other systems, other conditions exist. These elements are indicated symbolically in the next line of our esoteric script. The first is the earth, not only the mineral earth, but everything that is solid. Iron, lead, human, animal, and plant bodies are considered to be earth in the esoteric sense. This element is best represented by carbon, which is found in the composition of all bodies in all kingdoms. We find carbon in its purest form in coal and in diamonds. It is taught that human beings lived on the earth before any of the other kingdoms existed, at a time when plants were not present to absorb the carbon from human bodies. And since we know that humans cannot exist without life-giving oxygen, there seems to be here a contradiction. Yet, at that time, there was no atmosphere as there is today on the earth. Human beings moved, so to speak, in a sea of flowing life, for oxygen was liquid at that time, as is indicated by the second symbol, water. Had only the element earth existed, then the human body would have hardened and would not have been able to continue evolving. However, when the second element, water, entered the human body through pressure from outside, then progress became possible. Just as the term earth designates everything in a solid state, so water is the esoteric term for everything fluid. Blood, for example, in esotericism, is water. And as humans at that time lived in a water atmosphere, their blood was as cold as that of amphibians. The water of life, fluid oxygen, was absorbed through osmosis. The same process of absorbing oxygen occurred then as today, but with this difference, that our oxygen now streams to us from plants that exhale oxygen. This oxygen keeps our bodies from hardening from an accumulation of excess carbon. It combines with the superfluous carbon in our body, carries it away, and brings it to plants as carbon dioxide. And the carbon builds up the body of the plant, while the purified oxygen is given back to us in order to preserve our bodies from crystallization. For this reason, carbon corresponds to the solid physical body, and water, oxygen, to the fluid, etheric, or life body. If only these two elements were present, earth and water, then life would be lived too quickly. We would then grow old before we had had time to be young. The power bestowing oxygen would, with the help of the life body, be absorbed in such quantities that it would consume the organism too quickly. For the life body is a constant battler against the death of the physical body. It is always concerned with upbuilding, and in its concern to preserve the solid body, it would go too far unless it were restrained. This restraining influence is found in the third element, air, which is called azoth in mysticism, and in its working corresponds to the body of desire, which also works against the efforts of the life body. If only the two elements, earth and water, were present, then there could be no consciousness. But the war between the two elements, earth and water, between the body of desires and life body, between nitrogen and the other chemical elements, oxygen and carbon, this battle between the elements is the cause of consciousness. The destruction of nerve cells and cell tissue produces warmth, and sets the fourth element, fire, into motion. If there had been only three elements, then the human body could never have become the bearer of the eye. For the eye still cannot now work directly in the air. It can descend only as far as warmth. For this reason, the physical body had to be evolved up to a point where it could become an independent source of warmth, where it could have warm blood in a special instrument, separated and set apart from all other beings. That only became possible through the fourth element, fire. The uniting of fire with the eye is represented in the next line of the occult script that is before us, and is symbolized by a triangle with a cross. It's a cross and then a triangle on top of it. Reader's aside and the reader's aside. The reason why the eye is represented under the form of a cross will later be shown. This is the symbol for sulfur or phosphorus. These make thoughts in the physical realm possible, since they are contained in the brain and in nerve centers. The following symbol, and it's a circle with a cross underneath it and a moon above it like horns, consists of three parts. It reminds us of the distant past when events occurred that made possible this uniting of the eye with its bodies. The three parts are the circle, the symbol of the sun, the half circle, the symbol of the moon, and the cross, the symbol for the earth. Had sun, moon, and earth remained united, then no such symbol could have come into existence. However, when what was a planetary body was split apart, the sun from earth and moon, and later the earth from moon, these processes were incarnated in this symbol, which is called Mercury, because this liquid metal best represents the states, conditions that such a separation makes possible. Mercury is also the symbol for the intellect, because only the separation mentioned above of sun from the earth, and the later separation of the moon from the earth, could bring about the environment necessary for the intellect, the I, to evolve. The last symbol in this line of the esoteric script is a circle with a diameter drawn through the middle. In alchemy, this is the symbol for salt. It represents the separation of the life body from the physical body. During the moon period, these two members of the human being, these two instruments of the spirit, were of the same consistency, figure 4, as a saturated solution of salt. But during the earth period, a process occurred similar to the precipitation of crystals in a salt solution. A part of the composite body became coarser and more solid, while the other part became finer and more flowing. Thus, this symbol shows the crystallization of the physical body in the etheric body, the life body. The next symbol, the hexagram, shows the two forces, positive and negative, masculine and feminine, etc. And the last symbol, a circle with a cross on top, represents the human eye, which transcends all other beings. Later, we will hear more about these symbols. If a table of esoteric symbols, such as the one before us, is used for meditation, and if in so doing the verse below it is spoken properly and with understanding, then this is a big help in esoteric development. These tools develop spiritual muscles, in quotes, and should be used to this purpose by all pupils who would like to progress on the path of self-knowledge. The end of Record B, and now Record C. In the esoteric script above, the point represents the point that once constituted the entire human body. Its physical form began with only a point. From this point, an increasingly larger multiplicity evolved over the course of long ages. All the characteristic qualities of minerals, of the dead world, are present in the human being. So, too, all the characteristic qualities of plants, of the world of life or etheric world, and all the characteristic qualities of the animals, of the astral world. When, for example, individual senses are more developed, as seen among some animals, this is only a consequence of a one-sided evolution of the animal at the expense of the versatility found in the human being. This unfolding into multiplicity from a point is expressed by the first symbol in the second row. The second symbol, which is like the first, begins precisely at the greatest unfolding of the first, again with a point. It is a universal phenomenon of life and evolutionary streams that after development has been fully achieved, something new begins to evolve. Indeed, again beginning with a point, as the embryo of a child within a matured mother. Here, to begin with, the start of spiritual development, of the conscious development of the I, is symbolized in Rosicrucianism. In the middle of the Atlantean age, the I in human beings that were evolved bodily, prepared for it, began to be conscious of itself. It was only a small point of light, on whose development we are to work ever more consciously. The third line contains esoteric symbols for the four elements, and there's an upside-down triangle with a line drawn horizontally across closer to the bottom point. And that equals the earth. Solid symbolizes at the same time the physical plane. The most important chemical element is carbon, as black coal or as transparent diamond. Carbon is, in a certain sense, the incarnation of the principle of the physical plane. In the plant world, carbon is removed in a relatively simple and clean way from the carbon dioxide in the air, which is provided by exhalation in the animal and human worlds, and fixed. In coal and charcoal from kilns, we see before our eyes the main content of plants in the form of coal. In human beings, carbon is constantly being taken up from food, dissolved by oxygen from inhaled air, and exhaled as carbon dioxide. That is one phase of the life process. In early Lemurian times, when human beings began to form their physical bodies, oxygen, the air of life, was not in the form of a gas, but rather under the pressure conditions of that time, a liquid. Back then, people drank oxygen. This element of life, oxygen, which incorporated the etheric or life principle, thereby became the prototype of the second element, of fluid, of, in quotes, water, as it is called an element in esotericism, and there's an upside-down triangle alone now, is the symbol for the element water, the etheric or life principle, and oxygen. If there were only oxygen in our atmosphere, then life would be consumed by life. It would unfold too quickly. Humans would not be able to experience enough. No characteristics of soul, no consciousness could evolve in the right way. The same tempo shows itself in the sun, where beings are caught up in an extremely fast evolutionary tempo that we humans are not up to. Plants too would always grow on and on if they were entirely exposed only to the etheric or life principle. Even with the plants, the astral must enter in, here externally, as a restraining element. For this reason, there is a restraining chemical element in the atmosphere, nitrogen. Now there's an image of a right side up triangle with a horizontal line up at the top, close to, but inside the triangle, close to the top point. This is the esoteric symbol for the element air, thus for all gases. And nitrogen is, as it were, the embodied principle of the astral, because it creates the possibility for the development of the astral in the human being. Finally, just a simple upright triangle is the symbol for the fourth element, fire, which in the widest sense means all warmth that permeates anything. Cold is merely a lower degree of warmth. Only when human beings could develop warmth within themselves, through their circulatory system and what is connected with it, and could maintain a specific degree of warmth in all external temperatures, in which they can altogether live, could they develop within themselves an I. Therefore, the upright triangle is at the same time at the same triangle time a symbol for the eye. I'm going to read that my way. Therefore, the triangle is at the same time a triangle symbol for the eye. This warmth is called forth by a kind of combustion in the human body, and only in this way makes the conscious eye possible. This phenomenon of combustion is shown to us with sulfur. Again, an upright triangle with a cross underneath. It is the esoteric symbol for sulfur, the symbol for fire, for warmth, for combustion, with the cross, the symbol for the eye. Then the Mercury symbol again. This symbol points to the fact that through the sun, circle, and the moon, crescent, the preparation must occur so that the eye cross can arise. It is the symbol for Mercury, whose working is directed toward fostering the soul. It is simultaneously the sign for Quicksilver. Even earlier, when the working of Mercury began, at the beginning of human appearance on the present earth, these human beings were still etheric, densely etheric. A split occurred in evolution, as always, a multiplicity. Something denser was separated off and made the rest so much the finer, more etheric. A separation between life ether and form, the physical, between the feminine and masculine principles. A similar process occurs when a substance that was dissolved in a liquid solution crystallizes out, for example, salt in water. The solution is uniform, middle density. Through precipitation, the solid element is separated out and thereby makes what remains behind less dense, finer, specifically lighter. Therefore, in esotericism, one frequently calls the solid that was separated from the liquid salt, and the symbol for it is a circle with a line that divides it into two parts. The hexagram, or Jewish star, this symbol signifies the Son of Man, the human being from the aspect of combining the two principles above, the masculine and feminine, indeed all four elements. From the four symbols of the elements, one can assemble the hexagram. The inverted sign for Venus signifies the human being in its present state as a part of the earth. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. This is the next esoteric lesson, which I believe is the last one in this section. I believe so. This was given in Berlin on February 26, 1908. Drawings from Rudolf Steiner's notebook, archive number 536. Record A, notes from Anonymous, from a notebook of Günther Schubert. Record B, manuscript from Matilda Scholl and Lilla Harris. Record C, manuscript from Camilla Wandry. Record D, notes from Günther Wagner. The schematic drawn on the blackboard in this lesson differs very little in the various notes. In Rudolf Steiner's notebook, archive number 536, it is as follows, and there's a picture of it. Now begins Record A. You will remember the esoteric maxim that stood as one of the pillars at the Munich Congress. Quote, "In pure thought, you will find the self that can sustain you." Close quote. You must consider that the truth of this maxim constitutes a large part of the esoteric life. All that people think and feel today can be divided into two separate areas. By far, most human beings think and feel because of stimulation from external perceptions. Thoughts and feelings are enkindled by things. When you read scientific popular books, for example, concerning the origin of the Earth, the evolution of the solar system, concerning chemistry and the like, do not think that what is therein contained came about in any other way than through stimulation from outside, through perception. In principle, it is entirely the same if you see a streetcar on the street and are thereby stimulated to thoughts about it, or if an astronomer observes through a telescope the path of a star with the help of the arc of a circle, and then based on these perceptions makes calculations. All such thoughts that are stimulated from outside have a restraining effect on the further development of the astral body. When human beings sleep, their physical and etheric bodies lie in bed, and the astral body hovers above. It is active all through the night. All thoughts that a human being had during the day come to it. And since these are usually thoughts that were stimulated from outside, they burden the astral body. Only that part of the astral body that has maintained its harmony by being born out of the higher worlds works to restore the used up etheric and physical bodies. But only those thoughts that are not stimulated from outside work as forces in the astral body to foster and purify it. Where do these thoughts come from? They originate in divinely creative beings. Knowing the thoughts of these divinely creative beings is incredibly important for esoteric pupils. These beings had the present-day world within themselves as thoughts at first, before they created it. At the very beginning, the will to create lay within them. The deed was present first. This stimulated feelings. And only out of feeling did thought arise after they created and consolidated the things. Thus the world is constructed according to thoughts. In human beings today, the performance of an action takes place in the opposite sequence. First, the thought is present, stimulated by an external object. This calls forth a feeling. And only then does the will principle appear in order to perform an action. All truly esoteric life can be developed only by taking up the thoughts of those divinely created beings. The thoughts before the creation of the world. The entire exoteric life is the enemy of this. Most human beings are entirely absorbed by thoughts from the exoteric life and seek to suppress the esoteric life. These people, of which there is a very large number, in truth hold back the progress of humankind, even if unconsciously. They are enemies of any progress of any kind. They bring about the rigidification of human beings. Only esoteric truths have a beneficial effect on the evolution of humanity. Now, it is an esoteric law that every single esoteric truth is used up after a time, and the leaders of humankind must see to it that a new one is proclaimed. However, many in esotericism say, quote, "Why do we need a new truth?" Close quote. Those kinds of people bring religion and every kind of esoteric progress to a standstill. It is, however, the task of a true esotericist to take care that his or her entire life of thought remains alive and flowing. This is achieved by taking in those thoughts of the divinely creating beings. These thoughts are working at night in the astral body and penetrate the etheric body. And if the effects of these thoughts in the astral body always get stronger and more effective with respect to the etheric body, then the moment draws closer that must come for every pupil sooner or later, when he or she becomes conscious of the spiritual world, when thoughts are impressed into the etheric body as a seal is pressed into wax. One of those thoughts is expressed in the Rosicrucian verse that we dealt with in the previous lesson. Today we want to consider the same verse from a somewhat different point of view. We know that Saturn was present first. In the course of the following lesson, apparently the following diagram was written on a chalkboard, and I won't describe it, but there is one there. Matter on Saturn was not even air-like. It was a warmth matter. Human beings with today's sense organs would not even have perceived old Saturn. If they had found themselves at the place where Saturn was located, they would have felt only warmth. The Saturn human being consisted of warmth matter. The atmosphere of Saturn was fiery bloody. Human beings did not yet have any blood, but in the atmosphere above them lay the first seed of what became their blood later. Their physical members were present only in seed form. If one observes with spiritual sight, looking over the planets, one can see how after a pralaya, old Saturn was transformed over into old Sun. One notices how the atmosphere of warmth on old Saturn was condensed into air. On the Sun, the human being received an etheric body. Human beings are radiant beings. Spiritual beings work through the astral atmosphere of the Sun into the etheric body, enkindle it, and in this way cause it to shine. This process is called the sulfur process. Something very similar to this occurs today during thought. Through the fact that our fiery blood is brought to the nerve masses, a process of combustion takes place. A radiant shining occurs. In the transition from sun to moon, the air was condensed into water. The body of old moon is a body of water. We notice a large peculiarity with this body of water. At many locations, the individual drops of water display the strange aspect that they change their position with incredible liveliness and speed about with much room for movement. I'll read that again, sentence again. At many locations, the individual drops of water display the strange aspect that they change their position with incredible liveliness and speed about with much room for movement. This characteristic of those drops of water can be compared in certain respects with that of quicksilver, mercury. For this reason, this principle, which is newly added on the moon, is called the mercurial principle. But that is not all. You know that every reproduction occurs when the female cell divides, and these cells then divide, and so forth. If you take a platter that has fine powder strewn over it and stroke a violin bow on the edge of the platter, then the particles of powder will be ordered according to the inner force of the tone. Something similar occurred on old moon. A cosmic sound permeated the entire body of the moon and organized those particles of water in many places. The feminine principle thereby came into existence. The masculine principle did not exist yet. In the transition from moon to earth, the water was condensed to earth. On the earth, for the first time, a clarification, a separation occurred, which is called the salt process. Furthermore, the earth had within itself the masculine principle, without which no further evolution was possible. The human being resulted from this. On earth, the human being received the eye, the erring eye. If we now observe this evolutionary series, we see at first the four elements, fire, air, water, earth, as in the first line of the verse. In the second line follow sulfur, mercury, and salt. In the third line, the feminine and masculine principle, which have the actual human being as a crowning in the fourth line. Thus understood, the old Rosicrucian verse acquires significance. Quote, "Who understands the working of the numerals, sees how his world is built, at first cipher, seek the four, the elements everywhere. From it, see the three begin to stir. Spirit, soul, body, given to you. The two arise from sun and moon. From this grows the Son of Man, unequaled in this world, who surpasses all earthly kingdoms." Close quote. That's the end of record A. Record B. There is an essential difference between humans and the gods. For the most part, human beings have been formed from without, by the external universe. They see objects and have thoughts and mental pictures about them. These thoughts cause feelings in humans in relation to the named objects. And finally, through their feelings, their will is stimulated, the will that gives them the impulse to act out of themselves. Exactly the opposite is the case with the creative gods. There, the will comes first. The will to create, the creative will, causes a certain feeling in these gods. As a consequence of this feeling, the creative thought appears, and this thought is crystallized into form. During the Saturn period, there was only one element, fire. Nevertheless, it was not expressed as fire, but rather as warmth, just as we have fire in our blood as warmth. On the other hand, during the Saturn time, there was no light. There could be no light, because the cosmic ether did not permeate or fill Saturn. And therefore, at that time, conditions were as they would be now if our ether were outside the Earth. At that time, the rays of the sun could not illuminate our globe. During the period of the sun, the cosmic ether permeated the globe. Saturn was brightened, shone like the sun, and became the sun. Another element was added, air. And when fire and air were combined, combustion results, and the fire that was hidden becomes visible as light. This process of combustion is represented in occult writings symbolically as sulfur, triangle with a cross underneath, and is the foundation for all thought. Therefore, it corresponds to feeling in the process of divine evolution. One can say that the Saturn period was will, the Sun period was feeling. During the Moon period, cosmic astrality permeated the globe, and the third element, water or moisture, was added to the other two. Certain small spheres of water appeared in the atmosphere. They moved here and there with great speed and permeated everything, so that something very similar to quicksilver appeared. Hence, that kind of activity is characterized in esoteric writings with the symbol for Mercury. This kind of activity is the third stage of divine evolution. It is the stage of creative thought. Just as the Saturn state represents the stage of willing and the Sun period the stage of feeling. This creative thought is revealed as sound, in quotes. And through this sound, the bodies of the human beings and the animals are formed in the water of the plant. During the Saturn period, the foundation for the body was expressed as warmth. In the Sun period, it was condensed into air. Now, during the Moon period, the inner heat of the planet on the one hand, and the cold of the surrounding cosmic space on the other hand, created moisture. And we have then the water stage, during which the foundation for the physical body was condensed into water. However, this activity is of a negative sort, and thus during the Moon epoch, the first of the two polarities appears, the feminine. During the Earth period, the fourth element is added. While the warmth of the Saturn period combined with the air of the Sun period to produce combustion, and through cooperation of the cold of surrounding space, moisture content was brought forth. Now, through the cooperation of fire and water, heat and moisture, crystallization is produced, and thus we have the fourth element, earth. That is also the fourth stage of divine evolution. And the willing, the feeling, and the creative thought of the three preceding periods allow the form of the fourth stage to come into being, the physical human being of the Earth period. Thus, form has been achieved. The four elements created it. Yet, were form everything, then crystallization would soon bring an end to further evolution. Thus, the negative feminine pole of the being of the Moon period is supplemented by the masculine or positive. What was achieved by the combustion of the Sun period, the activity of the Moon period, and the crystallization of the first half of the Earth period, the human being, humankind, the conscious thinker, has begun to dissolve again so that evolution can further progress. That means that the principle of crystallization is restrained by the principle of dissolution. That is the principle of evolution, salvation from the prism of matter. In esoteric writings, that is called salt. This is also shown in another method of esoteric writings, as is indicated below. First the 4, there's a square, which represents the elements, then the 3, an upright triangle, namely sulfur, mercury, and salt, and then the 2, which represent masculine and feminine, and finally the 1, which represents the thinker, the human being. That's the end of record B. Record C. Practicing esotericism means thinking the thoughts of God. All esotericism is given to us as the thought content of divine spiritual beings, which should continue working in the soul and be enkindled into life. How do we become able to receive such thoughts of God? Here a certain technique must be indicated that serves to make one able to enkindle such thoughts into true life. The astral body is lifted out of the physical body in sleep. Human beings then live in the sea of the astral world. They swim, so to speak, in the sea of wisdom, of divine thought. But they do not know that, because for the most part their astral body is dulled, darkened by the thinking of the erring I that is bound by the senses during everyday life in the external world. They reproduce this in the night. However, in the astral body there is a very small part that has, so to speak, remained as the divine astral body was in primal times, from which the astral body of the human being was born. This very small part has never been darkened by drives, pleasures, desires, or passions, which pull the human being down. It has remained virginal. Only this virginal part of the human astral body can still live in this sea of divine thought during the night. It can be active in this ocean of light, this light of wisdom. But during everyday life, we know nothing of this experience, or we sense it only dimly. It is constantly drowned out, swallowed by the loud confusion of the everyday life of the senses. Through the kind of thinking found in esotericism, we enrich again in full consciousness during the day this virginal part of our astral body. We cause it to grow. We strengthen it so that at last it becomes strong enough to convey its impressions to the, so to speak, tough or solid etheric body. It makes an impression on the etheric body, as a seal leaves an impression in sealing wax. Then the spiritual world opens for us with full, clear day consciousness. We can live in the sea of divine thought consciously. That, so to speak, is the technique. Then we can think the thoughts of God in full clarity and purity. We are led and guided to this experience by our Rosicrucian teacher. Divine thoughts are set down in specific signs of the esoteric script. They are not arbitrarily thought up. These signs correspond to forces that weave through the world. This esoteric script can be found in all esoteric schools, and all truly esoteric teachings are written in it. In learning to read such an esoteric script, pupils learn to survey the great world relationships. They recognize the evolution of the world and of themselves. They come to know the goal and purpose of their path of development. Such an esoteric script is handed over to you today. Learn from it to think the thoughts of the gods by letting your soul dwell on this script in contemplation. From this script you will learn how the world and humankind originated in divine thought. You will learn how humans, through taking divine thoughts into themselves, find again the path back to their God with such a script. From something point-like streams everything. A point signifies the primal beginning. What constitutes the entire human being was once compressed in a point. Multiplicity sprang forth from a point. Even still today, the human physical body in the mother's body begins its existence in a point, the embryo. Thus the human being began with a cosmic, spiritual, point-like existence. The multiplicity of human bodily members, with all the forces that work in them, arose from this point. In the human being, all the characteristic qualities of the mineral, plant, and animal worlds are present. They all work together in humans today. To be sure, in animals, individual characteristics are more developed than in humans. That is only the consequence of a one-sided evolution in animals that has taken place at the expense of diversity. The human being is many-sided, manifold. Pupils read this evolution toward manifoldness when they look at the script. The evolution is indicated in the second row. There, every figure begins again with a point. There, the general phenomenon of the stream of life's evolution is indicated. After full development has been achieved, everything returns to a point like seed. And what then comes anew to join it again begins its evolution from the point to which it has become joined. That is the point that works as the embryonic point in the body of the mature mother. The I streams forth from the womb of God, unconscious of itself. The long path through the planetary evolutions clothes it with its bodies, within which it becomes conscious of itself as an I. And finally, of its divine origin. The Rosicrucians present this in this esoteric script. Human beings began their evolution on Saturn. They possessed only a dark body of warmth. In this warmth, the beginnings of our physical bodies were formed. After Saturn had achieved its highest development, it went into a seed state, a point, pralaya. From this then arose the sun condition. The new was added. The sun had a luminous body of air. Why did it shine? Because gradually the etheric body entered into it. From outside it became part of the dark warmth, and a kind of combustion took place. Breathing is also such a process. Even today it is occurring in human beings. Thought arises through a process of combustion. Divine spiritual beings worked on the sun through their astral body, which was like a mantle around the sun with its etheric body, and which they sacrificed to the being of the sun. In this way the sun became visible, glowing and shining. Again, everything became a point, which is a seed for the moon condition. There, everything is condensed further into a watery state. In many places, little spheres are formed. They are independent, in constant movement, just as quicksilver behaves today, but not yet metallic. They are stopped in their motion by sound. Where this comes from, of that later. The sound worked in the same way that one today can construct on a Chladni plate. Sound forms there certain figures. And thus sound then worked on the little watery spheres of the moon, so that a certain structure was formed, by one attaching to another at first, then two to two, and so forth. In this way, the greatest multiplicity of forms appeared. The esotericist sees in the ice flowers that form on windows the process through which the formative forces at work in the watery element are being repeated. The grotesque moon beings arose through the effects of cosmic sound on the watery substance of the moon. The sound worked from outside on the moon, which felt itself as the feminine, receptive and form-giving. On the earth, the feminine works thus, that through its forces, cells are composed into specific forms, ears, noses, limbs of the human body coming into being. The moon was something cosmic feminine. This principle was present more than the masculine, which came into being only in the earth condition. A further solidification occurred on earth. From the watery element, the solid element precipitated out, and the watery element became finer. Now from pure earth forces, the masculine element arose, and only in cooperation between the masculine and the feminine can the earthly human being come into being. Thus from 4, 3, 2, 1 is formed the square. Number 1 operation of fire, Number 1, operation of fire, Saturn. Number 2, operation of air, Sun. Number 3, operation of water, Moon. Number 4, operation of earth, Earth. Above is the right side up triangle, which again dissolves everything as it is experienced backward with knowledge. That is, it leads to spiritualization, to the point, to the I in the human being that represents Adam Kadmon, the pure human being, through the cooperation of the masculine spirit and the feminine spirit. This pure human being carries out combustion, movement, dissolution, that is, the sulfur process of the sun age, the quicksilver mercury process of the moon age, the dissolving salt formation process of the earth condition, and repeats these processes in advancing forward. And therein exists at the same time the construction, the building of future planetary states, Jupiter, Venus, Vulcan. They cannot arise unless humans become co-workers, co-creators on the work of the gods. That is, and there are some pictures then. Thus, past and future are expressed in this drawing, and the human being in the middle of it as something point-like and effective. The human descent into the 4 elements began in Lemurian times. Human beings were surrounded by their physical sheaths. They put on their earthly clothes. Here the most important chemical element is carbon, be it as black coal or as transparent diamond. Carbon was deposited as the densest element. In terms of esotericism, it is the incarnation of the principle of the physical plane. At the same time, the symbol signifies the solidification of the physical body. That's the end of record C. This is record D. Saturn, entirely substance of warmth, also the beginnings of the human being. Present-day human beings would have noticed nothing of it. In passing through, they would have noticed only a warmer temperature. Sun condensed to air, but the sun was visible. It glowed or shone, indeed through a kind of combustion process. This combustion is symbolized for us by sulfur. Moon condensed further, indeed at last at the beginning, to liquid water. At many places in this fluid moon mass, small particles were formed that were active, moving constantly in a lively fashion. Present-day quicksilver is an example of this. Through a sound that came from the outside, concerning where it came from later, these particles were joined together into forms, in a way similar to sound figures. First 2 joined together, then every 2 into 4, and so forth, as today still every new life form of plant, animal, and human being comes into being. This is the principle of the feminine. The feminine was present sooner than the masculine on Earth's earlier physical forms of existence. Finally, the earth was condensed to the solid element earth. Only the presence of the solid, along with the fluid, made possible the process of dissolution, as salt in water. Salt is the prototype for this. Parenthesis, sulfur, quicksilver, salt, close parenthesis. The stimulation for formation in the feminine now appeared on the earth itself, the masculine principle. And from all of this, the present-day human being evolved. Seen physically, the theater of existence for humans became increasingly complicated. From this 4, 3, 2, and 1, the figure above is formed. Below is the square of the 4 elements. Above is the triangle of the 3 principles, sulfur, mercury, and salt, combustion, movement, and dissolution. The 2 points, twofold sexuality, and the 1 point, the human being. Consider the verse. Who understands the working of the numerals sees how his world is built. At first, cipher, seek the 4, the elements everywhere. From it, see the 3 begin to stir, spirit, soul, body, given to you. The 2 arise from sun and moon. From this grows the Son of Man, unequaled in this world, who surpasses all earthly kingdoms, That is the end of Record D and the end of this section of the readings. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you're listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works number 266, volume 1 of 3 volumes, by Rudolf Steiner, entitled From the Esoteric School, Esoteric Lessons, 1904 to 1909, translated by James H. Hines. I'm reading these in sections, so there's multiple esoteric lessons in each one due to the varying lengths of them. Some are very short, some are longer. This is the esoteric lesson given in Berlin on March 14th, 1908. The verse is from Rudolf Steiner's notebook, archive number 155. Record A, manuscript from Matilda Scholl and Lilla Harris. Record B, notes from Anonymous, from a notebook of Günther Schubert. Record C, manuscript from Camilla Vondry. Record D, notes from Günther Wagner. A further aside, the verse given during this hour is again a free rendering by Rudolf Steiner of an old Rosicrucian verse. It is contained in, titled Secret Symbols of the Rosicrucians from the 16th and 17th centuries, Altona, 1785, reprint Berlin, 1919. I'll try, okay, the beginning of this is in Latin, I'll give it a try. Ignis philosophorum invisibilis and secretissimus occultatum. Quote, strive for the fire, seek the fire, so you will find the fire. Light a fire, put fire to fire, cook fire in fire, throw body, soul, and spirit into fire. Thus you have dead and living fire, out of which will come black, yellow, white, and red fire. Bear your children in fire. Feed, give them to drink, nourish them in fire, so they will live and die in fire. And be fire and stay in fire. Their silver and gold will become fire. Heaven and earth will perish in fire and become finally a fourfold philosophic fire. Close quote, bracket. Rudolf Steiner's manuscript was used as a basis for the wording of this verse. Now, record A, and there's a diagram, and I will be describing it. And beneath that diagram again, quote, strive for the fire, seek the fire, so fire will come to you. Ignite the fire, fit fire to fire, boil fire in fire, throw body, soul, and spirit into fire. Then you have a dead and living fire. It becomes black, yellow, white, and red fire. Bear your children in fire. Feed, give them to drink, nourish them in fire, so they will live and die in fire, and be fire, and stay in fire. Silver and gold will all become fire, and become finally a fourfold philosophic fire. Close quote. These lines in the verse above are material for meditation, which, if the esoteric pupil uses it for exercises, will give much power. During the Saturn period, there were no material planets, but only a globe of warmth, upon which the spirits of darkness, the Asuras, achieved their humanity. The blood we had at that time was dark. It was a hidden, glimmering fire. There was much more warmth on that planet, but no light. The Saturn principle is masculine. As Saturn disappeared and the sun rose out of the darkness, the second element caused the air with its combustible material, oxygen, to flare up in the fire of Saturn. And then there was light, as is symbolized by the alchemical substance sulfur. Then the black blood was transformed into yellow. During the moon period, the entire atmosphere was watery. It was not water as we know it. That water was divided into small particles that were spherical and that moved with an incredible speed at random. This state of the moon substance is found again in the liquid mercury, which is also divided up into very small spheres and is more active, mobile than all other substances. Just as this substance is white, so too the blood during the moon period was also white and was formed into shapes by the sound of the world. These forms are feminine. The entire human being represents the principle of the feminine. During the Earth period, the fourth element appears, Earth, in connection with the third alchemical substance, salt, which is the symbol of crystallization and dissolution. And here the masculine appears. Thus our present humankind, with its red blood, is formed on the earth. Everything that can be dissolved is salt. Thus we have four kinds of fire in the four kinds of blood, which we have had in the past. Black blood or black fire in the Saturn period, yellow blood or yellow fire in the Sun period, white blood or white fire in the Moon period, and red blood or red fire in the Earth period. The heat or warmth that now lives in our blood is the warmth of the planet Saturn. These different kinds of blood or fire are still in us and create the instruments for spirits that work in us and upon us until we are sufficiently individualized to take over all the functions that are performed by these spirits. The air that we breathe is the instrument, the bearer or body of a certain kind of spirit. The rays of light that penetrate our eyes bear in themselves a spirit of light that works in our eyes. The spirits of Saturn find their point of attack in the warmth of our blood, in the eye capital. Some of them are very evil and dangerous. The path to master our instruments is shown in the lines on the first page. The four kinds of fire are related to the essential part of our four lower sheaths, which are the, quote, children of the eye, close quote. These must be burned in the, quote, fire of the spirit, close quote, so that they become the fourfold philosophical fire in the Vulcan period. We must, quote, fit fire to fire, close quote. The fire of the lower passions must be purified through a union with a higher spiritual fire. How that happens will perhaps become clearer if we see that our entire life is filled with four kinds of activity. With our physical senses, we perceive the world surrounding us. With our life body, we feel sympathy or antipathy toward others. With our desire body, we feel wishes and soul movements. With our intellect, we draw conclusions, make decisions. That is the most important part, that we form conclusions and decisions. We can change our view about something, but a decision once made continues to exist, and the result of an entire manvantara depends upon the decisions and resolves formed during the duration of the same. Just as fire leaves behind the ashes of the burned material, so too a decision or a resolve leaves something good or bad behind, which always remains. For this reason, the basic esoteric principle is never act if you are in doubt. As thought leaves ashes behind, it strengthens the bones. For this reason, it is taught that if someone is suffering from rickets, he or she should practice abstract thinking, such as geometry, sensory-free thinking. They will then do better than those who lack such training. Our sympathy or antipathy works on the etheric body. We can easily see this through ordinary observation. We know that the etheric body rules the glands. When, for example, a gourmet sees tasty food, the saliva glands become active and the mouth waters. To the extent that we learn to master ourselves and balance our sympathy and antipathy, the glands in our body will dry out and become like the bark of a tree that protects what is within. In plants, the juices flow up and down. For this reason, they cannot withstand the cold of winter. They die. Trees, on the other hand, allow the outside to dry up and become bark, thereby protecting themselves from the drastic effects of storm and cold. It is the same with initiates. Their life body does not die from one incarnation to another. Thus were the Druids, and, in quotes, Druid means oak, which is the strongest of the trees. Blood is the instrument of the eye, capital. The Saturn spirits work in the warmth of our blood, as Christ worked in the blood of Jesus. Jesus was 30 years old when Christ entered him. During those 30 years, Jesus had worked on his physical, etheric, and astral bodies. Then Christ took hold of the blood and purified it in 3 years. For this reason, the blood had to flow. When we have purified our 4 bodies in this way, then we will have the fourfold philosophical fire, which belongs to the Vulcan period. That is the end of record A. This is record B. In the previous esoteric lesson, we saw how the matter of Saturn consisted of fire, of warmth. The fire of Saturn was dark, black. On the sun, this fire was differentiated into air and light. To the fact that the air burned, old sun began to radiate light into space. Therefore, a process of combustion occurred. Old moon consisted of water matter. There was nothing but drops that swirled back and forth. This was expressed in the Mercury principle. The drops were separated from each other and were organized in manifold ways by the sound that came from the universe and permeated the moon. In this way, the feminine principle emerged. On the earth, one called salt, in quotes, that part of the earth's matter that dissolved in water. This is a significant fact in world events. Only on the earth could the masculine principle emerge from the essence of earth's matter, and only from this could the human being grow as the crowning event. Human beings carry the 4 elements, so to speak, within themselves. If we consider human beings on old Saturn, then we find them as the mirror image of God. They were surrounded by fire matter. This fire matter that was outside human beings on Earth, this fire matter that was outside human beings on Saturn is today in the warmth of their blood. Hence, the fire matter of Saturn finds its expression in our present-day blood. We know that the spirits of personality have brought us egotism with its usefulness and destructiveness. These spirits of personality went through their human stage on Saturn. They bathed in the fiery blood. They swam in it. Thus, these spirits remained connected with humans in a certain way. And those spirits of personality who remained behind in evolution and still carry the desire within them to bathe themselves in the blood of human beings will in the future have a very bad influence precisely on the very lowest drives of the blood if they establish themselves in the blood. The only thing that can help here is a spiritual development that knows the same kind of dangers. Today we know only the so-called mineral fire. Fire plays a very great role in the process of evolution. On the moon, the human being still had a white fluid. On the sun, the human being was still like a Fata Morgana image. Human beings became increasingly solidified. On the earth, their blood became red. On the sun, the human being was a being who shone in yellow rays. Today we want to consider especially the element of fire. When we look at humans, we find that to the extent they are earthly, this is expressed in the apparatus of their senses. Insofar as they are water, this is expressed in their glandular system. Insofar as they are air, this is expressed in their nervous system. And insofar as they are fire, this is expressed in their blood. We know that the physical expression of the eye is the blood. The physical expression of the astral body is the nervous system. The physical expression of the etheric body is the glandular system. The evolution of human beings takes place in this way. Beginning from the eye, first the astral body, the etheric body, and then the physical body is transformed into manas, spirit self, life spirit, and spirit human being. The, quote, children of the eye, close quote, as the lower members are called esoterically, must therefore gradually be taken hold of by the eye, permeated by fire, so to speak. You know that Jesus of Nazareth in his 30th year left his astral, etheric, and physical bodies, and that the eye of Christ entered in. Since the eye is expressed in the blood, this blood was taken hold of by Christ. Christ lived, so to speak, physically in his body of blood, hence the significance of blood in Christianity. You will remember that in the fourth stage of Christian initiation, bearing the cross, in the persons involved, those parts of the blood flow together toward those places in the body where they flowed in Christ when he was bearing the cross. The four elements found in the human being are connected to the four kinds of soul activities. 1, seeing. 2, sympathy and antipathy. 3, desire. 4, decision. In seeing, the earthly principle is active inasmuch as human beings perceive through their sense organs. Sympathy and antipathy work upon the glandular system, upon the watery principle. Desire works upon the nervous system, and decisions must be made by the eye. To begin with, human beings look at objects. They must have this seeing, this perceiving. It has a beneficial, solidifying effect on the form of their body. It is beneficial for those with rickets to be taught sensory free thinking, mathematical propositions. When human beings see things, either sympathy or antipathy must be stimulated. These influence the glandular system. This can be observed in gourmands. When they see tasty food, the saliva begins to flow in their mouths. When a human being wants to undergo esoteric development, the glands must gradually dry up, in any case, part of the glandular activity, and on a higher level, something new must be released. Something similar occurs in a tree, which can form itself continuously, perennially, only by hardening part of its inner fluid into bark, unlike plants. Hence there was a deep significance behind the ancient Germans calling their initiated priests druids or oaks, because a part of eternity pulsed in them, protected by the glands running dry. We must strive to harmonize sympathy and antipathy, to bring them to maturation, not leaping toward heaven for joy or being depressed unto death. Desire comes into being after sympathy and antipathy. This works into the nervous system. Humans who desire several things at once ruin their nerves. We must strive to limit the circle of objects. Now follows the most essential point. We must become decisive. We must bear in mind that what fire brings about, the combustion of some matter into ashes, is, in the soul realm, the process of making a decision. Only through decision does a deed take its place in the context of karma. Therefore, we must handle decisions carefully. Vulcan is the result of the sum of human decisions. A part of our eye descends in making a decision. Confucius says, if you do not know which of two things you should choose, then preferably do not decide at all, but wait. This esoteric saying has, of course, two sides, as does every saying. The consequence is that we should make ourselves mature enough for decisions. We should educate ourselves into maturity. The I makes decisions. The more mature it becomes, the more correct will the decisions be that it makes. A combustion process will occur that is all the more intense. The I permeates, so to speak, the lower bodies with fire and gradually consumes them with fire. The fire then is divided into dead and living fire. It is important with which impressions the human being is surrounded. The following verse, which is given to Rosicrucian pupils at a certain stage of their initiation, has a great power, signifying the awakening of sleeping powers in them. Quote, strive for the fire, close quote. White, yellow, black fire must be reacquired again. Gold is connected to the sun, silver with the moon. These reflections are to awaken feelings and intuitions and should be taken hold of, not only by the intellect, but by the soul. End of record B, now record C. A powerful verse for Rosicrucians at a certain stage of development. Quote again, the strive for the fire, which is only that first line is shown here, close quote. Humankind now stands on earth split into masculine and feminine. We have followed human evolution through the planetary conditions up to the earth. We have seen the kind of cosmic arrangements that have been made in order to make human beings into what they are supposed to become, beings that know themselves and their origin, and how they thereby at the same time learn to take hold of the goal of their evolution. Lofty divine beings guide evolution for the benefit of the whole. Those are the creative beings for our cosmos. On Saturn, the warmth fire element was an element in and of itself, a fine state of matter for which we can form no physical imagination, finer than gas and air, a state such as the warmth of our blood today. The foundation for human bodies at that time consisted of this warmth. Spiritual beings surrounded this Saturn like a mantle, among which were the spirits of form. They have also undergone an evolution. On Saturn, they had, as their lowest member, a body that can be compared to the present-day etheric bodies of human beings. Then they had an astral body, an I, spirit self, life spirit, spirit human being, and a member that is 1 degree higher than what a human being can achieve. From the mantle around Saturn, the spirits of form radiated inward fructifying matter, life juices, like a fertilizing continuous rain. Saturn did not keep these radiations, but rather reflected them back like a mirror, as the earth gathers the rain and then lets it rise again as a mist. The spirits of form reflected their own image in the fire mass of Saturn, and the human being there became an image of God. The myth of Kronos and Gaia, his wife, tells us that Saturn swallowed his children. Secondly, on the sun, the spirits of form radiated their life body entirely into the sun. It was no longer radiated back. The rudiments of the human being were permeated by it. Before, the spirits of form had their image mirrored. Now they are permeating these images with their own life forces. They are handing over their etheric body. Now they have an astral body as their lowest member, and add a further member on top of the others. This astral body of the spirits of form is the bearer of astral light that expresses itself all around as sparkling, fiery passion. These cosmic effects are the titans of mythology that create in passion. Through these passions that are working in from the circle of air on Saturn, combustion occurs, the sulfur process. Third, on the moon, the spirits of form send down their astral body and keep as their lowest member the eye. For this, they add again another member on top, the 10th member. From outside, they are formed of nothing but eyes. These spirits of form work through space on the moon from the outside with their eyes. They have given over the astral body to the rudiments of humans. Everything that humans have has flowed down to them from their cosmic environment, is a sacrifice of this cosmic environment. Fourth, now comes the earth condition. In the earthly foundation, humans form their body from the elements of the earth. The lofty beings of the sun come over. The spirits of form again sacrifice their lowest member, the eye, entirely. They retain then for themselves as their lowest member the spirit self, manas, the wisdom that floods the world. This wisdom surrounds us as the lowest member of the spirits of form. We live, weave, and have our being in this life of wisdom of the spirits of form. The human being receives an eye. At first, human beings are nourished from the cosmos of the earth. Around the time of the Lemurians, it worked on the emerging physical body, at first through the astral body that surrounds the emerging human body like a sheath. The human body was still very soft at that time, a very soft mass permeated by magnetic currents. Through the influence of the approaching eye, something like an inversion occurred. One can see through this to the etheric body. A dawning perception begins that opens increasingly outward. Before, human beings had a kind of dawning, dim, inward perception by which they could perceive other humans, animals, and their group souls. Rickets in children can be improved through appropriate geometric study. This repeats what humans went through back then. Now there gradually evolves in humans pleasure or displeasure in response to what comes to meet them from the outside. The eyes working on the astral body, the glands, which are characterized in occultation as the water element in the human being, produces the feeling of sympathy or antipathy. Now comes the infusion of the luciferic spirits. They radiate lower forces into humans, because on the moon they did not make their eye mature enough so that they could surrender it. They strive to do on the earth what should have happened on the moon. The human astral body was exposed to these beings, eye spirits who had not ascended to the state of the spirits of form, radiated lower forces into human beings, which caused this astral body to fall apart into a higher and a lower part. Through the spirits of form, humans receive the eye that was disposed toward selflessness. Through the luciferic spirits, an eye disposed toward egotism, toward desiring the things of the external world. Desire affects the nerves, developing them into the external sense organs, parenthesis, air, astral body, close parenthesis. It also works on the etheric body, which thereby acquires the power to see outwardly. It opens the senses to the outside world. Human beings recognize what is good or evil for them. This took place in the first third of Atlantis. Finally, the I took hold of the physical body in the last third of Atlantis. Gradually, the physical body was transformed so that it represented the present-day form. Only now do humans really get to know the external world. We now have the astral, etheric, physical bodies opened up by the infusion of the I. The three members of the soul are formed by the work of the I from the outside, from the inside. In this way, the human being is called to be a co-worker on the work of the gods. Just as earlier the I was around us, then was drawn into us, and works as God within us, so now the present lowest member of the spirits of form, Manas wisdom, is spread out around us. To begin with, we can develop human wisdom through the I, but divine wisdom is spread out around us in the cosmos. What the human being is to gradually acquire is spread out, hidden like a secret in the world that surrounds us. And we ourselves will be filled with this wisdom of the gods when the earth reaches the goal of its evolution by means of the God in the human being, the I, being active in us. Wisdom belongs to the members of the spirits of form. Wisdom is for them the same thing the physical body is for us. Wisdom light is the garment of God. Then comes life spirit. And just as those lofty spirits infused us with their manas, thus we receive life spirit, buddhi, as a further member. In the periphery of our earth, and connected with it, is a very lofty being, whose lowest member is buddhi, which for this being represents the same thing as the physical body does for us. At a specific point in earth evolution, we meet that being, who instills the forces of the life spirit. This has a fundamental significance for all succeeding planetary developments. And the instillation of this member in humans occurred at the mystery of Golgotha. How does humankind manage, gradually, to receive and win for itself what was instilled as an influence from the periphery into the earth and human beings? The Rosicrucian teacher says that proper decision and resolve that is not brought about by the lower, erring I that is permeated by desire, but decision and resolve that cannot be rescinded, brings about karma and its transformation. This decision that flows from the I, that the wisdom-filled spirits of form have given us, is properly connected to the organ of the I, the fire that permeates everything. Confucius says, if you cannot decide for or against, then preferably leave it alone. Here, we vacillate between the I that comes from the spirits of form and the I that comes from luciferic spirits. This statement is, to be sure, only for esotericists, for otherwise little would happen in the world, and no life experiences would be acquired. After the pupil has asked, the Rosicrucian teacher says, how do I find the right kind of decision-making that originates in my higher self? How do I find the path to my higher self? Find the space that is free of all that is personal. The pupil, where do I find this space? The teacher, in your I, that wants without self, that thinks without sense perception. The pupil, how can I want without self and think without perception? The teacher, will without the I, and think outside yourself. This I makes decisions and resolves, and the transformation of the earth is brought about through these. The actual further evolution of humankind and the earth takes place through the correct decisions of this inner ruler in the human being. This ruler must give initiation to the proper decisions and resolves won in serenity. That is, the decisions and resolves appropriate to evolution, which drive people to their actions. Here, however, human beings cannot simply act under the influence of the wisdom-filled impulse, for which they can thank the spirits of form. Another impulse is necessary, through which human beings are enabled to develop life spirit, or buddhi. Like the others, this impulse comes from the periphery. Cosmic love, whose bearer is the Christ Spirit, is streaming in from universal space with the mystery of Golgotha into the aura, into the atmosphere of the earth. Yahweh, the sum of the spirits of wisdom, and the Christ, the lofty spirit of love, are separated from now on in their earthly mission. Yahweh hands over to the spirit of love the special mission of earth, the development of love. What existed before on earth is only a preschool for the pure spiritual love to which humans are to raise themselves. This love will be the creative element for Jupiter. And this can only come into being if people allow the deed on Golgotha to flow into their deeds through understanding and experiencing that cosmic deed. Thus the spirits of wisdom, Yahweh and his band, withdrew and henceforth worked from the periphery. They became the spirits of orbital periods and worked down into the earth from other celestial bodies. The true experience of the earth, the effective power of love, which forms and creates, parenthesis, Goethe's fairy tale, close parenthesis, could not be achieved through them. The secret that a being must have in order to mature the fruit of love was hidden from them. For this reason, it is said in occultism that they hid their countenance before the mystery of that being who should fulfill this cosmic deed, before the mystical Lamb. The secret of the Lamb is to redeem bodies from the earth through the effective power of the I that is permeated by him. The great sacrifice, the mystery of the Lamb, became the middle point of earth evolution, the axis around which everything revolves. Thus, in the evolution of the earth, we have two influences, one working from outside as an in-streaming from the spirits of wisdom, and one working from within as the in-streaming of love that nearly appears at the mystery of Golgotha. And the spirits of wisdom work together with the spirit of love in such a way that they leave for him individual human beings between birth and death. For themselves, they take the guidance of the individuality who goes through earthly incarnations. Thus, that by which the human being stands on the ground of the earth is under the guidance of the Spirit of love, the Christ. Human beings experience their lives in a human body composed of the earth's elements. The spirits of wisdom could not redeem these bodies, that is, spiritualize them. They could create them full of wisdom. The fruit of earth evolution will be the human form spiritualized by Christ's deed of love, the human form which will be a reflection of its archetype. Before this mystery, the spirits of orbital periods hid their face in humility. Through Christ, the last crises, and there's a question mark in brackets here, will come. Read that again. Through Christ, the last crises will come. That is the resurrection, the spiritualization of the flesh, that is of matter. From the mystery of Golgotha onward, he has taken earthly evolution into his hands, and indeed in such a way that he works in individual personalities. There he works together with Luciferic beings who bring freedom to the human being. Human beings must find their way to love in freedom. Wisdom first worked in human beings as the light of knowledge. We are still right in the middle of this work. It leads human beings, when they are entirely permeated by the light of wisdom, to complete warming with the power of love. True knowledge of Christ in the future will be wisdom, glowing with the warmth of love. And it will lead people also in social living situations to the deeds that will create the future. This cosmic universal power of love, where did it first live on the earth? In the blood that pulsed through the body of Jesus of Nazareth. This blood was Christ's actual realm of working in the physical. The three bodies, the physical, the etheric, and the astral body, he took over from Jesus of Nazareth. The blood was entirely his own. It was entirely permeated by his spirit, by the fire of his cosmic universal power of love. This blood was offered to the earth and to all human beings on the earth. This blood continues to live etherically in the atmosphere of the earth. This fire in the blood works in all human beings who are willing to take it up, who strive for it, who seek it. Gradually, the body and the soul and the spirit of the human being should take it up. The children of humanity, humanity's knowledge, should be heated by this fire and make the human being into the bearer of deeds that will realize the progress of the earth. The lower fire in the blood that is soaked in desires will die. And in this fire of light, the higher, Christ in the human being will resurrect. On Saturn there was as yet no light. It was black. On the sun, light radiated in and became glowing yellow. On the moon there was as yet no red blood. Red blood could not yet exist. Illuminated by wisdom, this wisdom light of the moon was as white silvery as is the moonlight as is the moonlight now, which shimmers on a surface of water. The eye is on the earth, the eye that irradiates red blood with the fire of love, which is the bearer of wisdom-filled knowledge of the human being, through which human beings are to be led to their earthly deeds. They will recognize the influence of the sun and the moon and the proper relationship of the earth and earthly human beings to them. The fire of the human eye will permeate everything. Human beings will recognize and have an overview of the path of their evolution. With a wisdom-filled review of the past, they will behold how they are the work of the gods. With a penetrating preview of the future filled with love, they will recognize themselves as instruments of the gods in every part of their being that is glowing with the fire of Christ. The eye, the astral body, the etheric body, and the physical body. Rosicrucians call this the fourfold philosophical fire. The end of Record C. Record D. A powerful verse for Rosicrucians at a certain stage of development. Quote, strive for the fire, close quote. Seeing, that is, sensory perception, has an effect on the external solid physical body, earth. Rickets in children can be improved through appropriate, practiced geometric observations. Sympathy and antipathy have an effect on vessels of glands, etheric body, water. Desire has an effect on the nerves, the organ of the astral, air. Decision-making that cannot be reversed, as everything else can, that creates karma, is connected to the blood, the organ of the eye fire. If you cannot decide for or against, then rather let it go, says Confucius. But on the other hand, we should learn to make decisions properly. Transformation of the earth is brought about by making decisions. Further evolution occurs through decision. For the 3 years of Christ's journey on earth, he took over the physical, etheric, astral body. Christ entered therein with his eye, and thus the work of Christ was actually entirely in the blood. That was entirely his own. For this reason, the blood of Christ plays such a great role. Gradually, all the members, the children of the human race, are to be worked on and transformed by the eye, body, soul, and spirit. That is, worked on by fire, cooked in fire, nourished by fire, etc. What must be disposed of is then burned in death, and what then remains becomes all the more alive. On Saturn, the fire was still without light, black fire. On the sun, the fire was transformed into fire with light, indeed, yellow light, hence yellow fire. On the moon, the fluid in the beings was not yet red blood, but rather white, as with the beings left so far behind, hence white fire. On the earth, people had come so far as to be able to keep the warmth within themselves that was outside on Saturn, in red blood, hence red fire. Silver and gold are the representatives of moon and sun influences, of forces that must be worked on and purified by the fire of the eye. The result that is achieved when all 4 members, physical, etheric, astral, and eye, are entirely permeated by fire is called philosophical fire. And now there's a conversation between master and pupil here. The pupil spoke to the master. Which is the path to life in the kingdoms of the supersensible, in which spirits create and souls have knowledge? The master spoke. When you are able to abide for a while where none of the conditional beings touch you, then you are standing in the creating of the spirits. When you are able to abide for a while where none of the perceiving senses speaks to you, then you are knowing through the power of the soul. The pupil spoke to the master. Where is the place to which I am thus directed? The master spoke. The place is in the eye, capital. Yet you will find it only when your eye leaves you, when your willing is silent, and your senses are extinguished, and the I will is speaking, and the I am is lively. The pupil spoke to the master. How am I able to speak, I will, if my willing is silent? How am I able to enliven the I am, if my senses are extinguished? The master spoke. Only the willing that you do not will reveals I. Only the thought that you do not think proclaims the spirit. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. Esoteric lesson given in Munich on March, somewhere between the 17th and the 20th of March, 1908. Manuscript from Amelie Fugger-Glut. In some notes, a passage follows, quote, the time of waiting until the esotericist, close quote. However, it actually belongs to the lesson from June 14th, 1908. Compare that lesson, Record A. Our 5th main race, the post-Atlantean, has the task of developing the spirit self. This happens to begin with in the Indian, the first subrace, through the spirit self being sunk into the sentient body. In the following subrace, the Persian, Manas permeates the sentient soul and thereby enters into a new element, the element of the soul. As a consequence, certain demons, who previously had no power over human beings, become free and set themselves in opposition to the human being. Demonology originates in this race. Previously, there was no mention of demons in legends and myths. In the third subrace, manas is sunk into the intellectual soul, thus with the Egyptians, Babylonians, Assyrians, and Semites. A special change does not occur because manas remains in the same element within the soul. In the fourth subrace, among the Greek and Latin peoples, the spirit self is formed in the consciousness soul, and thus also remains in the element of the soul. Christ Jesus comes down to the earth. He has the power to overcome the adversarial demons. For this reason, we read in the Bible that he has bound Satan for 1,000 years. Then our fifth subrace follows. And now manas again enters a new element. It begins to live a full life in its own element, spirit self in spirit self. In this way, new adversarial powers also become free, who were previously unknown to humankind. And these enemies come from the human being's own breast. Humans hinder one another by influencing one another so strongly as never before in the evolution of humankind. A case that was researched esoterically may perhaps provide an example of this. 4 people lived together. The first one was not entirely normal, somewhat weak-minded, insane. The second was a very talented person. He was productive. He worked outwardly. The third was a so-called average person. The fourth was a truly highly developed human being, who, however, did not have the gift of being able to express himself. Now, how does the situation look, seen esoterically? The first had a very weak will, but is otherwise very normally gifted. The apparently average one, number 3, on the other hand, is inwardly deranged and sends that out to the first one, so that actually the psychological condition of the third one comes to expression in the first. So what is the situation of the second, gifted, productive person? This person actually has only the gift of being able to express something. The valuable content of all that he expressed was a transfer of the knowledge and the powers of wisdom of the fourth, who, however, did not have the gift of being able to express himself. But when he stammered a sentence, there was so much more genuine power contained therein than in the brilliant words that came forth from number 2 and impressed people so much. The task of human beings in the present age is increasingly to free themselves from the hindering influences in their surroundings, and also to prevent such influences from coming forth from themselves. The human beings should become more and more free. Out of their own free will, humans should recognize and bring into reality the eternal laws of the good. The spiritual world is revealed only to inwardly free human beings. If some esoteric pupils think that they perceive voices from the other side that call to them and tell them what they should do in ordinary everyday life, then that is a blatant self-delusion. The masters are silent when it comes to events of everyday life. They let their voices be heard only when humans raise themselves above their daily existence to the great laws of the world, when dealing with the evolution of the world and humanity. In their small circle of fellow human beings, individuals must learn to become entirely free, entirely independent, so that they can enter the spiritual world as free, self-aware beings. For only in this way can they become useful members in the evolution of humankind. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on April 12th, 1908. Record A, manuscripts from Matilda Scholl and Lilla Harris. Record B, manuscript from Camilla Vondry. Record A. In the early stages of evolution, the human being possessed spiritual vision and knowledge. The body was a resting, the body was a kind of resting place for human beings, in which they could sleep and lose their consciousness while they dwelled therein. As their being became increasingly conscious in the physical realm, spiritual vision and knowledge retreated. When they finally became interested in the things around them, in the physical phenomena, and when their consciousness was in the physical, spiritual vision and knowledge disappeared entirely. Had they not developed such interest in the physical world, in the external world, then the physical realm would not have become so dense a veil. It would have been more transparent, and they would be able to recognize spiritual things and to see. Because of their interest in their material surroundings, a veil was spread in front of their gaze, a veil they cannot easily penetrate. This interest in the external sensory phenomena is called estimatio in esotericism. And it is said that estimatio is a poison that brings death. It takes away consciousness of the continuing existence of the I, capital, and thus brings with it the consciousness of birth and death. It extinguishes the consciousness of the I, or the memory of continued life. Consciousness must not be entirely withdrawn from the external world. Otherwise, it would not take with it the essence of what it can acquire through external experiences. Exactly the same is the case with imagination. It must not be allowed to be absolutely inactive. Rather, human beings must be able to direct their consciousness onto an action or an image as they choose. Human beings would not be able to lift their hands unless they were able to imagine doing it in thought. When they raise their hands, then the image and action are present simultaneously. When they begin to imagine images without carrying out an action, that is, when they connect their consciousness with the imagined image, then they will again acquire the power to see spiritual things. They will then be able to see the astral again. This stage is called imago, or imago. When the soul achieves perfect peace and tranquility, so that it can maintain its perfect peace regardless of whatever external experiences may approach it, then its consciousness will be able to penetrate the veil of the harmony of the spheres, the music of the spheres. That means transmutatio, through inspiration, or incantatio. The formation of the glands on the sun took place through a process similar to the one that unfolds our body when someone thinks of a tasty dish, and that causes the salivary glands and glands on the tongue to secrete saliva. In the same way, the glands were embodied into the physical body by higher beings, who, so to speak, tasted the surroundings and secreted the substance of glands, which was then taken up into the physical bodies. The glands above the kidneys, which are connected with them, secrete a substance that is required for the formation of bones. The pancreas is present in order to transform sugar into substances that are required for the body's nourishment. Secretion by the glands is a process that is brought about by psychological and soul processes. When human beings lived in an astral or picture consciousness, when their spirit could voluntarily move into spiritual realms, some beings remained standing at this stage. This stage remained, so to speak, crystallized within them, and birds represent this in a crystallized form. Birds, which have such a wonderful eye as, for example, the eagle, have astral vision crystallized. Mammals crystallized the stage when humans attempted to master the movements of their bodies. These animals achieved this only in part, and for this reason remained on a lower stage of evolution. The end of Record A. Record B. What separates the human being from perception of the spiritual world? Human beings were not always as they stand before us today, with eye, astral body, etheric body, and physical body. Only gradually was all that formed. The I of the human being, which now lives in the three sheaths, was once located outside them. It was entirely in the spiritual world. It did not perceive a physical, external world by means of the three bodies as it does today. It rather perceived the spiritual world and its beings. It itself was a spiritual being and lived with spiritual beings in this spiritual world. The external physical world was only gradually formed. As much as is now present was not yet present for the I. Birth and death did not yet exist. In the course of the Earth's condensing process, at first light, fire bodies came into existence. This spiritual being, the human being, that is the I, experienced the laying down of its body or receiving another body, the same way one might put on or take off a coat. The consciousness of this spiritual human being was not thereby changed. Human beings looked back to the state before entry into a new body, so that they felt, quote, "This body is a hindrance to me. When I lay it down, then I feel liberated from the hindrance," close quote. The external world around them was also something alien. Their soul at first did not participate in it. Then human beings' attitude toward the external world changed. They became interested in it when they let it influence them with the organs that were being opened, the organs of their increasingly densified body. They began to hear, taste, smell, touch, and so forth, and thereby made the external world into their own concern. In this way, their earlier consciousness of the being of the spiritual world disappeared. The more they identified with their own sheaths, the more the spiritual world disappeared to them. Receiving a new body increasingly seemed to them like a beginning. Casting it off seemed like an end that tore them out of the world that they were gradually coming to see as their own. For this reason, in all esoteric schools, the words applied, quote, "The estimatio is the poison that brought death," close quote. The estimatio is the first veil separating the I from the spiritual world. In all esoteric schools, the pupil was taught the second veil separating the I from the spiritual world will be shown to you when you learn intimately to pay attention to what you as an entirely ordinary person do not attend to at all. Every single movement that a person carries out, if, for example, he or she raises a hand, extends a leg, those are reflections of spiritual processes. That is, a reflection and imago of a spiritual process. This movement is first in the spiritual realm, of which present-day human beings are entirely unconscious, because this spiritual realm lives in the unconscious depths of their being. Only then does the hand execute the action. It is somewhat different with movements caused by reflexes. For example, if I close my eyes because a fly is flying toward them, then that is a movement arising from the same power from which, for example, the common vetch wraps itself around another plant. The imaginatio of the human being manifests itself in the bodily movements. Earlier, this was different. When human beings still lived entirely in the spiritual world, they also worked in this spiritual world in such a way that they could influence other beings with this imaginatio. They only sank into their body in order to rest in it in some corner or other of our planet. Their actual activity unfolded in the spiritual world as imaginatio. Human beings now use this imaginatio in order to allow external movement to flow into the body. In this way, they draw the second veil in front of the spiritual world. By means of estimatio and imaginatio, humans are held back from perceiving the spiritual world, so that their physical body and etheric body work together. It is difficult to describe how the etheric body is separated from the spiritual world. All processes within the glands are processes of the etheric body. They produce certain secretions that make life processes possible. The secretion from the saliva glands prepares food for digestion. The secretion of the kidneys and adrenal glands makes it possible for humans to build their skeleton as it needs to be for their existence on Earth. Now, the power that causes these secretions is by all means a spiritual power. We can form a clear picture of this from the following process. A person hears of a dish that he or she especially loves. Especially with a primitive person, saliva is secreted into the mouth even without food being eaten. The desire for the dish, which rises up in response to the thought of the dish, brings about the process. We know that the glandular organs evolved on Otsan. There, this spiritual power was at work from outside, and this power streamed in from outside. Spiritual beings were, so to speak, constantly tasting there. This spiritual power that is effective there is called incantatio. Earthly humans drew the power of incantatio into their sympathy and antipathy, and thereby drew the third veil in front of the spiritual world. The teacher gives his or her pupils the instructions they are to follow if they are to find the way back. The teacher shows them how these three veils can be made transparent, so that they no longer conceal the spiritual soul world, and how one can again find the way back to these worlds through their power. The teacher says to the pupils something like this. That is, the teacher says nothing, but the pupils hear in their own soul, when they listen into it, something surrounding them like this. You see before you the outer world. It speaks to you through your senses. You must recognize it in its value or lack of value. You are not allowed to turn away from it, for it is a part of the whole world and has its value as such a part of the whole world. Experience the outer world. Listen well to what it wants to say to you. For what you as a human being have to give the cosmos and the whole world through your experience of the outer world is something spiritual. You must give back to the spiritual world the proper experience of the outer world as an enrichment of all the world being. However, an inner power must arise in you, into which you must sink entirely. This power is called peaceful equanimity. Master Eckhart speaks of the behavior of the soul with respect to the outer world. He says, the soul should use the senses of the physical body the way one uses a door. One opens it, goes through it, and closes it again. Then one is outside the door. And if one has finished one's tasks outside the door, then one goes through it again, back into one's own inner room. Thus it is with human beings in the outer world. Outside is the loud noise of the outer world. When you leave it and enter into your inner space, then you find peaceful calm. If you wanted constantly to rattle the door handles, that would be a twofold movement that would bring you unrest, and you could neither know the outer world properly, nor could you find the proper way for your soul to relate to the outer world. You must transform the estimatio. The proper appreciation of what you should receive as a gift, as something essential from the outside world, will come to you in inner peace and serenity, and you must learn to strictly distinguish between the essential and the inessential, which is indicated by the noise of the rattling of the door. The essential thing that a human being can experience in the outer world and only in that world, is the gift that you as a human being are to bring gratitude back to the spiritual worlds for the fact that you were allowed to experience this outer world. When you learn to live in the essential, then a key is put into your hands so that you can attain the eternal values in the outer world that defeat death. Thus the estimatio is transformed into knowledge of what the outer world can give you as inner power that can only be developed when the soul learns to relate to the outer world in absolute inner peace and calm. Estimatio is transformed into knowledge. This inner capacity for knowledge leads pupils further. They have learned to allow the impressions from the outer world to approach them in a way that they themselves determine. They gradually set aside the first veil of the I, put in front of the spiritual world through estimatio. They also recognize this I as something that must grow beyond itself. They learn to distinguish between their own experience of their I and an I experience that feels united with a purely human element and the whole of humankind, which feels itself to be a part of all of humankind. They learn to place the center of their I experience within themselves. They listen to the voice within. They can hear it only by means of the profound calmness that they have created within themselves. The noise of the everyday has been silenced within them. They have closed the doors of their soul to this noise. Peace, deep quiet, is in them. They are alone with their thoughts, just as earlier they were together with things in space. Gradually they learn to understand how these things came into being in all their multiplicity through the creative sound of God, which from outside sounded into the thought substance of the world of the divine light wisdom of the moon, giving form, creating form. Inwardly they touch, so to speak, every external form. They experience the creative cosmic world of sounds, and their own inner mobility becomes for them a reflection of that creative power of the gods. Thus they push forward to melt the second veil that they had woven in front of the spiritual world. The imago is transformed in their inner experience into imaginatio, that is, into the ability to recognize the living essential, divine power, to create that sounds, read that again, into the ability to recognize the living essential, divine power to create that sounds forth to the soul from the things outside. Gradually an inner sound opens to them, through which things tell them their innermost name. They hear this sound with their soul. The pupils push forward to transform the third veil. They transform the incantatio into inspiration. Then the inner sound becomes the inner word. This inner word is a living, meaningful speaking from the spiritual world into the soul of the pupils. It is a living power that flows into the soul from the spiritual world, that spiritually tells the soul something. All higher truths are achieved by means of such inner speaking into the soul. Humans can have this only if they listen, free of sympathy and antipathy, free of criticisms, quiet and devoted to what comes to them from spiritual worlds. Spiritual sound becomes spiritual life, initiation. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. Next esoteric lesson is from Berlin, May 15, 1908. Record A, notes from Paula Stritzik. Record B, manuscript from Lilla Harris. Record A. Human beings now stand in the world in such a way that they perceive the physical. This perception is called estimatio. Through estimatio, they acquire interest in the physical world, and it is this interest that binds them to the physical world. One can grow out of this by recognizing the spiritual behind things. At an earlier stage of consciousness, people did not yet have estimatio for the physical. At that time, they still had imaginatio, and even earlier, incantatio or inspiratio. Now, during the day, people usually have only estimatio. Imaginatio they have only at night. Actually, human beings are unproductive during the day. Earlier human beings were much more productive. The spiritual human being produced the physical body out of himself. Now the human being is productive only at night in sleep. We must ask ourselves, what actually happens during the day when human beings are consciously confronted with the world? Consciousness raises through the fact that the astral body and the I, during the day, destroy the etheric and physical bodies. In this process, it is as if the nerves were torn in pieces when the astral body and the I become conscious of their physical surroundings. The astral body and the I have a deadening effect on the etheric and the physical bodies. This is the origin of exhaustion in the human body. The physical world flowing into the human organism has the effect of a poison. It works destructively. Now, what happens in the night? During the night, the I and the astral body absorb forces from the spiritual world and send them into the etheric and the astral body. These forces surround the physical body with pictures that work on the physical body in a healing way. When the spiritual world opens to people for the first time, they see at first their own physical body. This picture of the physical body has a healing effect on them. So too, in the night, the astral body and the I work on the human being, giving strength and healing by means of the true pictures from the spiritual world. They flow into the torn nerves and the destroyed organism. Thus, in the night, such forces flow into the body from the spiritual world. These forces remove exhaustion from the body. Fatigue enters in mainly through interest in things. If you observe something without interest, then fatigue is not caused. Let us say, for example, that someone is particularly fond of a good dish. This causes interest in the food because it tastes good. It has an entirely different effect on people if they are clear about their relationship to the cosmos, that they are now at a stage where they have a physical body and need nourishment. If they enjoy the food with this feeling, then it has an entirely different effect on their organism than if they were to get it only because of an addiction to pleasure. Human beings must learn to recognize the spiritual through the physical. Then they will lose interest in the physical. The estimatio is a stage which we are to see as the deepest point of evolution. We are to grow beyond this point and into imaginatio, which we had earlier. If, however, we unite with the physical world because of this interest, then we go below the deepest stage and lose the possibility of ascent. It is very important for people to learn to occupy themselves with things that lie on the other side of the threshold from the physical, with ideas and concepts that are supersensible. The exercises are given to this end. The longer and more patiently pupils practice certain mental representations, the better they learn to overcome interest and to ascend to imaginatio. Then, instead of just receiving from outside themselves, they become productive themselves. Then they send something from within themselves out into the world. It is justifiably said that they have the sun and the moon within themselves. When they observe things without interest, they themselves radiate a spiritual light on them. They become the sun that illuminates the things. Then things reflect their light. The surroundings that reflect the light become the moon. Correct ideas have a healing effect on people, while false ideas make them sick. one can trace every illness back to a false idea. It is not the individual who is responsible for this, but humankind in general. Interest does not have to be directed only at external things. It also has a destructive effect, where people rush from one sensation to another, where they are eager for constant change. That makes people sick. Also, when people are thirsty for knowledge of higher things due to interest, this too is a big hindrance for human progress. They are thereby ossified. People must not become indifferent to the surrounding world. They must retain their feeling and concern for the surrounding world. It is often said that compassion can also come from egotism. That is frequently the case. Many kinds of compassion arise only from egotism, because someone cannot bear to see another suffer. But this too is necessary. Before people have achieved a higher stage, it is better for them to help someone out of egotistical compassion than not at all. However, we must learn to develop a kind of compassion that stands above egotism, that helps people because it is their duty to help. The end of Record A. Record B. The direction of the senses of modern humankind is called estimatio in the Rosicrucian sense. This is a directing of the senses only toward impressions and influences from the outer world. In earlier ages, Atlantis, instead of estimatio was imaginatio. Now we allow everything to influence us only from outside, while in earlier times pictures rose up within us. The entire esoteric training consists only of working toward and expecting the moment when we acquire again imaginatio alongside estimatio. We must work toward this moment constantly, subtly, patiently, not in a tumultuous storming forward. We should not hope for success from constantly adopting new exercises. Only by constant, patient repetition of the same exercise year after year do we reach, if at all, our goal, in subtle work, in secret, as every little seed of life can develop only in a quiet, hidden place. Not by means of stormy, impatient pushing forward. In that way we destroy, at best, the delicate seeds within us that hardly have been formed. In waking consciousness, the eye and the astral body have a destructive effect on the entire organism. Present-day natural science has already stepped back from the idea that the life of thought is based on the vibrations of atoms in the brain. It is discovered that the work of thinking has a destructive effect on nervous tissue. It is not a confusing swirl of individual atoms in the nerve centers, but rather a flow along the nerve centers. The destruction is brought about by personal interest, sympathy and antipathy that we bring to meet the things of the external world. In the sleeping state, the nerves are improved again as the astral thinks what is healthy and healing imaginatively, through which the nerves are properly restored. When we have developed ourselves far enough so that we no longer approach things with personal interest, but rather do everything out of a pure sense of responsibility and imagine the spiritual beings that stand behind everything, then our organism will no longer experience this destructive influence. Then we will have attained the condition the Rosicrucians call imaginatio. In spiritual development, people at first see themselves in the astral. Through this imaginative vision of themselves, they are involuntarily working on themselves in waking consciousness, which they usually do only in sleep. This lack of interest should not lead to indifference, but rather to equanimity. When people otherwise feel compassion, and then, in order not to have to feel the other's pain, help, then this help is given because of egotism. However, people should help in order to remedy need and misery. If people eat only because eating gives them pleasure, then that is personal interest. Human beings must eat, but only in order to fill the space they occupy in the world as well as possible. They must keep their bodies healthy and strong, so as to have an instrument as useful as possible. Thus, eating becomes a responsibility, a duty. When we approach things with personal interest, we only are wanting something for ourselves personally. Wishing and wanting, desires and drives are at work within us, and that has a destructive effect. But if we try to work, to act, and to think for everything outside of us, then we develop sun forces within. The sun sends its rays to the moon, and the moon reflects them back. So, should we send out the sun forces developed within us to the things and beings around us? Then they will shine on us, so that everything around us becomes light-filled, clear and bright. There's nothing anymore that is ugly, evil, or ignoble. In everything we see only the beautiful, the good, the lofty. End of Esoteric lesson. The next Esoteric lesson, given in Hamburg on May 22, 1908. Record A, manuscript from Camilla Wandry. Record B, notes from Amelie Wagner. Manuscript A, supplemented by notes from Mrs. Shield. Record A. The first and main thing in esoteric training is self-knowledge. The teacher says, imagine seeing your own image in a mirror. You will see a distorted picture if the mirror is bad, a proper one if the mirror is good. If you want to see yourself as you are, you yourself must make the mirror good and clear. Those who allow themselves to be torn this way and that by their desires and wishes, who cannot make a decision for themselves, who listen carefully to what others tell them, those people are like someone who finds him or herself in a small boat in the ocean and is thrown this way and that by the waves and wind. Those, however, who maintain control over their desires and wishes, who do not allow themselves to be influenced by other people, are to be compared to someone who takes hold of the rudder with strength and confidence and guides the boat through wind and weather to its goal. In esotericism, there are aids to making a correct decision, a correct judgment. The symbol that you are receiving was used by the spiritual beings who had to guide the wisdom of the moon from a condition that, in the first era of Old Moon, was still full of errors, to a condition that was wisdom, creative, error-free wisdom. These beings achieved pure wisdom with such symbols. Place this symbol before your soul, and it looks like a giant capital Y. The people with whom we come into a relationship always influence us. For example, people who drink milk are different from people who consume alcohol, even though they may only come to expression outwardly with time. There are currents streaming through space to which we are exposed, that come and go, passing back and forth between people. We are thereby unfree within ourselves when these currents influence us. As true esotericists, we must become free from them. This will become clear through the following example involving 4 people. A is a so-called sensitive person, easily accessible to all that happens around him. He understands things quickly. However, he himself is weak. Nothing uniquely his comes forth from his soul. He stands in relation to B, who has a predisposition toward a certain form of mental illness, which, however, does not manifest in a breakdown. He is protected from it by his robust, rustic nature. C is a third person, a powerful spiritual nature, a genius. D, the fourth, is like A, sensitive, easily impressionable. A, who easily picks up everything from his surroundings, succumbs to the specific form of mental illness that he absorbed from B due to his sensitivity. He becomes insane. But this is not his own insanity, but rather that of B. D, who is also sensitive, does not acquire the mental illness from B, but rather absorbs the genius of C. He appears to be an ingenious, brilliant person, although actually he is not. He's a kind of poor imitation of the intellectuality of C. Here he is a brilliant personality. He knows what to say about everything. He can speak about everything. However, he does not have a single correct judgment originating in himself. A strong individual personality appears perhaps not to be so brilliant, perhaps passes few judgments, and then only with hesitation. But those judgments originate in himself, out of inner conviction, out of inner strength. Surely this second person will appear to us as the more valuable. Esoteric pupils should free themselves from all external influences surrounding them, not in order to flee the world, but rather in order to make their own true higher I, the spiritual self, the true human being within, independent. In truth, we have not just 4 members, but 5, namely the physical body, etheric body, astral body, and a sheath, I, behind which the actual I, the true human being, is found. We pour all the influences that come to us from the outer world, that tear and distort us back and forth, into the sheath I. All the influences that go from one person to another in the characterized way impact the sheath I. The actual I, that far, far exceeds the other, we must try to strengthen. Then we are invulnerable to the outer influences. How do we do that? In the good Rosicrucian school, a symbol was given for this purpose, and there's a large capital Y. Concerning the symbol, the teacher says, to be sure you cannot use the method you receive with this symbol with everything that happens to you during the day, especially in those fast-paced times. Yet in 1,000 instances, you should do it at least once. That one time, imagine this form before your spiritual ego when you are confronted with the need to make a decision. Then imagine that along one line the words are written, "Command me." Then in a contemplative way, let everything pass through your soul that can be said in favor of the deed in question. Everything must be well and logically thought through. A fact that follows from the previous fact must be truthfully, that is, in accordance with the facts, be thought through, until at the conclusion of the line of thought you have standing clearly before you, your soul, what appears as the goal of the decision that is to be translated into a deed. Then think of the other line. On the other line stands written, "Forbid me." Here you must also list all the facts that speak against the decision. This must be done just as clearly, with complete objectivity, without sympathy or antipathy. Then let your gaze sweep along the line with no writing. There you imagine you yourself are standing, but your true I, not your sheath I, stands there. Then wait quietly and compare what appear as the facts that speak for the line labeled "Command me" and for the line labeled "Forbid me," by looking back and forth between them. And then the correct decision will appear in your mind, and your true I will have given it to you. You must do the same if you have to make a judgment. Along one line is written correct, on the other incorrect. Your higher self stands on the unwritten line. Reader's aside, which is the one pointing vertically down. End of reader's aside. It is unmoved by the currents that flow through the room, whether they come from other human beings or from spiritual beings. Your true, unique inner I, uninfluenced by the sheath I, will then tell you the correct judgment, if again you listen quietly and with perfect inner calm and seclusion to what it says. Such forms and lines originate in the spiritual world. The masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings have given them to us because they know that such forms have an effect on the spiritual within us. A form such as this awakens the true I in the human being. lifts it out of the unconscious into our consciousness. The human being was once created by the gods from forms, numbers, and lines. Measure, number, and weight, one says in esotericism. Forms, numbers, and lines influence humans. Black magic knows this. It uses them to create dependency in human beings, to enslave them to its influences on the will. White magic makes people independent. Its goal is to lift the higher self, the true inner ruler of the human being, into consciousness, and thereby to make human beings into free, strong, independent beings. The end of Record A. Record B. In order to become free, we must first know how unfree we are. We are constantly surrounded by spirits of all kinds. Spiritual beings work on our bodies. We do not realize how our skin is constantly active, how everything is going through it, both in and out of us. All kinds of human beings surround us and influence us. 4 types of human beings were shown to us in order to reveal to us secrets of existence. A is receptive, sensitive. B has a predisposition to insanity, close relationship between the two. B has a robust nature. Insanity does not break through. On the other hand, B's insanity breaks through in A. C is similar to A. C will absorb strength and talents from D. D is a healthy, energetic, and enterprising person. The two are in a close relationship with one another. C remains healthy. If A had been in C's place, he would have remained healthy. Another example. A person can appear as a brilliant man. He bubbles over with humor and knowledge. However, the spiritual scientist recognizes that he is fundamentally an imbecile. But he is receptive to everything around him, and he reflects everything. People love this. Everything is brought to them preserved, which they otherwise would have had to gather together themselves. For this reason, such a person is taken for a great light. But if you look further, you will notice that he has no independent judgment of his own. Had he been born in a village, he would have been considered an imbecile. In the village, there would be nothing for him to reflect back. Another person who forms an independent judgment concerning everything and rejects what does not agree with his or her inner conviction is strong in the eyes of an esotericist. We must learn to free ourselves from all influences. For this there is a means. The only means is to become independent in thinking and judging, not dependent on the judgment of one's family, the world, etc. An aid for this is the capital Y. Seeds of power from the masters through knowing the other being. If esotericism were detrimental to one's own freedom, then it would be black magic. Do not withdraw from the world. An esotericist should live and work in the world. Lower and higher eye. The lower eye is, so to speak, a cloak, a skin. It consists of everything that streams to us from the outer world. The higher eye is noticeable in few people. The great masses are a mirror of their surroundings. How can we bring the higher eye to act, to take initiative? The esoteric school gives a simple means, first of all with respect to what we can do, secondly with respect to our understanding. Imagine a circle divided into 3 parts, then eliminate the circle, angled approximately 120 degrees. This keeps the spirit free from foreign influences, and the higher eye will let itself be perceived. Simple means. Do not disdain. Habituation to thinking in lines and points. That is the way spiritual beings did it, who, for example, created crystals, also as they created you. Thus, we will enliven our higher eye and become aware of it. And we will follow in our thinking and acting what it prescribes for us. We feel and will continue to feel the influences from the outer world upon our inner life, but we are growing beyond that. We see them as not belonging to us. We must endure them within us as a part of our work in the world. It is a poison, but we must allow this gift to trickle into us in order to transform it. The end of that esoteric lesson. This is now the last esoteric lesson of this second section of the year 1908. And there'll be one more section of the year 1908. This is esoteric lesson given in Hamburg on May 24th, 1908. Record A manuscript from Camilla Wandry. Record B notes from Amelie Wagner, supplemented by notes from Mrs. Shield. Record A. Desire today comes from the astral body. Interest lies in the I. Pleasure in the etheric body. In earlier times, interest was in the astral body, desire in the etheric body, and pleasure in the physical body. Pictures arose in the astral body, and people knew accordingly what was good or injurious for them. They were interested in these pictures that rose up in their souls. And this interest, the consciousness of these pictures, remained in them also when the physical body was changed, became another one. This astral consciousness, not yet a consciousness of self, was enduring. That changed when the I, which formerly was outside in the spiritual realm, was sunk into humans and increasingly permeated them. Interest seeped into the I. The I drew interest into itself. It drew everything into the region of itself. In this way, it cut itself off from the divine. The consequence was death. Everything that happens only for the individual, that is not for the whole, that happens for something separated from the whole, is, therefore, egotism, and in the end leads to destruction of this individual, to death. This interest that comes from the I, Rosicrucians call estimatio. We must raise up interest into the astral again. Thus we achieve imaginatio. When desire is again transferred to the etheric body, we achieve incantatio, or inspiratio. And by transferring pleasure from the etheric body into the physical body, we achieve intuitio. When our actions no longer follow personal interest, when we do what we have to do in such a way that we follow inner necessities imposed upon us by a correctly understood law of karma, when we hand over our deeds to the outer world in accordance with this law in inner calmness, then we are overcoming estimatio by means of our higher self, which is then the agent of activity. And when we are supported by the power of this I, and thus no longer allow ourselves to be driven by the currents and influences that come to us from the outside world, only then can we achieve correct judgments concerning the external world. We then gather wisdom from it. It reveals its own inner being in imagination, inspiration, and intuition, when we stand before it with a calm composure, and when, with everything we do and think in such a way that we know that it has an influence on the whole, on all my thoughts and feelings, and also on my deeds. Nothing exists for itself. Everything wants to be devoted to humankind. Everything should be consecrated to the service of humanity. When this lives as the foundation of all feeling in the pupil, then he or she is developing buddhi, the Christ principle. Thus he or she allows the higher triad to emerge from the given figure. There's a picture, it's the capital Y, and set into it symmetrically is a straight up triangle. The left fork of the Y going up says Manas, the right fork of the Y is Buddhi, and the one straight down is Atman. Readers aside, in another set of notes, this last paragraph reads, and readers aside, when we no longer follow our personal interests in our actions, but rather are focused only on what is best for the whole, when we allow the Christ principle to work in us, when we no longer allow ourselves to be driven by influences and currents flowing around us that storm in toward us from other people, but we rather follow the command me in the form of the why and close ourselves, so to speak, against the stream, so too against the direction forbid me and the direction, then we are developing ourselves toward inner calmness, and we allow the higher triad thereby to emerge in us. End of record A. Record B, and there's that triangle with the Y inside at this time. The form was given through which we can make our higher I conscious and effective in our daily life. How can we control our desires and yet in doing so escape the danger of becoming alienated from daily life? In the Lemurian age, before the human being received an I, we find that 1, 2, 3 physical, etheric, and astral bodies were governed by divine spiritual beings. Astral pictures were mirrored in the astral body, recognizing what was useful, detrimental, etc. In this period, the three great powers were number 4, I, interest, number 3, astral body, longing, number 2, etheric body, pleasure, after Lemurian age, and all desires were simultaneously deeds. Nourishment went in and out without desire. Divine beings took care of nourishment. Humans did not yet have any interest in anything external. They still lived in God. For this reason, sickness and death also did not exist. There was only a change of bodies, as when one changes clothes. Then the I came into human beings and brought about this great difference, that they began to be interested in more than just what went on in their souls. The light that until then shone in them now shone on them from outside, from the objects of the physical plane, and their eyes radiated it back as they desired the things that surrounded them. In this way they achieved what is esoterically called estimatio, that brought death to the human being. Every time we look at something with interest, we take in poison and death. And that became our task here on earth. Previously, humans acted in the astral. Since they became interested in physical objects and desired them, they have been working on the first physical plane. Esoteric pupils who want to get to higher worlds can achieve this by imagining an action vividly, but not carrying it out. That strengthens the imaginatio. By not giving desire any space, by not fulfilling it, they raise the desire from the second body, etheric body, to the third body, astral body. Leaving out all the external things, we have the figure, the left arm command me, the right arm forbid me, the lower line is the decision of the I. If we regard our body as one of the things with which we are entrusted, then we will nourish the body, as earlier the gods nourished our bodies on the moon. And in this way, we will bring pleasure back into the body. That is the end of that esoteric lesson, and the end of this second section of the year 1908, Esoteric Lessons by Rudolf Steiner. You are listening to rudolfsteineraudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works 266, the first of 3 volumes, volume 1 of those 3, entitled From the Esoteric School, Esoteric Lessons 1904 to 1909 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James H. Hines. This is the 17th section of these readings, which are not in a per chapter construction. And this is the last section on the year 1908. It begins with Esoteric Lesson in Hamburg, May 31st, 1908. Record A, manuscript from Camilla Vondry. Record B, Notes from Amelie Wagner supplemented my notes from Mrs. Shield. Record A. What we have heard in esoteric lessons, we must allow to pass before our soul again and again. Only then will we gradually release the forces that are hidden in what is given. In this way, we learn to distinguish thoughts that work productively in the soul from those that only reproduce what has already been given, thus are unproductive. If we look at a watch, we can become clear in our thoughts regarding how it was constructed, also how all the gears are set in motion and maintained. But those are unproductive thoughts. The person who first thought up the watch had productive thoughts. His or her work originated in these thoughts. All engagement with the sensory world, everything that we think about that world, is unproductive. Most thinking in our present-day science is unproductive. But when we occupy ourselves with what is given to our thinking in esoteric lessons, then we are busy with productive thinking, and that is a source of strength for our soul. Such thoughts must pass through our soul in the proper sequence. Just as an organism could not exist if a leg were attached where an arm belongs, so too must everything in our thinking be consequent. One such thought structure we want to place before the soul today. Wisdom is often spoken of. However, wisdom is not what is often called wisdom in daily life. People think that a person is wise who knows a lot. One does not yet have wisdom through much knowing. Knowing lives in heads that are full of other people's thoughts. Wisdom lives in the heart that listens to its own. But that does not mean the thoughts that one has concerning the outer world, but rather the thoughts that can quietly appear from the spiritual world. One achieves cleverness through much knowing. Cleverness is based on the experiences one has made his or her own. But wisdom is what streams into us and then again out of us as power from the spiritual world. Here, wisdom can come forth from the simplest soul, from the lips of children. When what flows forth from the spiritual world comes more from the feelings, then it is wisdom. However, if it stimulates people with energy and enterprise, if productivity predominates, then it is love. But here one must understand what true love is. Someone could feel only compassion for another's misfortune, but that is not true love. The compassion only becomes love if one actively reaches into the situation and helps. Wisdom and love constitute the I, capital. The I is love and wisdom that have become will. Everything that the I, that is the true I, not the reflection of the I, does results from wisdom and love. This is the higher triad, I, wisdom, love. Reflected somewhat deeper down, wisdom becomes feeling. From love, will. From the I, thinking. In yet lower regions, the four temperaments appear as reflections. First, there is the choleric temperament. There are beings, angelic beings, who have no physical body. Among these angels are some who are always at work, creating. The angels have the various temperaments entirely unmixed, while humans possess compound temperaments. All four kinds work on humans only in different measure. The first kind of angel is the kind that weaves the choleric temperament into humans. Such people are full of initiative, eager to act. Then, secondly, there are sanguine angels. The temperament that these angels inculcate makes people easily influenced by everything lofty and beautiful, without it always being translated into deed. Such people are not very energetic, but rather susceptible to influences, easily enthused. However, they do not stay long with something. Thirdly, there are phlegmatic angels. Those people influenced by these angels are not interested in what others have done. They do not let things be, constantly changing them around. They do everything fluently, indeterminately. This is already expressed in the word phlegma, which means phlegm. People with a phlegmatic character are not interested in anything in particular. When they need to make a decision, they are unable. They always say, oh, no, not that, and not the other either. They cannot decide or conclude. They always miss opportunities. This character is also expressed in their body. Soft forms are present. Everything is indeterminate. One can also recognize phlegmatic people by their soft rolling gait. And yet, such people can have an expressed preference for certain pleasures, for example, foods, and bring them to bear everywhere. Thus, they can also be choleric. Fourth, there are melancholic angels. People who are influenced by them see everything as dark and dim. They see the worst in everything. Such people wallow in their problems. They are occupied only with themselves. They create nothing in terms of progress. For this reason, they have no joy of creation. They become dark and gloomy. All characters must be judged from the point of view of asking what the individual does for the progress of the whole. If these characteristics are reflected even more deeply, then the choleric corresponds to the element of fire, the sanguine to air, the phlegmatic to water, the melancholic to earth. There, everything becomes rigid and solid. We should think about such figures again and again. They cause our soul organism to be properly formed. We should think such figures through clearly. Our inner soul life cannot grow strong through our thoughts swinging back and forth. To place such forms, now and again, before our spiritual eye brings strength to the soul. And there's then a composite of all the diagrams that he's discussed. End of Record A. Record B. Choleric, solid, determined, active. Form is often stocky, square build, short. Napoleon was an unmistakable choleric, but also displayed other sides. Sanguine, quickly enthused, easily ignited, little enterprise. Phlegmatic, phlegma, phlegm, phlegm circulation, cold-blooded, has a dissolving power, does not like to hold together, does not adhere to individual things. It is a characteristic that prevents petrifaction. Melancholic, narrow, brooding within oneself, relates everything to self, limiting, hardening. In the spiritual world, there are beings who represent these four characters very distinctly, unmixed. With humans, these characteristics are mixed. Even with Napoleon, we can recognize still other sides of his character alongside his choleric. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. Next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on June 5th, 1908. Record A, notes from Ida Noch and Wilhelm Hüberschleiden. Record B, manuscript from Camilla Wandry. Record A. What is given in an esoteric lesson differs from what is given in an exoteric lesson, less in terms of content than in the way this content is given. Esotericists are to take in not only knowledge, but rather each such lesson should be an experience in their soul. We should be a different person at the end of the lesson than we were at the beginning. Already in the earliest schools, it was taught that if you intend to do something, and you do not know whether you should do it or leave it be, then leave it be. This sentence you must not say to an exotericist, otherwise he or she would become idle. It is related to the esoteric life. Parenthesis, Confucius' saying, quote, if you plan on doing something and are not certain whether you should do it, then leave it be, close quote, is only for esotericists, not for exotericists, for otherwise little would happen in the world. Also, no experience would be acquired, close parenthesis. The following conversation is in the basic book of the Rosicrucian school. The heart of the pupil asks the teacher, how do I find the path to higher development? The teacher answers, by finding the place that is free of everything personal. The heart of the pupil asks, where do I find this place? The teacher, in your I, that wills without self, that thinks without sense perception. Question, how can I will without a self, think without the senses? Answer, will without your I, think outside yourself. The question is often posed whether it is not better to act in the world, to work in the world with good deeds, in the time that would be required to develop oneself. From esotericism, the answer must be given. The time used for development is not lost time. For through the fact that we make ourselves more perfect, we are only first becoming capable of working truly correctly and well for humanity. Deeds in life that may appear, however, so good can nevertheless damage. The ultimate result simply cannot be known. There is now a chaos in our souls. We must form them into an organism, as our body was created earlier, through the wisdom of higher beings, into a well-formed organism. We achieve this by placing certain lines and figures before our souls and become very clear about their meaning. One such figure is the following, and now, readers aside, there's all the diagrams as there was in the earlier esoteric lesson, end of readers aside. The 3 points above, like the 3 corners of a triangle, have been voluntarily joined together. If these are reflected in the soul, they fit together into the solid form, an equilateral triangle. I points to a certain goal, A equals devotion, O equals the encompassing, the divinity, U equals resting, feeling oneself protected in God and resting in God. For what they say in the esoteric school, lecturers have to answer only to the White Lodge. What they say in exoteric lectures must be said in harmony with the issues of the age, the events of the age, with the surrounding world, and the demands of the age. One should never feel fear, but think only of success. And no matter how ill one may be, there is always a basic element of health and life forces present that one must trust. That's the end of record A. Record B, and it's an excerpt. A, devotion, guidance toward the divine. E, a certain direction that should lead to the divine. O, the encompassing, God and the enclosing of the revealed form. U, calm resting, feeling oneself protected in divine peace, God. A, streaming forth from expansive wits, overcoming difficulty. I, revelation of the divine in the human being, before which shy devotion yields. Expresses that even more. Here humans feel themselves to be in their form as if enclosed, and God is at work outside. There is no point in the universe that does not have power in it. The effectiveness of Atman, Buddhi, Manas is shaped in the human eye, EYE. There's a triangle, Buddhi on the left corner, Manas on the right corner, Atman on the top. It appears there's a physical eye drawn in the center. This symbol also works upon us at night. There, it keeps away the chaotic impressions of the day. End of that esoteric lesson. Next esoteric lesson given in Munich on June 14, 1908. Record A, manuscript from Matilda Scholl and unknown. Record B, manuscript from Eugenie Bredov. Record A. The time of waiting that esotericists must go through until they attain their goal, entering higher worlds, often seems very long to them. Some believe that precisely in their case, spiritual organs are forming especially slowly. Now, even the mildest impatience always delays the formation of these organs. And when pupils complain about a failure very often, they are wrong. For 4/5 of pupils have already formed their spiritual organs, often before they have any awareness of them, before they understand how to use them. It is the same situation with our organs of hearing when we are sleeping. The ears are opened, as always, even in sleep, and yet people perceive nothing of the outer world, because the eye, with the astral body, has left the physical and etheric bodies. Experiencing the impressions that the outer world is constantly conveying to our senses has a destructive effect on our sense organs. When we look at a rose, the red color, the form, etc., has a destructive effect on our retina. The sensation of the rose travels along our nerve centers and has a destructive effect on them. What the retina receives, the astral body throws as an impression into the etheric body, and thus it daily receives numerous impressions from outside. What has a destructive effect in the physical body has a constructive effect in the etheric body. The etheric body is built up by the impressions and experiences from outside. The same relationship holds between the astral body and the eye. The astral body is also destroyed by external impressions. The eye, however, should work in a constructive way. The astral body comes to a new incarnation, organized harmoniously, and is only made disharmonious by life. The astral body experiences a human being entering a new life. And that is the esoteric explanation for why the greatest proportion of children cry after birth. Birth is painful because the entrance into life disturbs the harmony of the astral body. This harmony can only be restored by the eye, by creating mental images that are viable and are spread from the eye out through the astral body on to the etheric body. The impressions that we convey to our etheric body in ordinary life are mostly without value with respect to their life forces. We should now create mental images that are clear, properly organized, and therefore viable. Schematically, we can present this in the following way, and there's a picture. What the sense organs receive from outside, they cast, for example, the eye, EYE, on the etheric body, upon which the picture comes into being. Now, the capital I works upon the etheric body through the astral body, forming in the astral body a thought, which it then casts upon the etheric as an impression. What is important is that these thoughts be correct and viable. These viable thoughts form our spiritual organs, which are to make us clairvoyant. As the gods created our physical body to be harmonious, with every organ, every member in its correct place, so we must form our astral body and etheric body to be harmonious. We must make our thoughts viable. Time does not play a role in this. A practiced esotericist often needs only a minute in order to organize his or her impressions. Through meditation, by immersing ourselves in certain concepts, in eternal thoughts, we create such life-bearing, organ-forming impressions in our etheric body. For example, it is important for all pupils to meditate on the concept of wisdom. But this does not mean that they should acquire a firmly delineated intellectual definition of wisdom, but rather, on the contrary, they should cultivate flexible, easily altered views about it. Wisdom and cleverness, or education, are very different things. In higher worlds, where everything is specified, there are beings that are very wise without any thinking at all. They carry out plans full of wisdom that have been thought up by other beings. Also, among human beings, there are those who are wise without being clever, without possessing any kind of intellectual framing. If we meditate on the concept of wisdom in the right way, then something of wisdom itself will flow into us. Enlightenment will come to us from higher worlds. A second concept that we should meditate on is love. What the average person calls love is often only the crassest egotism. Even the love of a mother caring for an ill child is often only the expression of egotism, because she is terrified of losing the child. True love is always productive. For this reason, in this present time, as harsh as it sounds, it is almost only artists who have any sense of love while they devote themselves completely to a work they are creating. Thus the gods created our earth out of love, as they devoted themselves completely to their creating, and so to speak, sweated creation out of themselves. What can unite love and wisdom out of themselves is the I, capital, the I that is constantly creating itself, that must always anew be I'd, as Fichte says. And there's a little triangle I at the top, willing on the left, love on the right. Fichte's philosophy understands correctly, when understood from this standpoint, that the I must constantly create and recognize itself anew. This is also what Meister Eckhart means when he says, quote, "If I were a king and did not know it, then I would not be a king." Close quote. That is, of what use is it to be a king if one is not conscious of being a king? Everything casts its shadow from higher planes onto lower planes. And so these three, I, wisdom, and love, operate on the next lower plane as thinking, feeling, and willing. Here they are not as specified. For this reason, we draw them as a connected triangle beneath them. Those who reflect on this intensely will realize that the I translates itself into thinking. Wisdom goes into feeling, and love into productive will, which is the impulse to create, to devotion. It is good to meditate on the four additional points as a supplement to these 3 points, this triangle. When humans are pushing forward to a new incarnation, higher beings of 4 sorts create for them their etheric body, the sanguine, choleric, phlegmatic, and melancholic beings. Every individual receives something from each kind of these beings, though one or the other may predominate. This predominant temperament is expressed in the gestures of the person, especially of the child. Sanguine children skip, their glance glides heedless over many things. A choleric child, for example, will firmly seize a pear that is offered to him or her in an entirely different way than a phlegmatic child. For this reason, due to the interaction of all 4 temperaments, people have a phlegmatic feeling for one thing and a choleric feeling for another. These temperaments balance one another. For example, the beings of phlegma are the enemies of everything unimaginative, everything petty, to which people might fall prey if they were to get too much melancholy. These 4 astral beings also have their expression in the physical realm. The choleric in fire, the sanguine in air, the phlegmatic in water, the melancholic in the earth. Our earth is the outer expression for melancholy that has become physical. If we meditate on all of this, then in the course of time, in a quiet hour, we will arrive at a state in which, in full clear consciousness, yet having lost consciousness for the outer world, we will recognize in this condition what the eternal is, that birth and death are only transformations. The etheric body will be illuminated by the eye from the other side, and we will recognize and see the eternal living thoughts which we impress into it in their effects. We will recognize that these thoughts created the clairvoyant organs that we are now able to make use of. If, out of impatience, we accelerate this process in any way, the etheric body will be illuminated by the eye, and we will see therein only what life put in terms of external impressions, distorted pictures that are often horrible or seductive, beautiful, deceptive pictures. For this reason, great patience and caution are advised, so that we create well-formed, correct spiritual organs, for we are thereby creating our future, our new earth. Our present planet, the gods have meditated, and what we create should become just as wisdom-filled as what they created. Every enjoyment of art also strengthens the organs of clairvoyance. For example, when we look at a statue, it is good to feel the forms and lines in thought. That strengthens the creative capacities. End of Record A. Record B excerpt. Since modern humans live in the world, everything that enters them through their sense organs works on the etheric body and is imprinted in it. Only in sleep is this not the case. Now, everything that influences the human being spiritually is brought about by the eye through the astral body. That also is imprinted on the etheric body. If very many pictures from the outer world are imprinted into the etheric body, then there is no space left for pictures of the spiritual world. For this reason, it is so important for the development of humanity to do meditation and concentration exercises. For thus, spiritual pictures are imprinted in the etheric body. It is less important that this be practiced for a long period of time in one session than that it be done with great intensity, that the entire outer world disappear and we live only in the spiritual world. The end of the esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson, given in Munich on June 15, 1908, manuscript from Matilda Scholl. The goal of this esoteric lesson is always deeper penetration into esotericism until we can pass over into exercises, mantric exercises. In order to push forward to the great secret, it is necessary to set aside our illusions. At certain stages of evolution, illusions are necessary for human beings. An esoteric pupil will, with time, set them aside. The great illusion of the personal I is to be set aside. The true I of the human being is not contained in it, but rather comes out of the indefinite and takes its course into the indefinite. We become conscious of the I in the physical world through the senses. This appears to contradict the fact that a certain point in the etheric head came together with one like it in the physical head during the time of the Atlanteans. And in this way the I entered into the human being. Yet this I was, so to speak, only like a small little skin, a little pocket that sank down into the human being. and the true eye, which was spread out through the planets from Saturn to Vulcan, radiated into it. The best symbol is this little pocket is like a mirror into which the true eye streams from this string of planets. I said that it goes into the indefinite because it did not begin in Saturn, and after the Vulcan state, it continues further. Therefore, we imagine it as a line on which individual personal lives are formed like running knots. If we know how to extinguish the personal I that we become conscious of through the senses, then the line that leads from the indefinite into the indefinite lies before us. Quote, the illusion of the senses covers the illusion of time, close quote. Yet it lies before us as a line only through the illusion of time. If we think of this line as somewhat curved, then it must close in a circle. Therefore, the second sentence, the illusion of time separates Alpha Omega. I am Alpha Omega, or I Alpha Omega. The true significance of the snake that bites its own tail, the I Alpha Omega, equals E-A-O, was the foundation for the Atlantean Tao. End of esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson given in Kassel, July 4th, 1908, notes from Margarete Morgenstern. Since Munich, 1907, coordination instead of subordination, harmony in esoteric teachings. The difference between exoteric and esoteric presentations. In an exoteric presentation, the speaker is responsible for what is said. In an esoteric, the being for whom he or she is the voice, who stands behind him or her, is responsible. We are to understand an esoteric lesson as a message from these beings. The 6 exercises. The 6th equals combination of the 5. Harmony of intellectual, feeling, and moral aspects. The pupil must be equally grounded in all 3. If humans without injury want to voluntarily leave their body and enter a state that is neither death nor sleep, then it is necessary that someone help him and protect them. Let me read that again. If humans without injury want to voluntarily leave their body and enter a state that is neither death nor sleep, then it is necessary that someone help them and protect them, and this is Christ. The etheric body is loosened, lifted out of the physical body through the Christ impulse. The etheric body is permeated by the Holy Spirit through the Christ impulse. And the Holy Spirit, our higher I, causes forces to stream to us from outside. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson given in Stuttgart on August 5th, 1908, record A, manuscript from Lilla Harris, equivalent notes from Anonymous with other drawings. Record B, notes from the collection of Elizabeth Freda. Record C, manuscript from Alice Kinkel. Record D, notes from Teresa Walter. Record A. All esotericists who are striving for inner development must become clear concerning their connection with the surrounding world and the spiritual beings that live within it, with whom they are constantly connected and that stream in and out of them. Let us consider the human being. To begin with, we have the physical body. That the physical body is so wisely composed is due to the work of spiritual beings. The powers that work on it in the 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire, are the archai, or primal powers. They stream in and out of the physical body. Thus, the archangels, or archangeloi, work in the etheric body, the angels or angeloi in the astral body. The sentient soul is a member of the astral body. The mites, dynamis, are at work on it. The powers, exousiae, are at work on the intellectual soul, and the dominions, curiotities, are at work on the consciousness soul. Even loftier beings are at work on the higher members of the human being. The seraphim on the spirit self, manas, cherubim on life spirit, buddhi, and the thrones on spirit human being, atman. If esoteric pupils of the Christian school want to know their own essential nature, then they have to look at this picture, that the human being is like a tree with its roots in the spiritual world. That is what was understood by sitting under the fig tree or by the Buddha under the Bodhi tree. When Jesus said to Nathanael, quote, "As I saw you sitting under the fig tree, I recognized you," close quote, John 2:45. This meant that Nathanael had placed himself in such a relationship to the world surrounding him. Yggdrasil, too, the world ash tree in old Nordic mythology, is a representation of this tree. The powers that work on the physical body are the archai. They are not all the same kind, but one can distinguish among them four special kinds of beings. They are not incarnated in physical bodies. Their bodily nature they have brought down only as far as the ether. These are the four kings that work on the human being in the ether. That human beings have a physical body is due to these beings who live in the ether. We arrive at entirely false ideas if we want to understand the ether in such a way that by ascending from the solid to the liquid, to air, and to ever finer substances, we come to the ether. The nature of the ether is essentially different from physical substances. The four powers that influence human beings in the etheric and go in and out of them, according to which human physical bodies are formed, are to be understood as the four temperaments. The powers are incarnated in them. We have beings who work in the choleric, others in the sanguine, others in the phlegmatic, and others in the melancholic temperament. They all have their special task. The beings that have the choleric element for their incarnation work in the element of warmth in the human body. The beings that are incarnated in the sanguine element work in the air element. The beings that are incarnated in the phlegmatic element work in the fluids. And the beings that are incarnated in the melancholic work in the solid or earthly element. Although usually only one of the four temperaments predominates in everyone, the others are, nevertheless, represented. They are all significant for us. The melancholic temperament has the significance that it equips the body in such a way that a person is in a position to form firm concepts that remain the same. So that if he or she thinks horse today, tomorrow this term will contain the same concept for him or her. On the other hand, the phlegmatic temperament has the significance for human beings that concepts nevertheless remain fluid, that they are always in a position to absorb something new. When human beings think, then something like this is formed in their aura. There's a picture. A uniform mass, and within it more solid parts, the thoughts. In some people, these thought forms have the tendency to remain solid. In others, they are constantly changing. A person can attempt to explain something to another, and they will not understand one another, because one has solid thought forms and cannot take up the thoughts of the other. However, if his or her thought forms are flexible, then the new thoughts can penetrate and the two people understand one another extremely well. An esotericist must cultivate this flexibility with thought forms. This is extremely important. The fact that a person can do this is based on phlegma. It is backward to think that a person has this or that temperament because he or she has this or that physical body. The truth is exactly the reverse. The physical body is formed from the temperaments by the spirits that work in the person. One can say which temperament predominates in people from their stance, how they place their foot on the ground, from the movement of their hands, from the glance of their eyes. It is important to permeate our feeling with these truths. The end of Record A. Record B. If we wish to understand the human being as a spiritual being in higher worlds, then we must free ourselves from the ideas and mental pictures of materialistic science, which thinks that the human being is composed from atoms. It is necessary for us to form new ideas and mental pictures. With every physical breath we take, etheric currents also flow through our bodies, and spiritual beings enter and exit and connect us with the spiritual world. The view that sees the higher human members as formed only from a finer form of matter still remains a materialistic view. For spiritual observation, the human being can appear as the world tree that is rooted in the cosmos and whose growth is accompanied by supersensible beings. There are four great groups of etheric beings working and living in the elements of earth, water, air, and fire. A person's temperament is determined by that group of these beings that is working most intensely in him or her. In esoteric pictorial language, sitting under the fig tree or under the Bodhi tree signifies that one knows the esoteric structure of the human being. Temperament is significant for the evolution of humankind. The choleric temperament, which to external observation is considered unfavorable, serves to give thoughts solidity. The phlegmatic temperament protects a person from too much solidity and crystallization in thoughts, for which, precisely in our present era of evolution, there are many possibilities. Thought forms that have been handed down through centuries, the progress of materialistic science, heredity, lead to the danger of crystallization of human thoughts. But an esotericist must be concerned to keep his or her thinking flexible so that it can take up new impulses. A clairvoyant sees rigid, unchangeable inclusions in people who are limited in forming ideas in their thinking. When conversing with a person who can think flexibly, these rigid forms make a mutual understanding impossible. The more flexible and capable of transformation our thoughts, the more knowledge we can absorb. Sharp criticism injures. Nevertheless, a free power of discrimination is necessary. End of Record B. Concerning the following diagrams, the correspondences between the members of the human being and the individual hierarchies are somewhat different. For this reason, the following diagrams are given. I'm going to just read these across, how they're related to each other. From Record A, Atman to the thrones, Buddhi to the cherubim, Manas to the seraphim, consciousness soul to the dominions, intellectual soul to the authorities, sentient soul to the powers, astral body to the angels, etheric body to the archangels, physical body to the archai. The next one is variations from another text, otherwise identical to Record A, Atman to thrones, Buddhi to cherubim, Manas to seraphim, consciousness soul to dominions, intellectual soul to powers, sentient soul to authorities, astral body to angels, etheric body to archangels, physical body to archai. From record B, spirit being to seraphim, spirit human being to seraphim, life spirit to cherubim, spirit self to powers, astral body to principalities, etheric body to archangels, physical body to angels. Record C, only drawing without text, Atman to thrones, Buddhi to cherubim, Manas to seraphim, consciousness soul to dominions, intellectual soul to authorities, sentient soul to powers, astral body to angels, etheric body archangels, physical body archai. Now, record D. The tree of life as the gods work on the individual body of the human being. Again, there's a chart. I'll read it again. Spirit human being, Atman, seraphim. Life spirit, Buddhi, cherubim. Spirit self, Manas, thrones. Consciousness soul, dominions or kuriotetes. Intellectual soul, powers, dunamis. Sentient soul, authorities, exousiai. Astral body, angel. Etheric body, archangel. Physical body, principalities. End of esoteric lesson. Esoteric lesson, next one, is from Stuttgart, August 9th, 1908. Notes from the collection of Elizabeth Freda. There are many people who think that they take pains for the salvation of humankind from morning until evening. But it is questionable whether that is in fact the case. Clairvoyant sight has shown that strivings for the salvation of humanity that come out of materialistic thinking do precisely what works wrongly. And it can lie in the karma of a person that he or she should not yet be active in this service, but rather should wait until the time of maturity has arrived for a specific task. Then such a task can be gently whispered to him or her by higher beings, and therefore not be caused by outer circumstances. During waking day life, all kinds of sense impressions influence human beings. For those who are entirely devoted to the impressions of the outer world, then determine what is taken up. Because of this, in the night, the human astral body is confused and torn and cannot be put in order by spiritual beings. For such people, life is then a process of destruction. Esotericists are distinguished through the fact that they meditate, immerse themselves in their own experience, and thereby let their lives be determined less by external circumstances. Those who again and again strive in meditation are not exposed at night to the astral confusions and make themselves capable of receiving instruction from spiritual beings. And it is very necessary that we be instructed in this way. For since November 1879, we have entered a new stage of human evolution. Then, the Archangel Gabriel's leadership of humankind was concluded. Gabriel had worked for 400 years on the formation of a new organ in the human brain for regulating and determining births. He is also the one who proclaimed the birth of the Savior to the Virgin Mary. The new organ that thus only since Gabriel's regency, since the beginning of those 400 years, is given to us, gives us the possibility of understanding spiritual truths. People in the 16th century would not have had any understanding for our theosophy. The successor of the Archangel Gabriel, the Archangel Michael, now has the responsibility for stimulating humans to use this newly acquired organ. Those who do not use it, let it decay and fall into ruin. Such people then fall under the influence of Michael's adversary, Mammon or Beelzebub. He is the god of hindrances, who wants to hinder humankind from advancing. Under his influence, bacteria and bacilli also come into existence. In this way, in the future, horrible epidemics could arise, also strange neurological disorders. Children would be born into the world with ruined nervous systems. After a further 400 years, Michael's leadership will be followed by that of the archangel Oriphiel, who also reigned at the time of Christ's birth. Oriphiel gives divine wrath, but only those who have achieved a high level of development are allowed to express this wrath. Jesus also drove the money changers out of the temple. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Stuttgart on August 13, 1908. Notes from the collection of Elizabeth Freda. How should esotericists relate to the question of nutrition? First of all, we must be clear that we can never achieve spiritual development through any method of nourishment, no matter how good it is. So that speaking radically, one can say that it is of no concern what we use for our nourishment. Speaking practically, however, one makes spiritual development more difficult and even impossible through wrong nutrition. In earlier times, in Atlantean times, alcohol was not on the earth. It came later in order to help people toward their individualization. It closes people off from their higher capacities and encloses them within themselves. For this reason, alcohol was used in the Dionysian mysteries. However, today, everyone in civilized countries has already reached this stage, and alcohol today is only an evil. People who use it lose the ability to adapt to others and to understand them. Alcohol injures esotericists especially because they transform all the higher powers they develop into powers of the personal I. Again and again they enclose these within themselves and, so to speak, tear apart the astral body through the two opposing streams, the higher and the lower powers of the I. That principle through which everyone can consciously achieve his or her individualization has been brought to humankind through Christ's coming to the earth. For this reason, Christ Jesus said, quote, "I am the true vine," close quote. By using alcohol, we prepare a breeding ground for numerous bands of spiritual beings, just as a poorly cleaned room is found to be full of flies. The meat that we eat is permeated by the astral body of the animal. That makes it necessary for our own astral body to cooperate in order to digest it. In this way, excessive demands are made upon it, and it cannot dedicate itself to his own task, the creation of pictures. Furthermore, in the night, it cannot properly leave the etheric body, but rather is forcibly held by it. Thus, it is also hindered in its nightly task of restoring the life forces. Vegetarian nutrition, which consists only of physical and etheric components, supports the creation of great encompassing pictures, and therefore provides better insight that allows a better overview of matters without too much weighing and considering. Pure substance of the sun is also assimilated in us through this nutrition. The greater effort required to digest vegetarian nourishment does not exhaust our forces, but rather does the opposite in calling forth spiritual forces, as is always the case. The more one slaves for something good, the more strength one gets. Vegetarian nutrition is outstanding for doctors and lawyers, who thereby more readily understand their patient's or their client's business. But it is not right for bankers, industrialists, technicians, business people, in short, for everything connected to the work of calculation. One loses, namely, the physical ability to reason. For this reason, vegetarianism should never be praised in general, as often happens in the world. It is also possible that through heredity, someone has received a body that cannot endure vegetarianism at all. Then one should simply not want to strive toward higher exercises. Also, a lot of physical training, exercise, bathing, which is recommended so much, is wrong for esotericists. It draws them down into the center of the physical, while they should be striving, above all, to behave calmly, not to walk too much, to move their limbs as little as possible. Certain parts of the physical body, hair, nails, are indeed permeated by the astral body, but it does not work into them directly, so that we can cut them off without feeling pain. So also the milk that the cow gives is not permeated by astral substance, and therefore does not have the deleterious influence such as found in meat. Close parenthesis. Parenthesis, after a pause, the second part follows. Close parenthesis. When people begin to become esotericists, they do not need any particular faith, only trust in their teacher, as is necessary for all instruction, and they need their healthy common sense. They will then come to the conviction themselves that there must be masters of wisdom, since it would be illogical to assume that evolution stops precisely with us. But to begin with, that they cannot yet know who these masters are. It is only important that their teacher know. They relate to the fundamental truths such as karma and reincarnation by arranging to live their life as an experiment, so to speak, as if these teachings were true. They can then test for themselves whether or not these teachings are true. Thus, everything that befalls them, they immediately look upon, such that they themselves must have laid down the cause and will behave accordingly. Jesus says that one should offer the other cheek if one is struck on the cheek. For when we have also been struck on the other cheek, we know that we ourselves have put it forward for this purpose, and can understand that, fundamentally speaking, we did the same with the first one. Every esoteric school is aware of the best means of bringing the pupil to knowledge, tested through thousands of years of experience. For this reason, certain general rules of meditation are given, and also special rules for each pupil. But there are also certain auxiliary exercises that one can add to one's usual exercises. Pupils can continue each of these exercises for 6 to 8 weeks, or as long as they consider it necessary, and then start again at the beginning. There are 6 such exercises. Number 1, concentration. We take an object. The best is something insignificant that does not fascinate us. We reflect on this object for at least 5 minutes without slipping into thoughts about other things, constantly holding the same thing in our thoughts. We can prepare ourselves for this by acquainting ourselves with the object beforehand. After several days, we can choose another object. This exercise awakens in the pupil a feeling of solidity by making the chakra between the eyebrows active. From there, we should send this feeling through the brain into the spinal cord. Number 2, exercise of the will. We undertake to do something every day at a certain moment. Again, also an action that is insignificant by itself. This exercise also gives solidity. Number 3, training for equanimity. This means that we are not alternatingly up 1 minute and down the next. A joke is not valued less if we do not let loose with laughter, A pain is borne less selfishly if we do not look at it too intensely. This gives a feeling of equanimity, peace, and calm that we let flow from our heart to our arms and hands. Number 4, seeing the beautiful and true in all things. We think of the Persian legend of Christ Jesus, who admired the beautiful teeth of a dead dog, while the disciples saw only ugliness. At least a small kernel of the true and the beautiful can be discovered in everything. When this exercise is continued, it gives a feeling of great joy. Number 5, continually being open to learning new things. We should never say, "I have never heard that, I don't believe it," or "that can't be." Whatever is told to us, we should at least keep the possibility open of learning something from it. Thus we can learn from children, animals, from all things. This creates the feeling as if we could also partially perceive outside our body. Number 6, this exercise is a combination of the previous 5, which can be taken together 2 by 2 if we wish. Through this exercise, we acquire a feeling as if we had grown larger beyond our skin. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Stuttgart on August 16, 1908. Notes from the collection of Elizabeth Freda. The place of death in human life is to be discussed. The period of time between birth and death was not always as self-contained for humans as it is today. One of the masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings has said, human beings are immortal if they want to be. When humans threw themselves entirely into the physical world, it claimed all of their interest. That was a necessary stage of evolution. People today often think, if I just strive here on the earth to live rightly, then after my death I will certainly experience what it is like in that world. This appears to be very logical. It is, however, completely wrong. By being indifferent to the spiritual world here, we weave a veil around us, so that after death we will see nothing. Therefore, thinking about the spiritual world is not as impractical and ill-equipped for life as it might appear. The ancient Rosicrucians called this interest in the physical world estimatio, the interest we place in things that binds us to them. It is not our looking at outer objects in itself, but our interest in them that binds us. This interest should not be killed, but rather transformed. We should have just as much interest in spiritual ideas as for the things in the physical world. The descriptions the teacher gives us of supersensible worlds should make a greater impression on us than if we were to cut our finger. As long as that is not the case, our interest is still outwardly directed. This transformation of estimatio has been taught in all ages, but in a certain sense, it has never been as difficult as now, since we are so completely connected to the physical world. Necessary for every age. Thus the Eastern and Western esotericism are one and the same. The same masters who preside over one also preside over the other, and both lead to the same heights, but their methods must be different. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Leipzig in September, sometime between the 2nd and the 14th, 1908. Manuscript from Alice Kinkel. Number 1, lesson. Esotericists must have trust. That is something that they must write deeply into their souls. There are 4 dangers for esotericists that they must conquer and overcome. Number 1, the first danger is the materialistic danger that lies in the physical body, or this danger is the physical body. Number 2, the clairvoyant danger that sits in the etheric body. Number 3, the magical danger that is brought by the astral body. Number 4, the mystical danger is the I. The second part of the lesson deals with the reflection of macrocosms and microcosms. Number 2 lesson. We must stop using sayings such as, quote, "I had the best intentions, but it turned out badly," close quote. Instead, we must feel the gravity of the words, "I should know." In esotericism, only the deed is important. Thus, only what has been done. In higher worlds, incompetence is guilt. The materialistic danger is present when the I, the lower I, closes off access to what is above. Egotism constantly increases. The clairvoyant danger exists when we pull down higher worlds. We can become worse through the exercises if we pull the higher world. The magical danger expresses itself when we believe that we are receiving commands and so forth. But we will never hear commands from higher beings. They never say, "You should." The mystical danger is the one in which we confuse our own desires with what comes from above. The exercises work under all circumstances. Through them we receive new organs. We must experience and feel our way through the spiritual world in order to become at home in it. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on October 25th, 1908. Manuscript from Alice Kinkel, October 25, 1908, was the day of the general meeting of the Theosophical Society. Everything said to us in these lessons, we are to regard as a message from the Master that is entrusted to us. We can receive what is said to us in this way with the right attitude, but what we make of it depends upon our degree of development. When we are meditating, then our soul is in the world in which the Masters work, and it is united with the stream that the Masters are sending into the world. It then contributes to the overcoming of the death of humankind by life. When we close ourselves off from perception through the senses, the astral currents of the gods can flow in. Imagine a plant in the sun, how it blossoms and flourishes, and a plant that is in a dark cellar. The second plant also blossoms, but then dies out, because its little etheric body is no longer strong enough to maintain itself independently. It merges with the ether of the world. We have our sensory perception because our astral body has grown so strong that it closes itself off from the influences of the gods. We kill these at the periphery of our astral body, and thus color and sound come into existence through the stoppage of the astral currents. There are consequences for someone who, without permission, betrays the mysteries that are revealed to the pupil. Why must esotericism remain a secret in the highest sense? Because the path has dangers that would injure those who are unprepared. A parable is presented that there are mysteries in a secret temple, but that there is also a key and a path to it. This path has thorns. But with proper meditation and preparation, it is as if a person is walking on pure velvet. Otherwise, the thorns would tear him or her apart. And if the key is placed in the lock by an unprepared hand and turned, the unprepared person is thrown backward by a mighty spiritual force. However, the key opens for those who are prepared, and the mysteries of the temple are revealed to them. Those who betray the mysteries to others who have not received the call are like people who saw off the branch on which they are sitting. And the unprepared who demand the mysteries from us, they are demanding that we should saw off the branch on which we are sitting. They would like it for themselves, but they, thereby, avoid the duty to work for humankind. Earlier human beings did not have sensory perception. rather through the physical, behind which stood the spirit, the emanations of the gods went into the human astral body, and humans saw a picture rise up within them. It was an inner experience. They felt the gods want thus and such in me. Now the human astral body is so strong that since the I has entered it, human beings can say, I will. They are closed off against the influence of the gods. If that had happened all at once, when the I entered into human beings, then like a powerful bolt of lightning, the spiritual world would suddenly have appeared to human beings and would have killed humankind. This appearance of the spiritual world now occurs slowly. The meditant keeps it open for humankind and transforms the cosmic astral sphere. The price of sensory perception is estrangement from the influence of the gods. End of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Munich on November 8, 1908. Manuscript from Matilda Scholl and anonymous. Outwardly and in terms of content, esoteric contemplations need not differ very much at all from exoteric lectures. What is important is that one bears in mind that in esoteric lessons, the masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings are speaking to us. The how, in quotes, is meaningful, and that we allow the effects of the esoteric lesson to live in our soul. They are given to us so that we gladly think back on them and allow them to form a central kernel in our soul. They are the supplement to the exercises that an esotericist must do. We know that through these meditations, our astral body undergoes colossal changes, that we ourselves transform our astral body, which until then was undivided and unordered, but nevertheless was an harmonious whole within itself. We create islands in it, distinct pockets, so to speak, through which we begin to form organs. These astral organs are the channels through which the masters can send messages from higher worlds into evolution and foster it. By independently forming astral organs, we intervene in the divine world order, provoke it to come forth, so to speak, by using forces that until now the divine world order used for other purposes, indeed for protection against the effects of negative characteristics on the astral body. Esotericists must above all make the effort to be objective concerning the soul qualities of their fellow human beings, to notice their negative qualities and be able to bear them without condemning them. For example, they should say, quote, I see that this person is vain and ambitious, but at the present stage of his or her development, these characteristics are just as necessary as other positive ones. Close quote. Here we use a comparison with a tree. In a tree, the outer bark, despite the fact that it is the dying part of the organism, is necessary to protect the inner part, in which the life juices and life forces are flowing. Part of the forces must be used to form the bark. If all the forces were used for it, then the tree would lignify, dry up, and die. But nature has arranged things so that the inner life forces of the tree work against this by regulating the process. It is the same way with normal people with respect to their negative qualities, let's say ambition and vanity, and their effects on the astral body. Through the divine ordering of the world, the astral body has within it forces that always work against the effects of ambition and vanity. Under the influence of these qualities, it has approximately this appearance, as if it were interlarded with rays of light in the form of needles, whose brightness diminished toward the outside. that these needles do not penetrate deeper into the astral body of ordinary people and completely permeate them and tear them to pieces is the result of the divine ordering of the world, when it sends astral forces from the inner astral body to its borders, just as a tree sends forces to its bark, and so transforms these needles into a protective wall facing outward. As objective and lenient as esotericists must be with these qualities in other people, they must be strict with themselves so as not to grant them entry. For they employ these protective forces to other ends. Their astral body is thus defenseless against the penetration of the needles. And if the astral body is permeated by these needles, then the physical body can decline into chronic ill health. Another negative soul quality with which lazy people are often afflicted is envy. It arises in the soul when people compare themselves and their accomplishments with others, and then feel pain at the superiority of others. In the astral body, this soul quality is expressed when it darkens it. Its substance loses its transparency and becomes cloudy. In this case, however, divine forces also restore order from within in normal people. A third negative quality is anger. It is expressed in the astral body when it creates condensations with sharp spikes, approximately like this, and there's a picture. Since esotericists no longer have the protective forces available to other people, they must consciously apply other forces. There actually are remedies to help them, only they are of an entirely different sort than what is advised by others with good intentions. For example, it is often said that we should overcome vanity, ambition, envy, etc., by fighting them, by engaging them. For esotericists, this would be absolutely the wrong thing to do. The proper remedies lie in an entirely different field, and have absolutely no resemblance to or points of contact with the vices to be eliminated. In order to work against the injurious effects of ambition and vanity, for example, esotericists are not allowed to fight these within themselves. For in doing so, they would be too much concerned with themselves, and that is exactly what fosters these faults. The medicine for eliminating this fault is not to concern oneself with oneself, but with other people in general, which means to reflect intensely on human beings and their sevenfold nature, their various bodies. If we do this on every occasion, when we feel these qualities especially, then, with time, we will notice that they disappear more and more. The medicine for envy is to meditate on beauty, either as we find it in general in nature, or as it is expressed in detail in works of art or in especially perfect humans. We should drench ourselves entirely in enthusiasm for beauty in any form. It would be completely wrong to think in this way of the person whom we envy, or to attempt to battle envy directly with respect to him or her. If with every occasion that presents itself, we occupy ourselves with something beautiful, then we will sense how envy gradually disappears. Anger and agitation that we can feel in response to various causes. Let us say, for example, in response to the constantly increasing noise in the city. Esotericists must also battle in other ways than are attempted today. Books are now being written about the possibility of eliminating noise in the city, and associations are founded for this purpose. But what is important is not a dampening of noise in the city, but rather developing the power in oneself to close oneself off from it through meditation, through calmness of soul. What is damaging is not the noise, but rather the demons that run through our cities, and these are, so to speak, held in check by the noise. We must be able to live in the middle of noise without allowing ourselves to be provoked to anger by it. This is achieved by esotericists when they meditate on great words that have been given to us. When, for example, they intensively immerse themselves in the first 4 sentences of Title Light on the Path. Then we will gradually feel how the noise gets softer and more distant, and finally disappears entirely, and with it the anger. Anger also has a highly deleterious influence on the physical body of an esotericist. Recommending the remedies described here to ordinary people would be entirely pointless. They have no significance for them. When we transform our faults in this meditative way, we are building a temple within, into which we can always withdraw from the noise of the city, in which we gather strength, from which we can draw power, calmness, and enthusiasm. In so doing, we will constantly feel more intensely that we are a large family that gathers around its luminous center, the masters of wisdom and the harmony of feelings, from which flows down to us life and light. Our goal will always shine before us as a radiant star, which nothing more can darken. The end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on November 11th, 1908. Record A, manuscript from Camilla Wandry. Record B, notes from Günther Wagner, supplemented by Wilhelm Huber-Schleiden. Record A. As esotericists, we must learn to regard everything exoteric as objectively as possible. If we have people standing before us in whom we see qualities that we do not like, we are never allowed to condemn them, but must strive to recognize everything correctly. Ambition and vanity are indeed soul qualities that esotericists battle within themselves. But without them, much of what humans have attained in the world would not exist. They are part of the plan of the world. They have worth and unworth. For this reason, we should not condemn people who have such qualities. Ambition and vanity are noticeable in the astral body as spikes, as pointed streams flowing from outside in, where they penetrate deeply and then go out again and are lost. Esotericists can use these spikes to repel such thoughts. They can use them as a safety device against thoughts of ambition and vanity. However, if they fall prey to them, then these spikes penetrate esotericists much more deeply than exotericists. When we have temptations of this kind, we must immediately direct our thoughts to majestic, beautiful, lofty things that have been achieved by the outstanding geniuses of humanity. With envy, the etheric body is attacked in a way that can reach as far as the circulation of the blood. Something like a mist arises in the astral body that prevents one from clearly seeing people, things, and relationships. In the moment when a feeling of envy announces itself, esotericists should think of venerable beings, of lofty works of art, of every revelation of beauty. With both soul qualities, we should also allow mental pictures of a schematic kind to work on us, such as we acquire in our theosophical work. Thoughts about the 7 basic parts of the human being, or revolutionary processes of the earth. The human capacity for truthful thinking and imagining suffers from the above-mentioned vices. This capacity is strengthened and ordered by these remedies, and the astral body again becomes healthy and harmonious. This human astral body, that is the skin of this astral body, is esoteric, in esotericism is called zero, equals naught. The content is nothing for the spiritual world. We have to transform this nothing into a something. The astral body is also influenced by irritation, anger, especially rage. Here, hardened lumps with delicate roots are shown in the astral body. The swelling of the blood, the tumescence in the blood vessels, are safety measures to dissolve these lumps. With curiosity, wrinkles appear in the astral body that make it lax and defenseless. This laxity can extend into the physical. With talkativeness, tensions and pressures arise in the astral body. The way to encounter these appearances and gradually to overcome them is to acquire inner peace and calmness. We must learn completely to close ourselves off from the outer world for periods of time. If pupils find that hard, then they should imagine the caduceus, Mercury's staff. We will gradually desensitize ourselves to the unrest that accompanies a big city. It would accomplish nothing to remove the outer noise from the world, because the pernicious inner effects would continue to exist. Through inner calmness, we gradually become able to keep the noise very far away. To a certain extent, we are allowed to worry, but beyond this, a fading and desiccation of the brain occurs. Worry thoughts dig furrows in the brain, which are the cause for such thoughts having to be thought again and again. Thus, the human physical body becomes a hindrance to progress. Facial features reflect these wrinkles. There is a certain astral substance that worry lives in, and there are individualities of a highly developed kind who take the, in quotes, worry substance of humanity upon themselves. Those are the Soters, readers aside, spelled S-O-T-E-R-S, end of readers aside. The greatest Soter, the greatest man of worry, was the Christ. End of record A. Record B. Approach theosophy with earnestness and dignity. Regard everything exoteric as objectively as possible. For example, if we see a person who is ambitious and vain, then we do not want to condemn him or her, but rather say to ourselves, ambition and vanity are indeed soul qualities that an esotericist battles within. But without them, there is much in the present-day world that would not exist. They are part of the plan for the world. For this reason, we should not condemn such people. Ambition and vanity are noticeable in the astral body as spikes, pointed inflows from outside inward, that penetrate deeply and then flow out and are lost. But there is also a protective measure to turn them back. Those people who are no longer subject to these qualities can use the forces that these protective measures represent in another way. However, if such thoughts of ambition and vanity come upon an esotericist, then these spikes penetrate even more deeply. It is the same with envy, which creates a mist in the astral body and attacks the etheric body, even to hindrances in the blood, to the blood's circulation. How can we respond to thoughts of ambition and vanity on the one hand, and thoughts of envy on the other? In the first case, every time when these thoughts of ambition, of vanity come over me, I should direct my thoughts toward majestic and beautiful things that will help me to overcome them. In the second case, when a feeling of envy overtakes me, I should allow art, really good works of art, to work on me. Everything that is a revelation of beauty. And here there is an addition by another hand. Envy is fought by revering higher beings or lofty works of art. Ambition and vanity are fought through ideas of a schematic kind, like the members of the human being or the stages of cosmology. The power to think and imagine is weakened by these vices. It is strengthened, ordered, and harmonized by the remedies. The vices are fought by frequently practicing voluntarily produced calmness in the life of the soul. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on November 17, 1908. Record A, notes from the literary remains of Matilda Scholl. Record B, notes from the collection of Elizabeth Freda. Record A. If esotericists still have anger or rage, curiosity or talkativeness in them, then these qualities produce great injury to their body. When they become angry, this is seen in the astral body as knots, as contractions. The welling of the blood, the tumescence of the blood vessels, are protective measures to dissolve these knots. Curiosity is shown as flaccidity, as folds in the astral body, and has a desiccating effect on the physical body. At night, the astral body is not as limited as during the day. It merges, so to speak, with general astral matter, and thus other astral bodies can be sucked into it. With people who stand in outer life, the limited day life still works into the life of the astral body, and they still behave themselves rather decently. However, with esoteric pupils, this outer life is no longer so strong, and then they follow all their passions, they follow their drives, etc. Talkativeness, when someone experiences something and then must immediately tell it to others, is shown in dispersion. When, through exercises, spiritual organs are being formed in the night, then these dispersions cause these organs to be torn apart. The slackness in the astral body means that it remains soft and has no steadiness. Esoteric pupils should arrange to have a quarter hour of peace and calmness through their own will, even in the loudest noise. They can attain this spiritual calm better through their will in the city in noise than in the greatest isolation in the country, because it actually depends upon willpower. They should create inner peace by withdrawing into themselves and allowing the noise to disappear in the ever-increasing distance. Meditation not only brings a blessing to the meditant, what is achieved by this work returns to the cosmos and contributes something useful to the whole world. End of Record A. Record B. Curiosity calls forth in the astral body a slack, wrinkled character. Talkativeness calls forth strong tensions in the astral body. Rage and anger knot up with root-like extensions in the astral body. All of these vices and their consequences in the astral body are fought by means of frequently practiced, voluntarily summoned peace and calmness in the soul. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Hamburg on December 6th, 1908, notes from Amelie Wagner. Deeply moved by the lesson, I want to write some things down. Later, I did not get any further. Whether I still can? We heard about the effects of passion on people, how they have quite different consequences for an esotericist than for exotericists. Vanity, ambition, arrogance show themselves in the third body, astral body, as pointed spikes. These spikes become daggers that stab the astral body and lacerate it. With exotericists, the effects work, parentheses, at night, in a question, compensating for these devastations so that they hinder the destruction. It is different with esotericists. They have no strength to set against the destruction because they are using this strength somewhere else. Parenthesis, drawing astral body spikes above, called forth by vanity, ambition, and arrogance, close parenthesis. How can they fight vanity, ambition, and arrogance? Not directly, not by thinking about these vices, but rather by, in the moment when a feeling of vanity appears, directing their thoughts towards something noble that Theosophy teaches us. One could object that there are many who are occupied exclusively with higher things, and who cannot be absolved of vanity and arrogance. There even exists a great danger, precisely as a consequence of involvement with higher things, of presuming in one's heart that one is above one's fellow human beings. For this reason, this admonishment must be properly taken up. The exercise should be carried out in the moment. Envy produces a milky cloudiness in the third body. As soon as envy appears in the soul, we must attempt to admire the good and the beautiful in the one whom we would like to envy. Attempt to awaken respect, and the envy will disappear. If rage and fury attack the soul, and an outburst of fury threatens, it is difficult to dampen the fire in the moment. But even here there is a remedy for those who suffer from such temptations. They should lie down quietly for half an hour daily and contemplate, not anger, envy, and so forth, but rather anything else entirely different, spiritual truths, laws of the universe, etc. But they should try to hold onto a specific thought for a quarter of an hour. This will lead to the time when they will have the strength, when the occasion calls for it, to suffocate rage and fury immediately when it wells up in them. And finally, these feelings will no longer tempt them at all. Rage, passionate anger are balled up in clumps in the third body. Curiosity creates wrinkles in the third body. Here one should think of the higher self. And here's an addition to the record, additions and corrections. Vanity and ambition are necessary for the exotericist. They serve as an impetus for advancement. The injurious effects on the first body are ameliorated by the third body at night. That is where the counter effects appear. End of that esoteric lesson. Esoteric lesson given in Berlin on December 21st, 1908. Manuscript from Camilla Vondry. The Venerable Zoroaster would not have been able to reflect upon what was given to him in moments of transcendence. He received at such times influence from the spirit of the sun in a direct way. He saw Ahura Mazda, and in him the Christ. He prepared the impulse that Christ was to bring to the earth. He initiated his pupil Moses in the following way. One day at noon, when it was new moon, he allowed Moses to see, by means of a power that he sent to his head, the moon spirit, the devaconic sounds of sunlight reflected. Hermes he initiated directly into the secret of the sun spirit. He allowed him to see the sun at midnight through the transparent earth, after he had previously received from Zoroaster the power of the sun spirit. The Osiris, Isis, Horus religion came from this. Zoroaster appeared again as Zarathos or Nazarathos, and was the teacher of Pythagoras, who led the mysteries in the age of the Greeks as a final preparation for the appearance of Christ. The king under whom Zoroaster taught was later incarnated as Cyrus, and later in the Middle Ages, Cyrus was again a king, Charlemagne. Charlemagne is in parentheses with two question marks, so I'm not sure what that means. Moses was initiated with the forces of the astral body. Jesus spoke through the I, capital, to us, which penetrates all three bodies. For this reason, he said, "You shall love God with all your heart," physical body, your whole psyche equals soul, etheric body, with all your forces, ether, astral body, your whole mind as I, equals I. Zoroaster had given the forces of his own etheric body to Moses, those of his astral body to Hermes, and he gave his I to Jesus. As Zoroaster himself, he worked through his physical body. End of that esoteric lesson. And here is the last esoteric lesson of 1908, given in Berlin on December 28th, 1908, record from Anonymous. Zoroaster. His earthly protector was King Vishtasp, who later, as Cyrus, spread and consolidated the teaching of Zoroaster. Nazaras or Nazarenos, Chaldean initiate, was the eye of Zoroaster. He inspired Pythagoras, who thereby spread Christianity in Greece. Then the eye of Zoroaster was incarnated in Jesus of Nazareth, who was for this reason able to receive Christ himself into his bodies. Zoroaster had his pupils. In Hermes, his teaching reached as far as the astral body, in Moses as far as the etheric body, in Pythagoras as far as the physical body. Hermes' initiation happened at Christmas time, and he saw what was later to be given to humans in the mystery of Golgotha. He beheld the entire evolution of the planet and what was connected with it. Moses' initiation went into his etheric body. Zoroaster could give him something from his own light body. In bad weather, storm and fog, he could only see the sun weakly, but he could see the moon clearly in its first quarter. For this reason, Yahweh later appeared to him in the burning bush. Pythagoras' initiation went into his physical body. He brought this to humanity in his propositions. The 7 holy rishis were led by Manu, each one of which was initiated in the mysteries of one of the planets. Zoroaster, however, was initiated in the mysteries of the sun, of Christ himself. That is the end of that esoteric lesson, and the end of the esoteric lessons for the year 1908, and the end of this section of the recording. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are 2 publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works number 266, volume 1 of 3 volumes, entitled From the Esoteric School, Esoteric Lessons 1904 to 1909 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James H. Hines. This is section 18. Some of these esoteric lessons are very short, so I'm compiling a few in each reading. And this is, this section 18 is the beginning of the esoteric lessons from 1909. Esoteric lesson given in Munich on January 7th, 1909. Record A, manuscript from Amelie Fugger-Glut and Anonymous. Record B, manuscript from Alice Kinkel. Record A. It is necessary that we constantly bear in mind that in an esoteric lesson, things are told to us directly from a supersensible world, that those who speak to us are to be regarded as instruments that are used by the masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings. Those who listen with this in mind will receive the pronouncements in the proper frame of mind. In this lesson, we will speak mostly of 2 things. Either we deepen ourselves in the way we should be doing our meditations, or we discuss the attitudes that we develop in ourselves that we should cultivate with respect to our daily life, our fellow human beings. Attitudes that are absolutely necessary if we wish to become true esotericists. We should also approach our meditations with a certain attitude, and concerning this attitude we wish to speak today. Every single meditation has been brought to us through the millennia by the great initiates. These meditations are the path into the spiritual world. Each one of them gives us, if only in a weak reflection, an image of initiation. They are an image of what will one day happen to us, though, as stated, only in a very weak reflection. In order for a meditation to work in and upon us in the right way, we should imagine the meditative material in as pictorial a way as possible, in a spiritual picture that we create ourselves. For example, if we are given the meditation, "In pure rays of light shines the divinity of the world," then we should imagine shining rays of light or a great luminous moon. In this moment, we should try to shed everything that ties us to the sense world. We should try to give ourselves to the picture as much as possible. We should try to live in it. We should seek to penetrate entirely into the meaning of the material. Meditation should be for us the most important sacred undertaking of our day. When we immerse ourselves in these pictures as deeply as possible, when we allow them into us, then according to how intensely and earnestly we participate, and according to how our karma leads us, one sooner, another perhaps only after years, we will experience a moment during meditation in which we notice that these pictures, these imaginations, are realities, that they are a world in which we suddenly find ourselves. And indeed, not as onlookers from outside, but rather in the middle of these things. Of course, we will then live still in the outer world, and yet entirely differently than usual. For the world that was opened to us is entirely different. We are located, so to speak, on the other side of things. Now, there are two things to consider that we now want to discuss. One concerns those who have not yet penetrated to clairvoyant vision. The other concerns those who have reached the state of imagination. The former, as you have all experienced, are downright attacked the moment they begin their meditation by thoughts concerned with their surroundings, their daily life, the outer world. All noises are experienced as more disturbing. All thoughts and pictures that do not belong are more penetrating. Battling against them would not help at all, for behind these thoughts stand powers. It would be as if someone in the middle of a swarm of bees were to begin swinging his or her hands, trying to strike them in order to protect him or herself. The bees would attack this person with twice the might. Now, we have an esoteric means of proceeding against these undesired thoughts, of bringing them to silence. Indeed, this means is the same for those we have just mentioned as it is for the disturbances suffered by those who have already achieved vision. We imagine, as clearly as possible, the staff of Mercury, a luminous staff, around which a black snake is wound. And then we imagine a bright snake that is entwined around the other one. The black snake symbolizes the materialistic thoughts that disturb us, the lower self. The bright snake represents divine thoughts, the higher self. And when we place this symbol in which the bright snake is entwined against the dark snake in all its significance, then all disturbances will disappear and we can immerse ourselves in meditation. Those who have attained to clairvoyant vision will be disturbed in their visions by the same forces that in others unleash the everyday thoughts. They will see all possible passions, desires, and so forth, which live in the astral world, in the form of wild, often ugly, sometimes also seductively beautiful animals. Here too the imagined staff of Mercury, the messenger of the gods, is the only solution. If we devote ourselves entirely to our meditations, then we will experience, according to our karma, one person sooner, another later, a certain feeling. We will feel as if our I, capital, were lost, as if we were split, inwardly torn apart. We must have this feeling. It is entirely correct up to a certain point. We humans feel ourselves enclosed in our bodies as a unity. But we must consider that we are something very complicated, assembled, that the world of the spirit, which for the most part we belong to, is definitely not something simple. On Saturn, the thrones worked on our physical body. On the Sun, from another aspect, the spirits of wisdom worked on our etheric body. On the Moon again, from another aspect, the spirits of movement worked on our astral body. And again, in a certain way on Earth, the spirits of form have worked on our I. All possible lofty spiritual beings still worked on our physical body on the Sun and the Moon. Others, for example, formed our larynx. Again, others, the heart or the liver. The reproductive organs were created by different beings than those who created our digestive apparatus. Now, at a certain stage of development, meditants feel as if they were being divided up among all these powers, as if they were handed over to them, as if they were lost among them. Those who have not yet achieved vision will then have a feeling of nothing, as if the meditations were bringing them no fruits at all. This feeling is very depressing, but it contains no great danger, neither for the meditant nor for meditation in and of itself. Seers in this state will hear a voice, the voice of a figure that they will soon see, and this figure will whisper to them that the world that they see is nothing, only the creation of their own illusions. That is the temptation that approaches them from the side that wants to hold humans back with all possible power in the sense world, in matter, that does not want to let them ascend into the spiritual world. And this temptation is a great danger. Here, too, an esoteric solution is given to us. At the end of every meditation, we imagine the rose cross. The rose cross is a symbol for the mystery of Golgotha. The cross, the symbol of death, from which roses, the symbol of life, sprout with the blood that flowed from the wounds. If we place this symbol with all its significance before the soul, we will have an unconquerable weapon for use against the power that leads us into temptation. And why? Because Christ, through his death, in the moment when his blood flowed, was united with the astral body of the earth and brought it new life and light. In this astral body he lives as the astral light that shines in the darkness. When we have achieved vision, we see into this astral light. The rose cross is therefore the symbol for the light that conquers the powers of darkness. We see physical objects with our physical eyes because they are dark and for this reason reflect sunlight outwardly. However, when we attain vision through our meditations, then the dark sheath that covers the objects will become thinner and thinner. We will see the astral light in them shine forth, the light in the darkness, and they will thereby reveal to us their inner being. We will recognize the forces at work in everything. We will live with them. For example, let us think of a red crystal cube, such as nature often produces. We will not only see this cube from outside, but also feel the forces in it, the forces that formed it, that spread over its surface another light opposite to the red. Anyone who wanted to penetrate into the inner being of this crystal by striking it would create nothing but more externalities. We penetrate into the inside only by looking into the astral light. In order to be able to endure this astral light breaking in earlier times in pre-Christian initiation, the person to be initiated had to go through a kind of sleep of death, which happened during the 3 days that they lay in the grave. Someone who had to go through this preparation after the event of Golgotha was Paul, who lay for 3 days in torpor after he had seen the astral light. When they are done properly, our meditations should leave us a spiritual strengthening. But if you do not feel this strengthening, do not fear that it did not happen. We often have no feeling for it. However, every meditation has its effects sooner or later, and often after years we harvest fruits that we had not expected. Those who, so to speak, are patiently satisfied with little, who do not demand growth with greed and impatience will always receive a spiritual strengthening. The end of Record A. Record B. When pupils have time, they can do these exercises. They must be careful that their physical body does not interfere with the meditation. At the beginning, it is not necessary to be completely vegetarian. Meditants can freely eat whatever is good for their body. However, they should not eat food that has a tendency to condense or move toward the center of the earth, but only that which does not hinder spiritualization. Great inner moderation is the best guide for this. They must be careful to have the right amount of nutrient salts in their meals, but anything that leaves a sediment behind should be avoided. They should also not eat anything that grows within the earth. It is good to avoid meat, but milk or anything coming from it may be eaten. Legumes pollute dreams. Everything depends mainly on having the right attitude in doing all that is done. In our efforts, it is a matter of taking up an esoteric stream that strives for harmony. That is the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Munich on January 11th, 1909, manuscript from Matilda Scholl, and there's a complicated diagram to begin with. Not all the senses have the same value. They have opened the physical plane for us, but the sense of touch is not bound to these alone. It shows us or lets us perceive not only the surface, soft, hard, rough, pointed, but also warmth. Humans were originally a body of warmth. The warmth, the fire, remained in them. In early Lemurian times, there were no surfaces. The soul of the human being penetrated things. Because of the Luciferic influence, these were closed off behind a surface. The, quote, gate of the earth, close quote, was closed. The human being, or better the human soul, in early Lemurian times, still saw the astral light that was behind the warmth when sensing warmth. The, quote, gate of fire, close quote, stood open. It was closed as the gate of earth was formed. Earth and fire are related to one another in the esoteric sense as air and water. The power of the relationship between air and water is related to the germinal forces, which the Atlanteans had mastery over. We access these forces again by means of the relationships that fire has with air and the earth with water, the former with breath exercises, the latter through certain meditations that have an effect on the earthly brain. Because of the Luciferic influence, humans were enclosed in the earthly physical sheath earlier than would have occurred if the other powers alone had influenced the human being. Fire, physical and mineral also, should have been taken away from them. Lucifer gave it to humankind. The Greeks and the ancient Nordic peoples understood this and expressed it in the myths of Prometheus and Loki. The human being will learn to master fire only on Vulcan, and thereby become creative. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Kassel on February 26, 1909. Notes from the collection of Fred Peppick. Today we want to consider some difficulties that are typical for meditants. Meditation is, in small measure, of course, the same as what initiation is on a large scale. Also, in meditation, certain difficulties appear, and therefore must be overcome immediately at the start. As soon as pupils enter an esoteric path, powers who seek to hinder their development come to meet them. Such powers are constantly present. However, an esoteric pupil is more valuable for these powers than someone whose interest is turned only toward the external things of the physical world. For what, then, is it essential to strive in meditation? We should forget ourselves by extinguishing everything connected with ordinary life in order to immerse ourselves only in the content of the prescribed words, so that we no longer know or feel anything concerning our body or concerning thoughts and feelings of daily life. But the adversary powers want to prevent us from doing precisely this. They try to draw us back into everyday life by hindering our concentration on thoughts. As soon as we notice this, for example, in the meditation, quote, in pure rays of light, close quote, in which we are not supposed to think or feel anything other than that light is the garment of God, so that we live entirely in this picture, we can imagine the staff of Mercury as an effective symbol. Indeed, we imagine it as a luminous, bright yellow staff, entwined by two snakes, one dark and one a luminous white snake. We begin with the dark snake. All living things are found in a skin, which is a sign that they are enclosed in the physical world. The etheric body also has a skin, so too the astral body. When humans receive the impressions of the day through their senses, these impressions have an effect on the skin of their astral body. It is pushed back and used up. It gets tears and fissures. That is seen in fatigue. This skin is torn apart when we fall asleep and is renewed during sleep. Now, we should attempt to become conscious of this process before falling asleep. In doing this, we can imagine how we are now entering spiritual worlds, where the astral body is again renewed by spiritual beings in the realm of harmonies and music of the spheres. We should fall asleep with a feeling of gratitude toward these divine beings and powers. In doing so, we should feel a love for wisdom. Then baleful influences will not be able to reach us. Now, just as humans use up the skin of their soul bodies in the course of 24 hours and then renew it, so too a snake casts off its skin in certain rhythms, leaves it behind, and renews it again. For this reason, spiritually, beholding the staff of Mercury is an effective means for overcoming the influences that hinder us from penetrating spiritual worlds in meditation. Another method lies in imagining that we feel ourselves as if enclosed in a blue aura, and thereby protected from all evil thoughts and feelings that want to attack us from outside. We inwardly feel how we are closed off from all evil influences by this aura. Only good powers can find entry into our soul. This can be effectively connected with the following meditation. Meditation for protection against outer influences. Quote, may the outer sheath of my aura grow stronger. May it surround me with an impenetrable vessel against all impure, self-seeking thoughts and feelings. May it be opened only to divine wisdom. Close quote. Now, it is like this. A beginner at first feels only the presence of powers in his or her distracted thoughts, while an advanced pupil sees these astral powers as parasitic animals, as rats and mice. But no one who sees the rats and mice should be delighted about the fact that he or she is already so advanced. Otherwise, he or she would be completely subject to these powers. We must make ourselves strong to resist the influence of these dark powers. There is a second typical experience that appears in meditation. Again, the beginner feels it, while the advanced see it. We feel as if our physical body no longer belongs to us, as if we were divided in pieces in the universe. Even the organs, such as the heart, the liver, gallbladder are expanded. And we remind ourselves that our physical body has come into existence on Saturn through the in-streaming of the substance of the thrones, our etheric body on Old Sun through the spirits of wisdom, our astral body on Old Moon through the spirits of movement, while our eye was given to us on Earth by the spirits of form. We return to these spirits in meditation. Now, we should not imagine that each of these individual organs returns to the powers that implanted them in the human being during the cosmic evolution of the world. It is much more a feeling of belonging to those powers, a rising in one's feelings to their moods, during which the consciousness of our own I must constantly remain when we feel this sense of belonging to the corresponding spiritual powers. A further typical experience during meditation is the feeling that one's consciousness is weakened, indeed that it is dampened down. In a certain regard, this is also the case. Nevertheless, we must attempt to remain constantly awake. A means of doing this is to visualize the black cross with 7 red roses. It is the great symbol of Christ Jesus himself, the rose cross, life dying, passing away, which has within itself the power to bring forth new life out of itself. Altogether, the spiritual beholding of this symbol always has a strengthening effect on spiritual development. It strengthens our everyday life in all situations. Indeed, the tempter approaches us most powerfully during our esoteric exercises. Advanced pupils see it in pictures as it is given in the Bible. This picture is drawn precisely. Finally, during meditation, a feeling of deepest peace clearly enters. It is not any external feeling of calm, but rather a deep inner feeling of peace that cannot be disturbed by anything, no matter how much roaring and tumult may rage around us. These are the 3 typical phenomena during meditation, along with many others, which vary according to the individuality of the meditant. Number 1, bewitching phenomena, parasitic animals. Number 2, distribution of oneself among the various hierarchies, during which we are not allowed to lose our I consciousness. Number 3, the deepest soul peace is imparted to us. The staff of Mercury helps us to penetrate into spiritual worlds. The Rose Cross strengthens us in doing so. There are 2 things we should try to avoid entirely during our esoteric training. We should never injure another, never through deed, nor in thought or word. Furthermore, we should not try to employ the excuse that we did not intend to injure someone. It does not matter whether we did it with intention or not. The other thing is the feeling of hate, which must disappear entirely. Otherwise, it will reappear in the feeling of fear, for fear is suppressed hate. We must transform hate into a feeling of love, the love of wisdom. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on March 3rd, 1909. Record A, manuscript from Nelly Lichtenberg. Record B, manuscript from Camilla Vondry. Record A. In our meditations, we should have the attitude that we have spiritual powers around us, and that we devote ourselves to them. For all those who belong to a true esoteric training stand under the leadership of the masters of wisdom and the harmony of feeling. In the moments of meditation, we should completely loosen ourselves from the events of the day, altogether from the physical world. And we achieve through contemplation or inner immersion, if we are in a position to do so, the ability to fill our soul with content. We should then create the content ourselves. What the teacher gives should be seen as a seed. He or she speaks objectively about higher worlds, and we should feel it in meditation and bring what has been related to us to life. The teacher will never want to reach into the eye of another. Altogether, no one should ever reach into the eye of another. Now, during meditation, there are certain temptations that pupils must overcome. And for that purpose, the following two symbols should be placed before the soul as helping supports when they fall to these temptations. If pupils, still at the beginning of their training, are still thinking of the events of the day during meditation, or if their surroundings distract them from concentration, then they should place the caduceus before their soul, this ancient symbol, the luminous staff with the dark snake and the bright snake. What does this symbol represent? All living beings, down to the simplest life forms, are enclosed in a skin. So too, visible for a clairvoyant, our astral body is enclosed in a skin during the wakefulness of the day. However, this skin is frayed and torn as its forces are used up. And when the astral body is properly frayed and torn, then sleep enters for the human being. When we then return to the spiritual world during sleep, this skin is restored. For this reason, every evening we should remember that we are returning to the spiritual world, our home. The Pythagorean numbers always contained such wisdom, and 0 always represented this skin. With 0, we come out of the physical world into the spiritual world. There is nothing within this 0 that is of value for the spiritual world. When advanced esotericists lose consciousness, or when their limbs become stiff, they should place the rose cross before their souls, the symbol of, quote, die and become, close quote. Advanced pupils, pupils who are already seeing in a certain way, have greater temptations and attacks than those who are just beginning. Many kinds of ugly forms appear to them, which want to distract them. Indeed, also deceptive images in venerable form who want to say to them, quote, all this I will give you, close quote. And if they do not resist these temptations, they can come into great danger. Here too, the rose cross, the black wood of the cross with the red roses, that represent the blood flowing down from the wounds of the Redeemer on Golgotha, is the safest means to resist this temptation. No matter what their experiences may otherwise be in thousands of variations, there is one experience that all esotericists have. If only they have patience and endure, then it will one day also come to them, namely the feeling of being divided into pieces, of being partitioned into various streams. We know that on Saturn the thrones, on the sun the spirits of wisdom, on the moon the spirits of movement, on the earth the spirits of form, guided our evolution. On Saturn the thrones guided our blood. On the sun the spirits of wisdom guided our glandular system. On the moon the spirits of movement guided our nervous system. Now the pupil feels him or herself as if divided up between all these streams. However, there exists then the danger of losing oneself entirely and not finding the way back. And here it is also necessary to imagine the rose cross. Through proper immersion and meditation, a feeling of safety, calm, and peace then comes over the pupil. Not a peace that consists only of calmness, but a peace such as can only be found in higher worlds and would be achievable here if we could imagine it thus: a roaring, surging, storming sea, whose substance is the same as if it lay there calm and smooth. If you were to stand in the middle of this surging, raging sea on a wreck, and were able to forget yourself to the extent that you had no anxiety and fear of death for your personal life, but rather in the middle of this roaring and mortal danger, could be immersed only in the lofty, magnificent view of the raging sea, and felt only the beauty and loftiness of this view, then in this moment you would have peace as it can be found in the spiritual world. This peace is possible in the spiritual world. Here it is not possible, except when we can forget ourselves completely in ecstasy, when we open our souls so wide that the peace of all the spiritual world streams in. All names for Christ that are other than I am are not correct. We can never speak of He. Mystical, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Masonic, power, effect, being. Gnostic, in brackets not indicated. Alchemical, sulfur, mercury, salt. The end of record A. Record B. And finally, the pupil should hold firmly in his or her soul, constantly preserve the freedom and independence of the I. That is our highest being. And looking up to Christ, may there stand in our soul, Christ is the archetype of the I. May my I strive to become a reflection of this archetype. And this archetype cannot be characterized by any name other than I am. Everything that the masters, the leading spirits of humankind, have given from their experience of millennia in an esoteric training that has a right to exist, never touches this independence of the pupils who entrust themselves to them. The teachers will never give a pupil something from outside that is ever finished. Rather, everything they give is given to the free will of the pupil, so that it can unfold its effectiveness in him or her. The becoming or growth is placed in the hands of the human being, him or herself. The impulse is given into the I, and the I must develop it out of its own inner power that can only be enkindled from within. For this reason, it is a kind of impurity if an esoteric teacher reveals his or her own feelings to a pupil. He or she conveys facts about the spiritual world. The pupils themselves develop their own feelings about them, and their souls blossom from it, just as flowers blossom from seeds. And on the pupil's esoteric path, there is a vow that is always alive in their souls, that they always keep awake in their souls. I will never injure another human being, neither through words nor through deeds, not even in thoughts. Here we must not allow ourselves any excuse. Here we must be as strict as possible with ourselves and as gentle as possible with others. Hate, too, must entirely disappear in us, not by suppressing it, for that would only bring about its transformation into fear. Fear is always suppressed hate. Hate must be transformed, not suppressed, and transformed hate is then love in our soul. Every kind of hate is destructive. Love, however, builds up. It creates in the human soul. The end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Munich on March 8, 1909. Record A, manuscript is anonymous. Record B, manuscript from Alice Kinkle. Record A. In today's lesson, we will have much to repeat of what we said the last time, January 7th. And at the same time, we will bring new material, as well as illuminating much from another side. An esoteric lesson is for us a ladder, so to speak, to lead us upward through our meditations by again and again making clear, stressing and imprinting us with the mood with which the masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings have given us these meditations, and with which we should perform them. We know that meditation is, in a small way, a weak reflection of an initiation, an initiation that we will all one day reach and go through, we who have gone the esoteric path. Meditations come from the powers that want to bring evolution forward, and that we usually refer to as the good powers. For certain reasons, opposing, hindering powers are woven into the world plan. They would like to stop evolution. Since we would like to advance ourselves faster through our meditations, in order to foster the evolution of humankind, meditation is precisely the field in which the hindering powers attempt to intervene in every way destructively. In beginners, by calling to memory the everyday events of the last days. In advanced seers, primarily by placing animals and seductive figures in their field of vision. These pictures, which are like all beings of the physical plane, for example, one sees rats and mice, come from a sub-physical realm. The astral and devaconic worlds are higher than the physical, but there is also a sub-physical realm, and precisely from this realm the pictures sneak in for those meditants who have attained spiritual vision. The less the beings that we see are similar to those on the physical plane, the more they are similar to what we call sphinxes, seraphim, and cherubim, the more certain we can be that we are seeing lofty, good beings, and that we are on the right track with our meditations. In the last hour, we already mentioned the remedy against the attacks mentioned, the caduceus, the staff of Mercury wound round with two snakes. Every being that has life for itself is enclosed in a skin. There is no being without a skin. Thus, not only our physical body, but also our astral body has a skin. The skin has certain peculiarities. It has different strengths among different people with different characters. A dependent, will-less person has a brittle, cracked astral body prone to tearing. Hence, he or she has a tendency toward dependence and devotion, and the frequent wish to dissolve into the universe. An independent person, gifted with a strong will, has a strong, powerful astral skin. With all people, however, this skin is used up in the course of the day, which means it gets holes, tears, is frayed, and in the sight of a clairvoyant, hangs around the astral body. This tearing of the astral skin is the cause of the feeling of exhaustion, of drowsiness. When we fall asleep, the I and the astral body separate from the body and etheric body and return to the womb of God, which wove the astral body. The astral body draws from God new forces to form a new skin. Now, it is of tremendous importance for us and for the progress we want to make that when we consciously enter into this very real process, that is, when falling asleep, that we say to ourselves that we are returning to the gods from whom we have come forth, who created us. For this reason, the moment of falling asleep should be holy. The snakes on the caduceus symbolize for us the new formation of the astral skin. The snake is known as an animal that sheds its skin, and the white snake is a symbol of young life, arising anew in a new skin. With this symbol, we are to make clear to ourselves that every morning our astral body arises with a new young skin. These symbols did not spring from speculation and are not given to us so that we can launch into speculations about them, but rather so that we let them live in our soul. We can imagine the Mercury staff before every meditation, evenings and mornings, and also use it during meditation in order to ward off the evil influences discussed. The last time we spoke about the fact that in the course of time, the meditant, entirely in meditation, has a feeling of being split up, of dissolving into the universe, of being torn apart by everything that is connected with the physical, etheric, astral bodies. by all wishes, stimulations, distractions, etc., by everything that belongs to the moment, and that the feeling is correct, for it comes from our devotion in meditation to the powerful beings that created us. On Saturn, our physical body came into being when the thrones, so to speak, poured themselves out, gave themselves in devotion. Our physical body came into being through these emanations as a secretion of warmth that was organized within itself. On the Sun, the spirits of wisdom gave themselves in devotion in order to create our etheric body, while new bands of thrones arranged organs in our physical body that we would one day use on the Moon. On the Moon, the spirits of movement joined and created our astral bodies, while again new groups of thrones and spirits of wisdom worked new organs into our physical and etheric bodies. Here on earth, the spirits of form worked on our eye, and we are giving ourselves in devotion to all these legions in meditation. We feel ourselves dissolving into them and are allowed to do this, but only in full consciousness. If we feel our consciousness diminishing or entirely lose it, then this is a sign that evil powers have intervened. And the more we give ourselves to this feeling of fainting, the more life forces they will take from us. Coming out of the meditation, we are weakened instead of strengthened. Anyone who constantly goes through this unconsciousness can become ill and miserable, and the consequence is a feeling of ongoing fatigue and lack of interest in life. For the evil powers love humans who advance through meditation more than ordinary people and attach themselves more intensely to them in order to destroy them. Those who have advanced to spiritual vision and have achieved a state of complete absorption in meditation, they see all these heavenly kingdoms that created them. They see how their physical body, their etheric body, their astral body disappear and are dissolved in these realms. And they must experience this with the intensive feeling, die and become, in full consciousness that their lower I dies away in order to acquire a new consciousness in higher worlds. There is an obstacle for meditants that they can trip over, the figure of a tempter who approaches them in order to whisper to them that these heavenly worlds are their own creation, that they can do as they like in them. However, those who surrender to this feeling, that even the smallest thing in these worlds belong to them as their own, they slip onto a false path. This temptation is magnificently described in the Bible in the temptation of Christ. And almost all meditants must go through this on a small scale. The symbol that helps us in this temptation is the rose cross, the black cross, the symbol of death, the 7 red roses, the symbol of new germinating life from the blood flowing forth from the Savior. A wonderful legend says that when the Savior died, the bees came and sucked the pure chaste blood as they otherwise sucked on the red rose blossoms. In the deepest sense, the red roses are a symbol for the sacred blood of Christ. Evil powers must step back from those who place this black wooden cross with the 7 blossoming dark red roses before their soul. For this reason, we should let it live in us after every meditation. It is a symbol from which we can draw boundless power. Those who overcome all these dangers, those who forget during meditation everything that belongs to their physical, etheric, and astral bodies, and immerse themselves only in the Godhead, will attain what is called peace of soul. But we must not imagine here the kind of comfortable peace that we know as bodily rest. Nothing bodily has anything to say in this case. We can form an idea of this peace of the soul only with a picture. Let us imagine the incredibly large surface of a sea, calm over a wide area. And then, let us imagine the same sea wildly surging, with breaking waves towering high above the raging surface. This will be difficult for modern humans in their present evolution. And let us imagine ourselves on a sinking ship, in the midst of these surging waves, in the force of our approaching inevitable death. In such moments, to feel nothing, no terror, no dread of death, nothing but the wonderful beauty of the elements unleashed, the magnificence of creation, those who can do that know what peace of soul is. As often as possible, we should let such pictures, such thoughts live in us in all their greatness and fullness. And we will feel how we are one with creation, how fear and terror, or its elements and eruptions, disappear, and we will draw strength from all hindrances that are placed against us in life. The end of Record A. Record B. How one brings down from the spiritual world such formulas, such as those concerning the spirit of the day. By concentrating on the heart, one gets the formula for Sunday. What are we striving for in esotericism? We are striving for a connection of the I with the truth. Before we strove for esotericism, we had only a connection of the I with Maya, the sense world. Anything in us that does not fit into the spiritual world must be separated from us if we want to enter this spiritual world. That is brought about by beings of the Luciferic legions. Their names are Samael, Azazel, Azael, Mahazael. The end of Record B and the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Hamburg on March 14th, 1909. Record A, notes from JB, ? Record B, notes from Amelie Wagner. Record A. Every exercise is a reflection, no matter how small, of a picture of initiation. And the humble feeling that we bring to initiation, we should place in every meditation given to us. It is important not only that we do every exercise precisely and regularly, but most of all, how we do each exercise. There can be hundreds of different experiences of meditation, but certain typical experiences everyone must go through. All beginners have to battle with Ahrimanic beings that penetrate their consciousness during meditation and attempt to distract them. This becomes noticeable as a stream. In order to understand this, we must be clear about the following. All independent life is surrounded by a skin, and so is the astral body. This enclosed astral body was always signified by a zero. Foreign beings cannot penetrate into a being enclosed by a skin. Thus, the human astral body was a zero, a nothing for the remaining beings. By being separated out from the entire astral material and surrounded by a skin, the astral body becomes a one. And that is signified by setting the one before the zero, 1, 0. To this are then added the numbers that point to future stages of evolution on Jupiter and Venus, 6 and 5. Thus emerges the mystic number 1065, Dizan, which is spoken of entitled The Secret Doctrine by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. During the day, the astral body is worn out by the impressions that it receives from outside. In this way, the skin gets tears so that forces can stream out, forces necessary for the physical body. At night, the astral body goes into astral regions, And when it again enters the human being in the morning, the human being feels strengthened because the astral body has been healed again. This is given to our consciousness without any action on our part. And with this thought, holy feelings full of humility should permeate us. There is a remedy that will hinder Ahrimanic beings from penetrating into our consciousness, a symbol that one must enliven within oneself. This is the staff of Mercury, the luminous staff with a black snake and a brightly luminous shining snake. The snake is a symbol for the astral body. Every night, the astral body sheds its skin. It throws off the used up skin. The black snake is a symbol for this. Overnight, it gets a new shimmering skin. And this newly enlivened, beautiful, shining skin of the astral body is symbolized by the shining snake. When we let it rise up before us, before every meditation, this symbol, the staff of Mercury, which the messenger of the gods holds in his hand, who shows the way, bans everything that wants to push into our consciousness and disturb. When we ascend higher, when we become clairvoyant, Ahrimanic beings advance on us in pictures. We see parasitic animals, rats and mice. As a temptation, beings approach us with beautiful human faces but crippled feet. We must not give ourselves to them. Good pictures are when the meditant sees a sphinx, seraphim, or a cherubim. Here too, the staff of Mercury is to be used to ban the beings that would pull us down. When the meditant ascends higher, he or she has the feeling, with new exercises, of being divided up, of flowing apart. This feeling is entirely justified. The human being here is the torn apart Dionysus. Yet his or her consciousness must not be allowed to be lost here. In order to understand this, we point out the following. On Saturn, the thrones, the lofty sublime beings, worked on the physical body. The physical body does not belong to us. It is an optical illusion. Currents that go forth from the lofty thrones form it. Think of creeks that flow together. Where they meet, a whirlpool comes into existence. Thus, physical existence comes into being where the currents streaming forth from the thrones meet together. The physical body is something lofty, godly, upon which the thrones are still working. The etheric body was formed by the beings of wisdom on the sun. On the moon, the beings of movement worked on the astral body. On the earth, the beings of form worked on the eye. Thus, the feeling of flowing apart is entirely justified. We feel ourselves being given back to the streams that formed us. However, lower beings attempt here to extinguish the consciousness of meditants, and that must not be allowed to happen. In order to prevent this from happening, every time we notice that our consciousness wants to disappear, we place before our soul the rose cross. It is also very good to immerse ourselves in it at the end of every exercise. Before every exercise, the staff of Mercury. After the exercise, the rose cross. In the black cross, we imagine the lower aspect, the animal nature in the human being that must be overcome. Out of this nature, the 7 sprouting red roses must blossom. A beautiful legend relates that when Christ was hanging on the cross with his bleeding wounds, bees came and drew honey from them as they otherwise did from red roses. Through his sacrifice, his blood had changed its chemical constituents. It was as pure as the fluid of the red rose. Yet, a step higher is when we consciously find ourselves in the higher spheres. We feel ourselves there not as an I, but entirely selfless. Then the following temptation approaches. The devil shows us the world, which then reveals a certain splendor. The devil says, "Behold, there lies the world. It is to be yours if you attach yourself to me." But everything personal must be extinguished here. And at this moment, we find our eye consciously lighting up. In order to withstand the temptation of the devil, one should meditate on the rose cross. When we have consciously found ourselves again in meditation, we feel the region of soul peace. But this region does not only contain peace, also in it, the battle of the gods is raging. Thunder is roaring, of which our earthly battles are only a weak reflection. It is a peace during battle, as both calm and storms rule in the same substance in water. The following is hardly possible for modern-day humankind. But if it were possible, then it would be a picture of what was just described. To stand on a sinking ship with the awareness that you will enter physical death in the next minutes, and blissfully to expect death enchanted by the beauty of raging nature. Thus, the meditant rests in blessed peace, in the region of soul peace, aware of the storm and battle in the same region. A great hindrance for meditants is hatred, which lacerates the astral body and stimulates decay and causes vibrations of death in the physical body. We are just as responsible for unintentional injury as for intentional injury. If hate is merely suppressed, then its vibrations are rearranged into fear. People who have fear can never be genuine esotericists because they still have suppressed hate within them. We should try to prevent unintentional insults. It is much easier to have good intentions than to act wisely. We must acquire love of wisdom in order to transform the hate. This love of wisdom flows out of the theosophical worldview. The end of Record A. Record B, an excerpt. When meditants manage to penetrate into the realm of spirits, then their astral body expands. They have left their sheath behind, and they have the feeling that they have been divided up. They no longer feel themselves as separate beings. They have forgotten their personal earthly names. Thus it should be. This is worth achieving. But there is a danger associated with it. When meditants then lose their consciousness and faint, fall into a trance, then they are weakened. They are then exposed to the influences of mediums, which injure them. If they feel this condition approaching, they should place the rose cross, the rosy cross, before the eye of their soul, UIE, at first in imagination. Later, they will see it in reality. That maintains them in waking consciousness. There is a wonderful legend that when Jesus' side was opened and blood flowed forth, bees came and drew honey from it. What they obtained from chaste flowers, from roses, they could draw from the pure blood of the dead Christ. Finally, Dr. Steiner spoke of soul peace, comparable to the flat surface of the sea, yet the same water that reflects so quietly and peacefully can be stirred up into high crashing waves. So too is the spiritual world. Terrible battles are fought there. Compared to the battles of the gods, all the battles here on earth are child's play, a weak reflection. Is it possible to preserve there peace of soul? It is possible, and indeed as it is hardly possible here on the earth. But we can explain it with a comparison. Think of a person on the high seas. Waves upon waves mount up, crashing upon and breaking the masts. The ship is the victim of the waves. Bodily death is imminent. Death is certain, and the person is so taken by the majesty of nature's power, by the impressive drama, that he or she forgets him or herself and goes down with these lofty, reverent feelings. If we can do this, and we will achieve it on the spiritual plane sooner or later, then we have experienced, quote, die and become, close quote. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on March 21st, 1909, Record A notes from Paula Stritzik, Record B notes from Wilhelm Hüberschleiten. Record A. This is the last esoteric lesson for a few weeks. It is my obligation to give you some instruction for this time. Only those who still have very important questions can ask them of me after this lesson. It is good when esotericists become accustomed to being independent. If they cannot answer a question for themselves, then they should pose it again and again, but without brooding. The answer will come to them soon enough. Patience and endurance are the main factors for an earnestly striving esotericist. Already in the last lesson, advice was given concerning the staff of snakes and the rose cross, which will take years to digest. What is to be presented today should be understood only as notes and remarks. The human being is an extraordinarily complicated creature. When someone begins to live as a vegetarian, there are many things to be considered. With everything that we consume, animal, plant, mineral, we take into us the spiritual forces that formed it. If, for example, we eat a bull, cow, cattle, then the forces are drawn into us that worked on that being back when the bull fell out of the series of advancing beings. Animals are beings who descended before their time, in which the forces hardened, the forces that were at work on them at the time of their turning aside from the evolutionary process. Animals have remained at the stage of evolution of that time. Thus, at the time when the bull fell out, the forces worked in such a way that a small brain and a protruding snout were formed. Those who consume bulls, that is beef, take into themselves these forces, which bring forth a small brain and a protruding snout. This is not to be understood in such a way that one physically becomes similar to a bull, that one gets a protruding snout and so forth, but rather one takes these forces into one's astral body, which then work to harden in this way. After death, when the astral body becomes free, it takes on these forms. One can observe this on the astral plane. This fact is the basis for the idea of, quote, transmigration of souls, close quote. However, the human being of today needs this hardening that comes to him or her through consuming flesh. Humankind was intentionally led to eating animals at a certain time. In those beings that did not fall out of the entire process, in whom the form, at the moment of falling out of the process, was not hardened, the forms remained softer, so that other forces could continue to work on them and develop them to higher stages. If humans had not eaten any animals, then they would have remained soft. They would have assumed grotesque forms instead of the present-day human countenance. Now, if people today live as vegetarians, then they lose this hardening influence, this inner solidity. And if they do not have a healthy body through heredity, if they are not, as we say, a robust person, then they can easily lose their inner stability and can even become insane. Esotericists must overcome the fact that something outside them is working for their progress. They must take their own development into their own hands and aim at acquiring this solidity that was brought to them through these hardening forces by means of acquiring clear thinking. Through thinking and immersing oneself in the states of old Saturn, Sun, Moon, and so forth, which has been told to us again and again, through living in purely impersonal thoughts, the esotericist creates firm lines in him or herself and avoids the danger of vacillation and being scattered. We should not allow our thinking to be influenced by prejudices of any kind, by habits and relationships connected to the family, to one's country, race, age, and so forth. Our thinking should be free, entirely free. Everything taught in theosophy can be understood with healthy common sense. When we know that a copy of the astral body of Jesus of Nazareth was reincarnated in Francis of Assisi, we then understand his entire life and work. The way modern life is, esotericists cannot avoid situations in which they must act unjustly. Here we must always bear in mind that the magnificent law of karma is at work, compensating always and everywhere. We must develop our intelligence. There are adults who have the intelligence of a 12-year-old, indeed, an 8-year-old. While the body continued to grow, the intelligence remained at a certain stage. Such people can perform the duties of the office in which they are placed without their lack of intelligence being noticed. In such offices, everything down to the smallest detail is prescribed from above. They need only adhere to these regulations. But if they leave this office, then they lose the stability of these regulations, and very soon they collapse. Another danger for esotericists consists in this, that when they have had any kind of special experience, they consider themselves very devout and selfless. If we look more closely, we would notice that nevertheless, behind this an egotism is found, even if in a very subtle form, and therefore difficult to recognize. This subtle egotism must also be overcome if one really wants to let Christ be born within. And we can overcome it only through pure thinking. If we have seen something astral or the like, then we should be clear about what it is, and not imagine that it has great significance and proves that we are already evolved to to who knows what heights. We should approach everything very clearly and impersonally. We should purify our thinking, feeling, and willing in order to allow the Spirit to work through them. End of Record A. Record B. It is questionable whether these notes really reproduce the lessons of March 21, 1909, because the other notes contain a different content. With respect to the drawing on page 401, which is not explained here, see Rudolf Steiner's lecture of December 28, 1907, entitled Myths and Legends, Occult Signs and Symbols, Collected Works, Volume 101. Caduceus and Rose-Cross to be studied thoroughly, meditatively. Inner experiences also create selfishness and vanity. These are to be overcome only through pure thinking. Esoteric sentences must be meditated upon in such a way that they completely fill us inwardly. We must devote ourselves to a sentence with all our forces of soul. All such sentences point to an outer form. This we should imagine. Thus our own being forms itself further. By spiritually living into and immersing ourselves in such a sentence and such a form, we begin to feel the power within us that until now has formed our own being. This is the creative power of the soul that forms the body out of the soul. This in particular with the I am. In doing so, one is to feel, quote, I rejoice that I can co-work in the world as a being with initiative. I want to place myself in the context of the whole world. If we concentrate this, close quote, if we concentrate this in a single act of consciousness, and also direct the power of our consciousness toward the hypophysis, transfer it there, then we are transferring ourselves thus into a higher world, into the world of creative power. A living thought comes to us. Just as my thought is alive, so too the force that lives in and drives the plant seed must be inwardly alive. Soon this thought becomes for us a raying out of light. A joyful enthusiasm and love for creative existence will soon fill us. A power is imparted to our will that fills it with warmth and makes it energetic. In this way, intellectual, ethical, and soul forces of the highest kind are born in us. we enter more and more into a conscious relationship to the higher spiritual world. That's the end of record B. There is then a chart. Above it says world thought, it thinks, moon evolution. World soul, she feels, sun evolution. World will, he wills, Saturn evolution. Then there's a caduceus with various labelings on it. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Dusseldorf on April 15, 1909. Record A, manuscript from Matilda Scholl and Anonymous. Record B, manuscript from Alice Kinkle. Record A. As with every esoteric lesson, today we want to remind ourselves that what is imparted to us in this hour comes from the masters of wisdom and the harmony of feelings. We want to develop ourselves, not out of an egotistical longing for development, but rather in order to become helpers of humanity, with whom our karma is connected. We should emerge from this hour as different people from those who we were when we entered, as we benefit from the instruction for our daily esoteric work. The main point, which cannot be impressed upon us too often, is that we fill these most intimate undertakings of the soul with the proper attitude. In the first instance, our meditations take into consideration the division of the human being into sleeping and waking consciousness. They are given to us from primeval, pre-Atlantean consciousness. They are given to us from this bisection of the human being. Why is it necessary that humans at night withdraw their eye and astral body out of the physical and etheric bodies? The divine beings that created and formed the physical and etheric bodies into such a majestic and perfect temple supply them again during the night, while the eye and the astral body also entered divine realms. If they did not do this, they would completely ruin their physical and etheric bodies, because aside from the divine spiritual beings, who were their creators, Luciferic beings also have influence on the astral body. For these were the beings who made the astral body free and independent. In this way, humans fall back into error and guilt during the day when they return to their physical bodies. It is not the physical and the etheric bodies that are subject to errors, but rather the astral body that is seduced by the eye and gives in to the promptings of Luciferic beings. Normal people are protected from the deeper, more dangerous influences of these Luciferic beings by a strong power given them by the divine spiritual creators. But an esotericist must use this power in order to ascend to higher stages of evolution. When falling asleep, esotericists should say to themselves, quote, "I am returning to my Creator," close quote. And when awakening, quote, "I am coming to the place where I abided before my body was created," close quote. And in meditation, they should abide for a few moments consciously in these realms. If they practice with this attitude, they will thereby enkindle the holy fire, the inner warmth within themselves that is necessary for them. And in the evening, before falling asleep, they should develop the same feeling during their esoteric work, even if it is only the daily retrospection. By allowing their day to pass before them backward, from its end to its beginning, they create spiritual pictures that they take as an extract into the spiritual world. This must happen backward toward the beginning of the day, because in the spiritual world everything happens this way, and we thereby create a transition into it so that it flows into us more easily, so that we can enter it more easily. By carrying ordinary forward-directed thinking into the spiritual world, we push against it, shove it away from us. And in this way, we ourselves hinder our development. As in the night Luciferic beings influence us, so to speak, from within, so during the day Ahrimanic Mephistophelian from outside. What have these beings caused in humans through this influence? Along with freedom and I consciousness, Luciferic beings brought their most extreme form, hatred. Humans would never have been able to hate had they not increasingly felt separated in their I. And Ahrimanic beings enveloped the divine spiritual beings in the smoke of Maya for human eyes, so that humans no longer see what stands behind things. That's EYES. Thus fear comes into being. Humans would never have known fear if they could see the divine creator, instead of bumping against the things in space. Small children learn fear in the moment when they come into contact with matter, when they bump against it. Esotericists must learn to set aside these two, hate and fear, even in their most subtle shadings, in order to advance forward with success. Zoroaster, one of our most powerful teachers, has, for this reason, left words behind that should serve us in achieving fearlessness. If we understand these words properly, he said, "I will speak, now come and listen to me, you who have a longing from near and far. I will speak of him who can be revealed to the mind, and no longer shall the deceptive senses confuse people, which instigated so much evil in human evolution. I will speak of that which is to me the first and the greatest of what he has revealed to me, the Great Spirit who is Ahura Mazda. Those who do not hear my words as I understand and intend them will experience evil when the earth's course comes to an end in his age." Close quote. With these words, he wanted to instruct people that the external sun, S-U-N, is only a sheath for the great ruler of the spirits of fire, just as every physical thing is a sheath for something spiritual. And if we concentrate on this great Ahura Mazda, which stands behind the life-giving sun, then fearlessness will come to us. And much later, the great Zoroaster put forward another symbol for overcoming hatred. He had two pupils. For one, he prepared an astral body so that he became clairvoyant. And for this reason, this pupil could, in another incarnation, with his prepared astral body, unite together with that of Zoroaster, who had sacrificed his for this purpose. This pupil became the great Hermes, who guided the Egyptian mysteries. Zoroaster sacrificed his etheric body to the second pupil, whose etheric body was also carefully prepared for this union. This pupil was reincarnated as Moses. That he received a special etheric body we can understand from the story in the Bible about the basket boat, in which he had to abide for a while as a small child, closed off from the world so that his I and astral body would not be influenced in a confusing way by subtle processes caused by outer impressions. The I of Zoroaster was powerful and strong enough to create for itself new etheric and astral bodies for a new incarnation. After he was Nazarathos, the teacher of Pythagoras, he finally became Jesus of Nazareth, who could then sacrifice his three bodies, also the physical for Ahura Mazda, whom he had always proclaimed. Ahura Mazda now descended and lived in him, and for this reason Jesus could say, quote, "I am the light of the world," close quote, in John's Gospel. And the symbol for the utter lack of hatred that Zoroaster left us in this way is the blood that flowed on Golgotha. Hatred is the most extreme expression of the I. And what does our I live in? In the blood. Our physical blood is even changed when this hardening, this wooden quality of the I, this hatred, is transformed into the utter lack of hatred, and this then into love. If chemists had correspondingly accurate instruments, they would be able to discover, for example, the difference in the blood between an ancient Indian and a Francis of Assisi. This spiritualization is also expressed in the physical realm. With the blood that flowed on Golgotha for humankind, we have a symbol for the complete lack of hatred with which we can transform every feeling of hatred into love in order to bring it before the altar of creative beings. The magical breath that goes forth from Golgotha has a transforming effect on hatred and fear, which are brothers, just as the Luciferic beings and the Ahrimanic Mephistophelian beings are brothers. End of Record A. Record B. Hate is an utmost expression of Luciferic beings over and against the divine spiritual beings of love. With hatred, the eye is too strong. It is hardened in itself. Fear comes from Ahriman in Mephistopheles. Zoroaster wanted to educate humanity to fearlessness and a complete lack of hatred. For this reason, he first directed his words to Ahura Mazda. Quote, I will speak of that which is the highest to me, etc. Close parenthesis. And the second means for this education is the great mystery of Golgotha. The symbol for this ideal of fearlessness and complete lack of hatred is the blood that flowed from the wounds of the Redeemer, the blood that here represents the expression of the I capital in the physical realm. Retrospection is to be done in the evening before falling asleep. Those who do not do retrospection backwards, and who as esotericists do not do retrospection at all, are pushing back and restraining the spiritual world. An esotericist is permitted to ask, where do I come from? And the answer is permitted to be from the womb of divine spiritual beings, my creators. And where am I going? Back there into their womb. We should consciously feel the moments of falling asleep and waking up to be sacred moments. Our physical body and our etheric body have come to us from divine spiritual worlds, from divine spiritual beings. For this reason, we should not regard them with arrogance and condescension, but rather with holy reverence. Because the astral body is receptive to the promptings of Lucifer and Ahriman, it is important to always be awake. Lucifer gives us independence, but we also thank him for the possibility of error and evil. Ahriman envelops us in fear. Therefore, we again and again despoil these bodies between waking and sleeping. That is the end of this first section of the Esoteric Lessons of 1909 by Rudolf Steiner. You are listening to rudolfsteineraudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works number 266, the first of 3 volumes, entitled From the Esoteric School. This first one is the Esoteric Lessons from 1904 to 1909 by Rudolf Steiner, translated by James H. Hines. And this is the 19th section of this entire book. There's one more after this. And these are the esoteric lessons. This first esoteric lesson is from Düsseldorf, April 19th, 1909. Record A is a manuscript from Matilda Scholl and Anonymous. And Record B are notes from Unknown. Record A. When entering the school, esoteric pupils have to fulfill only one condition, namely this, that they apply their reason, their intellect entirely to what flows to them as teaching. That they ask themselves when listening to the teacher, quote, is it reasonable for me to walk this path? Close quote. It is absolutely necessary that they recognize and understand with their reason, with their understanding, what is given to them. This is absolutely necessary so that the esoteric work we have to do has the proper effects. Our esoteric work can bear the proper fruit only with this precondition. On the other hand, the school has to fulfill the precondition that everything that flows through it comes only from the great teachers, whom we call the masters of wisdom and the harmony of feelings. What is their intention with this esoteric school? A small band of people is to be educated, which is to be equipped with knowledge concerning the evolution of the world and humanity, that brings the proper attitude for the great spiritual truths that stand behind world events. These people are then to pour these truths back into the evolution of humanity for its furtherance. How is it that just now this spiritual movement has come into being? That is based on important processes in the spiritual worlds, for everything on earth is only a reflection of them. We have seen that great spiritual hierarchies carry out the commands of the Godhead and guide the destinies of humankind. 800 years before the Christian era, it was necessary from one side to send hindering forces into evolution in order to prepare the mystery of Golgotha. The legions of a leader who was called Mammon in esotericism were set loose for this purpose. They darkened more and more the consciousness of humans concerning their connection with God. People lost ancient clairvoyance as the science and philosophy of the West blossomed. Ancient Eastern philosophy still had its origin in the old clairvoyance, while Greek philosophy grew entirely out of the material world. Thales' statement, quote, "everything originates in water," close quote, was gradually understood in an entirely physical sense. People gradually lost the memory of the spiritual behind water. But in these times of darkness, there were also great teachers at work who reminded the people of their spiritual origin. Let us assume that someone of that time had had no opportunity to listen to the teachings of a Buddha or a Zoroaster, and so forth. What would have happened to such a person after death? You know that the life between two incarnations is subject to change, just as is a life in the physical realm in history. This darkening of human consciousness only occurred, of course, gradually, just as everything in evolution only happens gradually. These spirits of Mammon could bring their influence to bear only gradually, and with each generation the son was less clairvoyant than the father, while the grandfather was even more clairvoyant, and so forth. Now, when human beings died with an entirely darkened consciousness for the divine, they took this darkness with them across the threshold and had to gradually work their way out of this cloud. To speak in pictures, they went from hand to hand, following the series of ancestors up to their primal ancestors who still had full clairvoyance. In this way, the cloud was gradually broken up. Of course, this required much time, and it could happen that someone could no longer meet his or her primal ancestor because the ancestor had meanwhile reincarnated, and then he or she had to return immature to a new incarnation. This path was called the father path, in quotes, or Pitriana in Eastern wisdom. Those, however, who took up the wisdom of a Zoroaster, a Buddha, who followed a great teacher, were received on the other side, taken by the hand of their teacher, who shortened for them the Pitriana, broke up the cloud, and led them to their divine origin. This path in Eastern wisdom was called Devayana, path of God. The light of the mystery of Golgotha shone into the time of the greatest darkness. Esoteric pupils know, or should know, that in the moment that blood flowed from his wounds, Christ began his journey into spiritual world, that he appeared in Devachan. That was the spiritual reflection above of the physical events below. What the mystery of Golgotha brought to humankind is still present, but an understanding of it can only gradually light up in human souls. Indeed, not even today can it appear in general. At the time of the mystery of Golgotha, the guiding power in the destinies of humans was taken over by Oriphiel, out of the hands of Michael. Oriphiel is one of the leaders whom the legions of Mammon serve, and who has to put up obstacles and hindrances to evolution. Michael took over from Gabriel, who returned in the 16th century and took over the regency anew after further archangels followed upon Oriphiel. Gabriel oversees the guidance of human births. Therefore, he is the one who, for example, announced the birth of John the Baptist and the Christ. In the 16th century, he prepared through selection of births a human brain in such a way that an organ was formed within it, which, to be sure, the techniques of materialistic science cannot discover, which, however, allows the present-day brain to appear very different from that of a person from the 13th or 14th century, for example. For a clairvoyant, since the 16th century, the human brain has clearly perceptibly changed to the end that humans learn to gradually understand Christianity in its entire significance. We have seen that in the 4th or 5th centuries, until the 14th century, copies of the etheric and astral bodies of Christ were bestowed upon personalities who in this way kept the spirit of true Christianity alive. Augustine, who received an imprint of the etheric body, after many errors, arrived at mystical knowledge that has many similarities with our theosophical teachings. The sevenfold division of the human being, for example, was a fact known to him, even if he had other names for it. All these people, with the gift of an astral body or etheric body, were notable for their deep humility, because they were conscious of the fact that the great truths that they proclaimed came to them as enlightenment, as grace, that they could not understand with their eye, capital. When such cosmic events occur, as for example the gift of an etheric or astral body from Christ, then they are usually accompanied by phenomena of nature, which we are inclined to understand as accidents, but are deeply connected with the spiritual events. To mention just one example, Thomas Aquinas, as a small child, received an astral body of Christ when a bolt of lightning struck. It killed his little sister, who was lying in a cradle in the same room, but it made the boy's astral body elastic in order to receive the lofty astral body of Christ. Through the preparation of the human being by Gabriel in the 16th century to develop a new organ in the forebrain, it has become possible that in the last third of the 19th century, after Gabriel passed the regency on to Michael, what we call theosophy could flow from the great masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings, in order gradually to bring close to humanity the significance of the mystery of Golgotha in all its effects. When humans pass through the portal of death today, then they, every individual, can find their great master, who allows himself to be found by every human being living in the physical realm. End of Record A. Record B. In the first, until the third millennium before Christ, humankind had a dim clairvoyance that nevertheless increasingly darkened as day consciousness became brighter. Clairvoyance diminished by degrees, and the descendant became constantly less clairvoyant than the ancestor. If humans died who had heard nothing of the teachings of Zoroaster, Hermes, or Buddha, their clairvoyant consciousness in the spiritual world was as if enveloped by a black cloud, and they had to walk the so-called Pitriana, father path. They had to pass from hand to hand of their ancestors, who took over the leadership until they came to the one who was the most clairvoyant. The judges of the dead in ancient exoteric Egyptian teachings are nothing more than ancestors. Now it could happen that the departed no longer even met such an ancestor, because the ancestor was already reincarnated. For this reason, such a person had to reincarnate immaturely. If, however, the person had taken up the teaching of the great religious leaders, then after passing through his or her personal Kamaloka, he or she could be guided further at the hand of such a founder of religion, and this was called Devayana, path of the gods. Until approximately 600 years after Christ, the great teachers of the Church, for example Augustine, could regard the Christian truths only as a gift of grace. This is connected with the fact that they received copies of the etheric body of Jesus of Nazareth, interwoven into their own etheric body. Their brain was not yet so far developed that they could understand this teaching with their intellect. Later, these teachers received copies of the astral body of Jesus of Nazareth, interwoven into their astral body. Francis of Assisi had such an astral body. A process such as this, interweaving, is also always connected with outer phenomena of nature. As the little Thomas Aquinas lay in the crib, and next to him his little sister, lightning struck. It killed the little sister, but the bolt of lightning made Thomas's astral body flexible for receiving the copy of the astral body of Jesus of Nazareth. Before the appearance of Christ, Michael was the archangel who had to carry out the commands of Yahweh. Raphael took over from him. Raphael, who conducted the regency at the time of Christ. At that time, the deepest darkness lay over humankind, because Mammon and his legions were working especially powerfully in that age. Several other archangels followed, and in the 16th century, the regency of the spirit Gabriel began. He has to prepare in a seed-like way what should manifest later. He is the guide of birth. For this reason, Gabriel is also the proclaimer of the birth of John the Baptist and Jesus of Nazareth. Under his regency, the forebrain was changed so that people could now understand the truths of Christianity with their intellect. In November 1879, something significant happened in the astral world. It was the victory of the archangel Michael over the god Mammon and his legions. And now spiritual life can again flow into humanity, in parentheses, theosophy, the end of that esoteric lesson. Next esoteric lesson is from Berlin, May 5th, 1909. Record A is a manuscript from Anonymous. Record B, a manuscript from Camilla Vondry. Record A. We want to discuss what our life of meditation causes when we carry out our meditations in the right way. During the time between morning and evening, our four bodies are united. The I and astral body influence the etheric body and physical body, and indeed through thinking, feeling, and willing. For example, we make a mental picture of a rose when we see it. We feel it is beautiful, and carry out an act of will when we pick it. Through this mental representing, feeling, and willing, we stimulate our etheric body and also our physical body. Through every mental act, feeling, and willing, we bring forth an impression on the physical body, whether we perceive it or not. It is thus with every normal person. It is different with animals, but we do not wish to speak of this here. Above all, it is also different with esotericists. When they immerse themselves in their meditation, something different happens. The meditations are arranged in such a way by the masters of wisdom and the harmony of feelings that they stimulate only the etheric body, and the physical body is excluded. Only the etheric brain is vibrating, and the physical remains at rest. In this way, the etheric body can work back upon the astral body, imprint it with its meditative experiences, and thus develop the organs in it that it needs. And these then work on the physical body to make it healthy. We can clarify this with a lowly example. If we direct our attention to a shining object, we can thereby also cut out our physical body. The etheric body becomes free. But because no meditative content is coming toward us that can stream into us, we are accessible to all spiritual influences in our surroundings, higher and lower, good and evil. That is something very inferior, while consciously excluding the physical body during meditation is something nobler. Was that always the case? No. In earlier times, the Hierophant drew the etheric body out of the physical body of his or her pupil in order to imprint it with experiences from supersensible worlds. In all degrees, from the simplest trance up to the 3.5-day sleep of death, it was always the Hierophant who arranged everything in the consciousness of the pupil. While today, the pupil, him or herself, and with consciousness, pulls out the etheric body, lifts it up, and lets the teaching of the Master stream in. Why is this the case? Here we must remember that spiritual beings of various levels, during various ages, direct the destiny of the earth. From approximately the 15th century onward, the direction lay in the hands of that being whom we call the Archangel Gabriel. He had the task of correctly directing the births on earth, so that gradually, among humans, an organ was developed that is found in the frontal cavity above the root of the nose. It is not directly physically perceptible. However, if a corpse of today and a corpse from the 13th century, for example, were compared, differences in the structure and the windings of the brain would be found at the location mentioned. This organ was gradually prepared by the Archangel Gabriel in humans, so that they would be in a position to receive the message of Michael, who took over the regency from him in 1879. Michael will imprint the message of Theosophy into the human being by means of this new organ. Indeed, not directly, but in such a way that he lets his wisdom stream into the etheric bodies of humans through the Great White Lodge. From there, humans must send it consciously into the organ for this wisdom, and then allow it to work in the etheric body. Gabriel worked during his last regency upon humans in the time from conception and birth. The human brain was different earlier. It always received, so to speak, fresh impulses. It no longer receives these. Instead of them, it has the new organ, which humans must develop out of their own initiative. What happens with those who do not do this, who do not want to receive the message of the Archangel Michael? Those who make themselves receptive to it are ready to work in the right way on the evolution of the earth and humanity. And esotericists should place this high, ideal goal before their soul in all modesty, but also with determination, and become constantly more conscious of their lofty task involving great responsibility. The others who do not use their organ thereby cause it to dry up, because every organ that is not used degenerates. They thereby avoid the work that they are supposed to do. This work will nevertheless be done. The Archangel Michael will see to it, but in a different way than would have happened through humans. Always when a human being avoids work, the spiritual world is calling upon him or her to accomplish it. When the earth transitions into its Jupiter condition, the task that was set for it in this period of evolution must be done. We want to unroll the great future picture that is presented when the Earth is ripe for the Jupiter condition. Through the people who have genuinely worked it, through the people who have genuinely worked, it will, in part, be entirely spiritualized, and these people will live in a wonderful paradise. However, through the people who have let their organ dry up, part of the earth will also be hardened, like a small kernel, so to speak, shrunk together. And the people who live on it will not perceive the others. The others will not be present for them. They will not be mature enough to enter the Jupiter condition, and for this reason will be carried over into the womb of spiritual beings. And it will be shown with them how difficult it is not to have kept pace with evolution. Humans have only this earth period to educate themselves to freedom, and by means of it to love. And for this work we should obtain strength in our meditations. Sooner or later, indeed through our meditation, we will get to know the spiritual world that surrounds us. However, we should bear in mind that it should happen with a proper attitude, not out of curiosity, which we like to call inquisitiveness, but rather in order to help humanity with progress to freedom and love. The end of Record A. Record B. Through the Archangel Gabriel, since the 15th century, an organ was prepared in the time between conception and birth, in the forepart of the head, that makes it possible for people of the present time to receive influences from the spiritual world. This organ has been prepared, but we must activate it ourselves. When we do this, then the following process happens. Through meditation, etc., the etheric part of the head is driven out, just as in hypnosis. Then this etheric part is granted the influence of Michael. And when we return, the etheric body works into the astral body. In this way, the healing forces of the exercise then flow again back into the physical body. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Berlin on May 27, 1909, manuscript from Eugenie Rudolf. As time passed, before Christ came to the earth and became a human being, such a great darkness had entered that even the masters in physical life no longer had that bright knowledge of the supersensible worlds that they had possessed earlier. Only very gradually did a brightening occur after Christ entered into flesh. This is the reason why, among the initiated, contemporaries of Christ Jesus, for example, in the Gospels, knowledge of the significance of the event of Golgotha was not found. Even a great initiate, to whom in his Egyptian incarnation almost nothing of the spiritual truths that had been revealed to humans was hidden, could not clearly remember this. Knowledge is always first revealed to humanity from above, from higher beings, through its great initiates, and also through their pupils. Then the initiates must pass on these revelations as teaching. To come to knowledge without what has already been revealed first being given to him or her as a teaching, that is entirely impossible for anyone. For this reason, in esoteric schools, the pupils have constantly been taught what they can turn into knowledge. For this reason, the teachings given in Theosophy can be given publicly, in order to give those who long for it knowledge of the truth to come to Christ. The childhood of the great initiates differs little from the life of other children. Perhaps there are only a few aspects that indicate the kind of spirit that lives in a child. They must learn and enrich their knowledge as others, and only thus acquire what they were in previous incarnations. This was also the case with Christian Rosenkreuz. Perhaps it took many a miracle for him not to have recognized at the outset the significance of the event of Golgotha. That was because the eye of Jesus was placed in him, as in Augustine the etheric body, and in Venerable Francis of Assisi the astral body. But because it was the eye, it first had to work its way through to knowledge in order to bring it to full effect. With it, he had a high and important mission. The only true name of Christ is I am. Quote, "Who does not know this or understand this and calls him otherwise knows nothing at all about him." Let me read that again. The only true name of Christ is I am. Who does not know this or understand this and calls him otherwise knows nothing at all about him. I am is his only name. That's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson is given in Kassel on June 27, 1909. Record A, notes from the collection of Elisabeth Freda. Record B, notes from the collection of Elisabeth Freda. Record C, notes from Wilhelm Huber Schleiden. Record D, manuscript from Nelly Lichtenberg. Record A. Since so many members are present today for such a lesson for the first time, we will begin by again saying that an esoteric lesson is one in which the responsibility for what is said lies not with the one who is speaking. The truths that belong to the esoteric life will also be repeated again. In ordinary life, humans do many things that remain unconscious to their spirit. For example, they will close their eye, EYE, if a fly touches it. If this process of closing one's eye first had to be thought through, then not much would come of it. This activity, and many like it, was first learned through uncountable errors. So also, the loftiest beings have achieved their loftiness only through being exposed to errors at all stages of their evolution, and only gradually acquiring the corresponding ability, so that errors were no longer possible, because what was learned became automatic. Now, we are also to learn to do, automatically, many things for which we now must still expend much power of thought. As our ordinary I, capital, raises itself, and the higher self is born, it is necessary to take care that at the same time our thinking flows logically and lawfully, so that errors are excluded. Otherwise, the moment will come when the I leaves lower thinking to itself, which leads to great confusion in our lower nature. Those who believe that thinking is something subordinate, for which one need not strive, are not suitable for the esoteric life. This is precisely what is most important. Three things are most important to keep in mind if one wants to advance esoterically. They are selfishness, the tendency to fall victim to favorite habits, and worry. The exercises as they are given to us, and theosophy as it is now taught, are the means by which we come to infallibly logical thinking, so that thoughts unfold logically by themselves and no errors arise. This is indeed a lofty ideal that we will not reach for a long time. But we should strive for it with all our power. That is the proper preparation for our astral body. If our thinking is regulated logically, desires can no longer rise up, and our body works automatically. Concerning the second thing, we are born with certain inclinations that are transformed in life into habits. What fit with these habits in earlier life now becomes a hindrance to progress. For this reason, we should constantly give ourselves an accounting of every inclination and every action that arises from it. The inclination toward certain habits should be attacked relentlessly and eliminated, because these habits become lodged in the etheric body and hinder its higher development. Through worry, a burden develops for the physical body. To a certain extent, all humans must bear their necessary worries. But beyond this limit, worry is a great evil, for it makes thinking impossible by drying out the brain so that in later life it is not in a position to take up new thoughts. We worry because we have let the spirit of mammon into us. Everything is already so materialized that this spirit is applied to the most materialistic region when one speaks of worry. And this spirit has penetrated so deeply into us that our leaders have taken measures in order to take upon themselves a portion of our worry in order to relieve us of them. The greatest model is Christ, who is recognized by everyone as the man of pain, the Savior, upon whom we can unload our cares. Those who want this and want to live in Christ can unload their worries and make their physical body strong and healthy so that their soul will also be healthy. The end of Record A. Record B. Today we want to stress 3 points in particular for the esoteric life: selfishness, being caught in cherished habits, worries. Selfishness is fought through logical thinking. We involuntarily close our eyes at the approach of a fly. This has become possible for us through a long period of learning. The spirits of movement have woven it into us. What we do involuntarily is always correct and wise. What we do voluntarily is subject to error. Even the spirits of movement first had to learn. They made many, many mistakes before movements such as closing the eyes and the like became involuntary in us, and before these movements could be carried out with such wisdom. Such movements are entirely independent of our personal feeling, from our wishes and so forth. Our thinking must also become like that. The proper thought sequences must line up one after another entirely by themselves. Our thoughts must not come forth for selfish reasons, for egotistical purposes. They must follow one another, one after another, in pure logic. We learn logical thinking from theosophical teachings. We develop this logic within us by having these thoughts placed before us, the mighty facts, all of which can be understood with the intellect, even if one cannot see them and research them oneself. And we attempt to grasp them with our thinking. In this way, we are distracted from the thought sequences that are grouped around our own small lower eye and directed to great encompassing ideas. Thus we work on our astral body. Habits that can be entirely appropriate in one life must be eliminated in another. Habits are anchored in the etheric body. All actions must become conscious. Our actions must not be caused by tradition, not by relationships to family, to country, not by certain classes and situations, but rather we should undertake every action out of our very own initiative. Thus we work on our etheric body. We are embedded in the physical world through our physical body. The more we feel connected with it, the more we are cut off from the spiritual world. We should not fall prey to worry. Certainly we must keep up with everything that is our duty here. We must succeed with respect to other people. But we should not be swallowed up by worry. We must not, quote, die into matter, close quote. It is difficult here to maintain the proper balance. How much should we worry about daily life, and how and when should we feel ourselves to be above it? Here we can only do what is right with correct knowledge of the Christ principle. When we allow Christ to be born in us, when we die not into matter, but in Christ, then we have grasped what is right, the good, the true. In this way, we are working on the physical body. The end of Record B. Record C. Selfishness is fought by thinking objectively. As unconsciously as our eye closes when something flies against it, that is how impersonally our thinking should proceed. Our thought process must be ruled not by our wishes, but rather by the facts of experience and pure logic. Cosmology presents us with such impersonal facts. Our eye is filled with great all-encompassing ideas. In our actions, we should not allow ourselves to be guided by the connections in our etheric body, family, race. The more we feel connected to the earthly world through worries, the more we are cut off from the spiritual world. We must do our duty and make our way with respect to other people. But through worry, we die into matter. We should be moderate, not be swallowed up by worry, but rather die in Christ. End of Record C, Record D excerpt. There is a certain substance in which worries live, and there are individualities of a highly developed kind who take upon themselves humanity's substance of worry. In esotericism, they are called Soter, S-O-T-E-R. The greatest Soter, called the man of sorrow, is the Christ. And it is not without reason that he says, quote, all your worries cast upon him, close quote. If people understand these words correctly, then they must know that all their worries, beyond a certain point, they must hand over to Christ, so that they themselves can move forward in the right way. And that's the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Kassel on July 4th, 1909. Record A, stenographic notes from Franz Seiler. Record B, manuscript from Nelly Lichtenberg. Record C, notes from Wilhelm Hübschleiden. Record A. Number 1. Dr. Steiner introduced the lesson by saying that within the Theosophical Society, there are not two antagonistic directions of esoteric training opposing one another. He stressed that frequently. However, this rumor always appears again, and statements are spread, as if to say that such opposition between the two schools of esoteric life in the Theosophical Society actually existed. This hostility is therefore thoroughly denied. The objective state of affairs is this, that at the Congress in Munich, the relationship of Annie Besant's school and that of Dr. Steiner experienced a change, inasmuch as Dr. Steiner, the former leader of the esoteric school, is no longer subordinate, but was coordinated. The subordination was transformed into cooperation. For this reason, these two schools now exist alongside one another, support one another reciprocally, but are far from battling one another. Number 2, concerning the exercises, how they must be carried out, with earnestness and endurance and punctuality. What is their intention? They are intended to awaken the forces that are asleep in the human being. Where do these forces lie? In the astral body, etheric body, physical body. Concerning the value and significance of symbols, symbols are pictures of processes and relationships in the spiritual world. When we use them on ourselves, we are transferring processes and conditions of the spiritual world into our own being. Symbols are thus to be applied in such a way that we make them real within us during our exercises, that we take them into our being. Number 3, concerning the I capital. In earlier times, the human eye still lived somewhat outside the physical body. In Atlantean times, that was the case. Even today, there are still very individual people whose eye is not entirely drawn into the physical body. At that time, humans, clairvoyant, but they could not themselves distinguish themselves from outer things, they flowed together with them. In Atlantean times, evolution led to this eye being laid into the physical body. The point is between the eyebrows. Number 4. Now, from here, the eye is to work into the spiritual world again. This also happens in the course of evolution. At first, humans transform a part of their astral body. Thereby, manas arises, spirit self. Then, they transform a part of their etheric body, buddhi, life spirit. And finally, a part of their physical body into atman, spirit human being. Thus, the eye works through all three kingdoms. Number 5. How evolution has proceeded. After the initiates had already been prepared on Atlantis, the best were chosen at the time of the destruction of the Atlantean continent in order to serve as a core in the formation of a new race. They were led to Asia, into the Gobi Desert, and were educated there with what was necessary to make them into progenitors of the fifth race, post-Atlantean humanity. But they were still very similar to the Atlanteans with respect to their view of the world and the outer world. They did not yet distinguish the outer world very much from their own world. They still flowed together with the outer world. They still lived more with the gods. Only later did the distinction appear. And their first distinction was to see the outer world as Maya, as mere appearance. They distinguished between good and evil, Ahura Mazda and Ahriman. Then it continued through the Chaldean, Egyptian, Babylonian age, then into the Greco-Roman age up into our time. Number 6. In the course of time, the human etheric body was drawn increasingly into the entire body, especially the head. Originally, human beings saw all beings and things blurred together in all possible forms and color nuances. After further time passed, these emerged ever more clearly. Contours became sharp with borders, such as is available today in the human ability to see. Number 7. Further evolution moves along so that with this clarity of vision, we achieve again the old realms of consciousness. We live again into the realms that human beings experienced in their consciousness in earlier times. In order to achieve this, all who want to develop faster will practice certain exercises. One such exercise is as follows, and there's a picture. This means we should first place a point of light approximately 20 to 30 centimeters outside our head, as directed above. Then we must draw the point of light into us between the eyebrows and let it flow through our whole body. When what has been taken in, is then inside, the exercise continues so that what has been taken in is again projected in a creative form, self-creative. That is then imaginative knowledge, self-created plastic pictures in the spiritual world. End of Record A. Record B. The one, unity, in the three, trinity, creates, brings about, measure, number, and relation. The one is the revelation of the absolute, of divine being. The three is represented by the eyebrows. Measure is the temple of God in the human spirit. Absolute unity works through Trinity in inner measure, number, and relation. There's a sort of a symbol of a house. With this symbol, I must think of my higher I outside me, as it works on Trinity, my thinking, feeling, and willing. It should work like the divine eye and transform these three forces. The end of Record B. Record C. Absolute unity works through Trinity within. Measure, number, and weight, relation. We would all like to rise into the spiritual worlds. Symbols are what make our path up easier, and indeed they help all the more intensely the more my eye is involved in them. With this symbol, I must think of my higher I outside me. I must learn to look upon myself very objectively as an object, a table or something like that. Like the divine I that created me, I should learn to work on my soul forces, my intellectual forces, my emotional forces, and my character. I should work creatively, like the divine I, and transform them. Indeed, they should penetrate me in two streams that I imagine as going through my eyebrows, the three, and enter within me, into the temple of my body, which has been set up like every temple, only still more complicated, according to measure, number, and relation. When I meditate upon this, stimulate my thinking, feeling, and willing, then powerful thoughts are awakened in me. Yet 6 preconditions must be previously fulfilled. The human being must have acquired 1. Control of thought, 2. Initiative in actions, 3. Composure, 4. Positivity, 5. Freedom from bias, 6. Repeating and connecting all of the above in harmony. In another otherwise identical text, the following sentence is found. If my lower I is strengthened by these exercises, then it can begin the path into higher worlds. This symbol helps it to do this. That is the end of that esoteric lesson. The next esoteric lesson was given in Munich on August 27, 1909. Footnote, Record A, manuscript from Matilda Scholl. Record B, manuscript from Camilla Vondry. Record C, notes from the collection of Fred Pepik. Record D, notes from Ida Knoch. Record E, notes from Günther Wagner and Wilhelm Hüberschleiden. Record F, notes from Günther Wagner. Record A. Today we want to occupy ourselves with the characters of the esoteric script, which pupils come to know in the course of their development, and through which the masters of wisdom and harmony of feelings convey wisdom to us, wisdom that has been carried over to us from the time of Atlantis. After the sinking of Atlantis, great initiates led 2 main streams of people from the west toward the east, one through Africa, the other through Europe. The one that came through Africa toward Asia produced, in the course of incarnations and evolution, the individuality who could take up the Christ light. Meanwhile, in the northern stream, initiates raised a strong, powerful stock of people who not only knew how to spite their enemies, but were also psychically a match for demonic influences. At various locations in Europe, there were mystery centers, the existence of which is reported in many old sagas. For example, behind the legend of King Arthur and his Round Table is hidden a report of such a secret school. King Arthur was a high initiate who made known the wisdom of the mysteries to his pupils. Now, there is an esoteric law that certain initiates, when an especially lofty one had unfolded his or her activity on the physical plane, are withdrawn in time back into the spiritual worlds and do not work down as far as the physical plane. So it happened that while the Christ light was shining in the east, another lofty initiate withdrew himself, for whom the northern European people had been prepared for a later field of action. He was incarnated at a certain point in time in order to bring the truth of the Christ event in all its significance to humanity. And the legend of the Holy Grail, which was carried by angels from the east to the west, and was then kept hovering above the earth, tells of this incarnation of a lofty initiate. And the guardian of the Grail, King Titurel, was the reincarnation of the lofty initiate, who was to prepare a certain period in history. There is an old French legend, the legend of Flore and Blanchefleur, that was inspired by Titurel, and was to bring forth and inspire, in the course of incarnations, a personality who is to play a great role in world history and evolution. This personality was Charlemagne. One can have historical and moral views of an historical personality that often differ greatly from the views that a clairvoyant obtains through his or her experiences. In any case, Charlemagne was destined to advance evolution in a certain way. Titurel attracted pupils. In a certain sense, all these pupils were called Parsifal. A Parsifal had to have freed himself through appropriate exercises from all influences that would pull him down. He had to be a Catharist. I will tell you what such a Parsifal had to experience in a story, not with an abstract explanation. For what is important is that one grasps something like this with one's emotional life. Now, when Parsifal, who at this stage could be called a pious one or a pure one, stepped before his master Titurel, Titurel allowed him to use the forces that Parsifal had developed within himself through catharsis for intensive concentration. Before Parsifal's eyes, the earth disappeared with everything upon it and was gradually transformed into a picture of a plant tree, which grew larger and larger, and from which a wonderful lily shot forth as a blossom. And while Parsifal was immersed in viewing this plant tree, he heard behind him the voice of Blanchefleur, who was, so to speak, symbolized by the lily. She said, "That is you." The lily gave forth a strong smell that had a repulsive effect on Parsifal, and he realized that this smell symbolized everything that he had set outside of himself through catharsis, and that this now surrounded him like an atmosphere. With this knowledge, he watched the tree wilt, and in its place the black cross appeared, from which red roses sprouted. And again he heard a voice behind him, the voice of Flore, whose symbol was the red rose, strengthened within itself. Quote, "That you will become," close quote. Parsifal was now led by Titurel into the loneliness of the mountains, so that he could meditate on the mighty pictures that were conjured up before his soul. And at a lonely height he directed his gaze toward the boundless heavens above him, looked forward and backward, toward the right and the left, into the endless distance, and an indescribable feeling of reverence and devotion to God, who was revealed to him in everything, overcame him. And he directed his prayer to God, quote, "You, great enveloper, whom I feel above, below, next to me, who is everywhere, whether I look forward or backward, I would like to devote myself to you, live for nothing else but you," close quote. At the same time, however, he felt another divine power that did not overwhelm him the same way, that appeared to lead him into himself, and appeared to give him a center. And he felt a third power as a messenger of the great revealer that appeared to lead him in circles around this center. He felt his left hand taken hold of by a force that pushed in as warmth through his hand to his heart, while another divine force pushed in through his right hand and made itself known through cold. If we wanted to draw these forces, we would have to draw the first three thus. And there's three lines, two on the top making sort of the beginnings of an equilateral triangle, and the one below, which would make the third part of an equilateral triangle, is instead a curved arrow. So the arrows go like in a circular shape, even though it's triangular. The other two forces that permeated him as a feeling that made him aware of his connection with of humanity, we draw as wings, and above that figure, 2 wings. Then the sky became dark for him. It lost its outer light, and suddenly space was illuminated for him from within. He had a feeling as if his head had opened to the divine light in the form of a chalice. And in this light he saw the messengers of the All-Revealer, who came toward him from above. Through the radiant light that stood above him like a star and sent its shining light deeply into him, he heard a voice that said, quote, "This is the light of the Father, out of which you were born." Close quote. And the knowledge came to him that in order to become worthy of this birth, he must transform within himself the green lily tree into the deadwood of the cross, just as Christ went through death on the cross. And that only in this way could the hope blossom to resurrect in the Holy Spirit. The end of Record A. Record B. The old mysterious abodes of the Sun Oracle exerted their influence in Atlantean lands. Their wisdom was transplanted into the post-Atlantean cultures. 2 streams of people came forth from Atlantis. One went through Africa, preparing the later Egyptian culture toward Asia, toward India, and the East altogether, preparing for the Christ light. The other stream of people went through Europe toward Asia and left part of the stream to settle in Middle Europe. These people were led from the mystery centers, and the task of these centers was to prepare the West for the Christ light that was to come to it later. A strong race of people with strong physical powers was to be educated, emotionally strong, courageous. The forces of the heart were to be trained. That was their striving. Invisible to the people, great spiritual leaders from the spiritual heights guided this humanity and its mystery center. One of them was the so-called Round Table of King Arthur, the other the Druid centers, the Trotten centers, the mystery centers of the Ingevonen. Especially during this age of preparation, there was a great spiritual individuality working from the spiritual world into Europe and its mystery centers. Readers aside, Ingevonen, I'm going to spell that, it's I-N-G, A umlaut, W-O-N-E-N, Ingevonen. Okay, end of readers aside. He was called Titterel. For his instruments, Titterel used the spiritual or secular leaders of humanity, and we can understand their work only in this light. These facts are indicated in sagas and myths. The saga of the Holy Grail says that the cup with the collected blood of Golgotha was brought by angels to Europe. Titterel received this cup. He kept it hovering above the countries of Europe, and only after centuries did Titterel descend with it from spiritual heights down to the earth and found the mystery center of the Holy Grail on the mountain of salvation, Mont Salvat. He could only do that after several people were mature enough to receive the secret of the Grail. Everyone mature enough for this initiation was called Parsifal. Charlemagne, who came from the East, he was the reincarnation of a lofty Indian adept, was an instrument of the spiritual individuality symbolized by the name Titterel. Flore and Blanche Flore, called Rose and Lily, are called the parents of Charlemagne in a spiritual sense. They were at work presiding over this mystery. A Parsifal had purified his soul of all earthly wishes and self-seeking through long meditations and concentration. He was a Catharist and came as such to King Titterel. By exerting all the power that he had acquired through long exercises, he managed to bring forth his higher I. He stood over and against himself. First, he had to sacrifice his intellect. Then he experienced what is written down in the following esoteric script. He saw his physical being as a symbol. The entire physical world also disappeared for him. In its place, he saw a great sprouting figure of a plant tree as large as the entire earth. And he saw a great white lily on top of it growing up out of the tree of life. And a voice behind him, the voice of Blanchefleur, said, "That is you." And he saw his soul cleansed of passions and desires. The lily was magnificent, to be sure, and perfectly formed, but it was surrounded by an odoriferous atmosphere that caused Parsifal pain. He discovered that this aroma was everything that he had shed during his catharsis, that he had set outside himself. This now surrounded him. He learned that he must take all that back into himself, that he must transform this painful smell of the lily. He must transform it into the pure, holy fragrance of the rose. Then the symbolism disappeared. It got dark. And after a while, in the darkness, a second symbol arose for Parsifal, a black cross entwined with roses. The tree of life was transformed into the black wood of the cross, and the sprouting, fragrant roses arising on it because of the absolute devotion of the lily to this tree. And Fleur's voice spoke behind him, "Thus you should become." The smell of the lily had disappeared. The red roses had absorbed it. Parsifal, however, saw that this purification alone was not enough, that he must nail his lower self on the black cross and conform to the life of Christ. He must take it into himself so that the red roses would blossom. After this, Parsifal went to a place of solitude, and day and night let these symbols work within him. With time, these symbols paled, yet the effects of their power remained and worked in him the same way as the forces in a seed cause it to germinate and shoot forth. In the deep solitude in which he stood, he looked around. He looked forward and backward, up and down, right and left. And he felt the great unity in everything. He felt the great enveloper, the all-encompassing one. And he felt how the all-encompassing one sends him forces from all sides. And he experienced himself as a point, as the middle point, the center of these forces. He felt that this point within himself would be part of the great enveloper. And he then felt from the one side a stream that flowed through him and pushed him to be dissolved entirely in the Godhead, in these forces of the enveloper. But from the other side, a force came that wanted to lead him to keep his self. And a third force was added that united the two streams and brought it about that the two paths that led apart went together into a circle. One is a power that extends into us, to which we must learn to devote ourselves entirely, a power that we also apply, though unconsciously, when we concentrate on an object. In contemplation, we must find this power. Number two is the power that drives us to be entirely ourselves, to maintain our own self, which we also need in order to have enthusiasm, initiative for a life in the outer world. Three is actually a circle, a power from below, the power of the one who encircles. This power drives us to see all the joyful and sad experiences of life as existing around us, not in us. We recognize in it the power that works in the cosmos. It works in such a way that it also propels the celestial bodies around us, which also work upon us from the cosmos outside us. This circle line is usually drawn as a third straight line. If we come to know this power, then we can look upon what life brings us in joy and sorrow with composure. We know that everything arises from necessity. This is the driving force of the law of karma. Parsifal had achieved these three powers. He devoted himself to them. Then from left and right there came to him, so to speak, supports under his arms, something like warm and cold wings. From the left he felt a supporting power that flowed into his left side, warmth created by spiritual fire. And from the right a power that was cool, bringing coolness. Then, in the region of the larynx, he experienced currents from both sides. They came from the angel of light, who carried the spiritual light of wisdom to humans. He drew this spiritual light into himself. Then with his spiritual ears, he heard sounds from the world of the harmony of the spheres, sounds that made clear to him the purpose and destiny of the human being and of world evolution. Again he tarried for a time. Then something penetrated into his head from above, and a sum of forces flowed down through him. Here he experienced, flowing into and through his entire being, the power that the Creator allows us to experience as the power of the Father, in such a way that we feel ourselves as a creation of the Creator. And with a continuous impression of this experience, Parsifal's own being grew over the whole in the form of a pentagram. He felt himself as the son of this Father. He experienced the truth of the Rosicrucian saying, Ex Deo nascimer, in Christo morimer, per spiritum sanctum revelissimus. Parsifal had all these experiences when he stood in solitude before Titurel. There is then a whole page with a big diagram of all these that would have to be seen. That's the end of record B. Record C. It is necessary to give an historical overview of the esoteric influences that have been brought about over the course of centuries by the great leaders, which we call the masters of wisdom and the harmony of feelings. Today, we want to consider the great migration of peoples, in which from ancient Atlantis, part of the population moved through Africa to Asia, another part settled in Europe. In one region of Europe, in the west, a group of this migration remained behind under a leader of whom we find a weak echo in history, King Arthur and his Round Table. At that time, Europe had to be entirely prepared for his later development, and special individuals were chosen for this purpose, in order to organize the people so that they would be suitable for this later development. This was the first mystery school in Europe. Then came the age of Christ Jesus in the East. What ordinary history has to say about the moral and intellectual significance of these people is usually entirely wrong in light of esoteric facts. There are, so to speak, inspirers in the spiritual world for such leading individuals. Among them are two spiritual beings, whose names are only weakly conveyed in history as Flore and Blancheflore. Blancheflore or Lily Blossom, while the former is called Flore or Rose Blossom. These inspired, among others, Charlemagne. During the age of the mystery of Golgotha, a lofty individuality was withdrawn into higher worlds in order to bide his time, waiting until the time was ripe for his special work. He remained away for centuries, and finally he came back as King Titurel, to whom the Holy Grail was entrusted, the cup that had been brought by angels from Golgotha to the west. Every pupil of Titurel can bear the name Parsifal, for it is a group name. The story of one such Parsifal shall be told. A Parsifal had purified his soul of all earthly wishes and selfishness through long meditations and concentration. He was a Catharist and stood pious and pure before his master Titurel, who told him that all the forces that Parsifal had acquired through his long years of meditation and concentration were now to be used to fulfill himself. First, he had to sacrifice his intellect. In setting out to do this, Parsifal strove with all the power he had acquired through long exercises. He succeeded in lifting up his higher eye. He stood over and against himself. Then he experienced what is written in the following esoteric script. Parsifal saw his being as in a symbol. Before his eyes, his physical surroundings disappeared and were transformed into the picture of a plant tree as big as the earth. It was full of rising fluids, and a wonderful lily as its blossoms sprouted above. While Parsifal was immersed in beholding it, he heard behind him the voice of Blanchefleur, who was symbolized in the lily, saying, "That is you." The lily was glorious and perfectly formed, but it sent forth a strong aroma that had a repulsive effect on Parsifal. And it was clear to him that this aroma symbolized everything he had set outside himself through catharsis, and that it now surrounded him like an atmosphere. From this he understood that the lower elements that he had set aside were not destroyed, but rather were in the atmosphere around the lily. He learned that he must take all that back into himself in order to transform this aroma from the lily. With this knowledge, he watched the tree wither. The symbol disappeared, and it got dark. After some time, another symbol arose out of the darkness for Parsifal, a black cross entwined with red roses. The tree, transformed into the black wood of the cross and the fragrant roses, was created by the sacrifice of the life of the white lily. And behind Parsifal, the voice of Fleur, whose symbol was the strong red roses, spoke, "That you will become." The aroma had disappeared, the roses had absorbed it. Parsifal saw that purification was not enough. He saw that he had to nail his lower self onto the black cross in order for the roses to blossom. Parsifal was sent into a place of solitude so he could meditate on the powerful pictures that had been conjured up before his soul. Day and night he let the symbols work within him. Gradually the pictures paled, yet the effects of the forces remained and worked in him like the power that germinates a seed. In the solitude of the mountains in which he stood, Parsifal directed his gaze to the boundless sky above him, looked down into the boundless depths beneath him, to the right and the left, into the boundless distances, and an indescribable feeling of devotion and reverence for God, who was revealed in all, overcame him. He felt great unity in everything, and he directed his prayer to it. Quote, "You great enveloper, you whom I feel above, below, and next to me, who are everywhere, whether I look forward or backward, I would like to devote myself to you, to be dissolved in your being." Close quote. At the same time, he felt another divine power that did not overwhelm him in this way, that seemed to lead him to himself in order to give him a center. He felt that this point was part of the great enveloper within him, the all-encompasser, behind which he sensed unity. This second power had the tendency to take him by the hand and to guide him from that center that he felt within himself, but which he surmised was below him, and which he could not consciously lead into consciousness to the periphery. Thus he felt from one side a stream that flowed through him and strove toward complete dissolution in the Godhead, in the forces of the enveloper. But from the other side came a power that wanted to lead him to develop his own self. And while these two forces worked on him, he felt a third power that joined together the previous two and led him to the periphery of the enveloper. This third power Parsifal experienced as a messenger of the great enveloper, who appeared to lead him in circles around this center. It united the two streams and brought it about that the two paths which led apart were led together in a circle, went together in a circle, the fatherless and motherless paths. If we want to draw these powers, see the first drawing on page 429 that I mentioned earlier. Number one is a power that reaches into us, to which we must learn to devote ourselves completely. A power that we make use of when we concentrate upon an object. We must find this power in contemplation. Number two is the power that drives us to be entirely ourselves, to maintain ourselves, which we also need in order to have enthusiasm, initiative for our life in the outer world. Number three is actually a circle, the power from below, the power of the circle. This power drives us to see all the joyous and sad experiences of life as surrounding us, not in us. In it, one recognizes the power that works in the cosmos, that also propels the heavenly bodies around us, which also work upon us from without, out of the cosmos. This circle is usually drawn as a third straight line. If we become acquainted with this power, then we can look upon what life brings us in terms of grief and suffering with equanimity. We will know that everything comes into being from necessity, which is the driving law of karma. Parsifal had achieved these three powers. He devoted himself to them. Then, from the right and the left, so to speak, as supports under his arms, there came to him something like warm and cold wings. From the left, he felt a supporting power under his arm that flowed into his left side, warmth produced by spiritual fire. And on the right, a power that was cool, chilling. He felt that his left hand had been taken hold of by a power that penetrated through his hand to his heart, while through the right hand another divine power pressed in and announced itself through a feeling of cold. If we wanted to draw these powers that permeated him as a feeling, that brought him knowledge of his connection with all of humanity, we must draw this thus. See the second drawing on page 429. Then the sky became dark. It lost its outer light for him. Suddenly space was illuminated for him from within, as if light radiated from his heart. In the region of his larynx, he experienced currents from both sides that came from the angels of light, who carry the spiritual light of wisdom to humans. Then he drew this spiritual light into himself. He had a feeling as if his head were opening in the form of a chalice to the divine light. And in this light he saw the messengers of the all-envelopers, who came upon him from above. From the widths of space he felt a radiation that flowed together in a point. From there it branched out and flowed through him as light that transformed the wisdom into a living power. This was revealed to him thus, as if two small wings would grow on him. See the third drawing in the in the series on page 430. Then Parsifal heard in the stillness, which he would never have dared to break with a thought or sound, sounds ascending, the harmony of the spheres. With spiritual ears he heard sounds that made clear to him the purpose and destiny of the human being and world evolution. He experienced there the power of the Father, the Creator, pouring into his whole being, the power that allows us to feel ourselves as creations of the Creator. And he heard a voice that said to him, "This is the light of the Father, out of which you are born." And he came to know that in order to become worthy of this birth, he must transform the green lily tree within himself into the black cross, from which the roses sprout. That he must lift himself onto the world cross, as Christ went through death on the same. And that in this way the hope could blossom for him to resurrect in the Holy Grail. He experienced the truth of the Rosicrucian verse, ex Deo nascimus, in Christo morimus, per spiritum sanctum revivissimus. He felt himself as the Son of the Father, and with the constant impression of this experience, Parsifal's own being arose for him through it all in the form of a pentagram. And the rest of this is a bunch of diagrams. And the record C. Record D. This and the next esoteric lesson are only to be understood together. The leading spirits of the mysteries of all times came to Atlantis. From Atlantis, some groups of people moved to Africa, others to Europe and Asia. And along the way, mystery schools were founded. A lofty spiritual individuality worked in the European mysteries, who was then withdrawn for a long time from all activity. The Round Table of King Arthur is to be understood as such a mystery school. A higher personality who lived in India was incarnated in Europe in order to work there. This was a lofty personality, whatever one may want to think about his deeds. He had to be brought over from India in order to work here in Europe. That was Charlemagne. At a very specific time, that lofty spiritual being who had to be withdrawn from all activity could again work on earth. He was incarnated in a figure called Titurel in the saga. The grail into which the blood of Christ was gathered was brought by angels to Europe, and there held, hovering above Europe. A pupil of Titurel's, Parsifal, had made himself completely pure and pious through every possible kind of exercise. All who strive for this ideal must make themselves into a pure and pious personality. One must give oneself in devotion, however. One can only give something if one has something. The sacrifice of the intellect is spoken of. Who has no intellect cannot sacrifice it. First, we must form an intellect. We must develop it to the highest possible height. Only then can we sacrifice it. There are two beings who work from the divine into the earthly, Flore and Blanchefleur, the white lily and the red rose. And as Parsifal was thus prepared, he experienced in himself that he was, so to speak, divided, so that he saw how he stood over and against himself, and his higher self was as a shooting, sprouting tree from which life flooded forth. From this tree a lily grew, and a voice, the voice of Blanchefleur, the white lily, said, "That is you." Now the vision was transformed into the rose cross. The shooting, sprouting tree was transformed into the dead wood of the cross, from which roses were now radiating. Through absolute devotion, the tree had become dead wood, and the red roses now radiated forth spiritual life. And the voice of Flore, the red rose, said, "This you will become." Through the devotion by means of which Parsifal became completely pure, he could read the esoteric script. If we want to express in esoteric terms what the shooting, sprouting tree with the white lily and the dead black cross with the red roses mean, then we must make a drawing as follows, and that is the equilateral triangle with the curve on the bottom. With the tree with the lily, Parsifal feels as if he were in the center of the earth, of all earthly happenings. With the rose cross, he encompasses all, which is indicated by the circle. That's the end of record D. This is record E. Two streams of people went forth from Atlantis, one through Africa toward Asia, the other through Europe toward Asia. Places of initiation were founded in Europe, whose task it was to form and develop a strong race of people, also with strong physical powers. One such leader who had come from Atlantis watched invisibly